Good evening. This is another Friday evening, and I had to change it from tomorrow today instead because I had to basically pick up my wife tomorrow at 9:40 p.m. So that's why I have to put the stream for today instead. And I hope that will be all right, okay with you guys. And we will have a chill chat as usual, but with a specific topic. The inflation rate in Sweden, which will be probably very interesting. So, guys, how are you doing? I hope everyone is just fine and okay and had a great week. And for those who has vacation, I hope you enjoy it. This is my first week, so I'm happy with it so far. And we have 0 people in the house. So let's get to it. I hope. We have 1 in the house, and I wonder who that might be. So please type in the chat. Oh, Tammy Eisenblatter. Good evening. It's good to see you, my friend. How are you doing? How has your week been? I hope your week has been good with without mishaps. And this is my first week of my 4-week long vacation, so my week has been pretty good so far. So, I was had an appointment with the fear doctors, which I call the dentists. I don't like to go to the dentists, but it is what it is. And Bang Romy Channel, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you. And I hope your week has been wonderful. Well, I'm doing good so far, brother. I had an appointment earlier today. I had an appointment with the fear doctors, which I call the dentists. I don't like dentists. And the outcome of that was a regular checkup. And it's nice to see you too, Bang Romy. And the outcome of that checkup was I had got 2 holes and an inflammation in my mouth. So I have to use another toothpaste for that. Jacqueline Sandoval, good to see you. Yeah, I know it's 2 a.m. in the Philippines. I always forget that. I always forget the time difference between Sweden and Philippines. So I always forget that it's 2 a.m. over there. But it's good to see you, my friend. You're very welcome. You're all welcome, my friend. So, it's good to see every one of you guys. Yeah, I know, Jacqueline. We always seeing each other there. J. Mikes or Darren Dobson. Hey, Little House in the Big Woods. Good to see you. How are you doing? It's good to see you. And very welcome. So, how are you doing, a Little House in the Big Woods? I hope everything is okay with you. Yeah, it has been a while. I agree with you about that one. And Pierre Lee, good to see you. I'm always getting happy when I see such wonderful people in my stream. It's awesome. I do my best, Pierre Lee. I do my best. Yeah. How's your garden doing, Little House in the Big Woods? I hope everything doing good with your garden. And for the to mention the reason why I put the stream for today, a Friday, which I normally don't stream, uh, is that I have to pick up my wife tomorrow at the train station, 9:40 p.m. So that's why I changed the day for my stream today instead. But it works. So, and we have 6 Ontario 1 Adventures in the house as well. Good to see you, brother. And by the way, um, I have the link, StreamYard link, pinned in the top of the chat for those who are up for it to join me up here. I would be and feel honored. So, how are you doing, 6 Ontario? I hope everything is okay with you, buddy. And we will soon go to the topic for today's stream. Oh, we are 7 in the house. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I know, Little House in the Big Woods. Oh boy. That is what we're gonna talking about today. The inflation rate in Sweden. And trust me, it's really scary numbers. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good myself on 6 Ontario. Well, that's good, PLE. You need to do that as well. And if somebody is up for it, and just click the StreamYard link I pinned in the top of the chat and join me up here. Feel free to do that. And we need, yeah. Now you have a jacket too, Jacqueline. And I think it's best to get to the topic. If I can find it. Ah, there we have it. There you are. Okay. I think we can increase that a little bit and launch it. And I hope that will be better. Yeah, that was much better. You're very welcome, Jacqueline. Okay, guys. Sweden's inflation rate. The annual inflation rate in Sweden increased to 8.7% in June of 2022 from 7.3% in the prior month, and beating market forecasts of 8.3%. This was the highest reading since July 1991. Underpinned by housing and utilities, 10.5% on account of higher prices of electricity, rental, and condominium. Apartments and housing in own homes, which include prices for repair. Additional pressure came from food and non-alcoholic beverages, 11.2%, transport, 13.9%, amid rising prices of cars and fuel, recreation and culture, 3.9%, restaurants and hotels, 10.1%, and miscellaneous goods and services, 4.6%. On a monthly basis, consumer prices rose 1.4% in June, the most in 3 months, accelerating from 1% gain in May and above forecasts of 1.1%. And what can we guys say about this? That has gone up pretty much a lot. And we will probably see an increase in these numbers. Oh, hey, McBean, Scottish Fitness. Good to see you, brother. And if we are going to take a look at this chart, 1.4% in July 2021, and then it rise to 2.1%, and then 2.5%, and in October 2021, 2.8%. And it rose to 3.3% and 3.9%. And then it dropped to 3.7% and rose to 4.3% in January 2022 and 6% the same month. In April, it rose to 6.4%, to 7.3%, and now 8.7%. That is gone up really fast on a short period of time. We can check on these related. Inflation rate. 8.70. That was the last. And the previous was 7.3% in June 2022. Inflation rate, MOM, I have no idea what that stands for, but it's something fancy word, probably. And the last one was 1.20%. The last and the previous was 1%. Consumer price index was 370.95, and the previous was 365.82 points. That is a lot of gone up a lot. Harmonized consumer prices, the last one was 118.04, and the last one, well, the previous one was 116.78 points. Core inflation rate was 8.50, and the previous was 7.20%. And the core consumer prices were at 239.65, and the previous was 237.35 points. Producer prices 133.70 and 131.40 points. The producer prices change 24.40, the last one, and the previous one was 23.80%. Export prices 135, the last one. It gone up from 135 from 132.60. Import prices 137.10 from the previous 136.70 points. Food inflation 11.20 from 8.80%. CPI transportation 554.08. The last one and the previous one was 532.57. And CPI housing utilities 469.30 and 460.77. So guys, hey Miss Worm, good to see you. Oh no. Oh, Tammy Trot, good to see you. And I appreciate that. So, guys, what is the conclusion, guys, of these numbers? It doesn't look good. And in Sweden, the most important category in the consumer price index is housing and utilities, 23% of total weight. Food and non-alcoholic beverages accounts for 14%, transport for 14%, recreation and culture for 12%, restaurants and hotels for 7%, and miscellaneous goods and services for 7%. Furniture, household goods, and maintains clothing and footwear, alcoholic beverages, and tobacco, health, communication, and education account for the remaining 22.5% of total weight. Oh, geez, this these numbers are not good. And this dates from 1980 to 2022. And we have the news stream. Swedish inflation rate highest since 1991. And that was a long time ago, guys. 1991. The annual inflation rate in Sweden increased to 18.7% in June of 2022 from 7.3% in the prior month, in beating market forecasts of 8.3%. This was the highest reading since July 1991, underpinned by housing and utilities 10.5% on an account of higher prices of electricity, rental, and it was the. You see, guys, it's really high. And the Sweden inflation rate hits over 3-decade high. The annual inflation rate in Sweden climbed to 7.3 in May of 2022 from 6.4 in the prior month, above market forecasts of 7.0%. This was the highest reading since December 1991, boosted by housing and utilities 8.8% on account of higher prices of electricity and fuel, and rental, condominium, apartments, and housing. In housing in own homes, which include prices for repair. Additional pressure came from food and non-alcoholic beverages, 8.8%, transport, 10.7%, amid rising prices of cars, recreation and culture, 4.1%, restaurants and hotels, 6.6%, and miscellaneous goods and services 4.2%. On a monthly basis, consumer prices went up 1% in May, faster than a 0.6% rise in April, and slightly above forecasts of 0.9%. So guys, what do you think about this? This is really high. Hey, B Savage, good to see you. Well, I probably missed some people here. Well, Tammy, let's say I got 2 holes and inflammation in my gum, so I had to change toothpaste to get the inflammation down, and that sucks, but yeah, Miss Worm, it feels, I know it feels a lot higher than 9% here. Some things in the shops, food, are going up 30 to 15% in a week. Yeah, I agree. It is really, and if we go and check on the check the food inflation, cost of food in Sweden increased 11.20% in June of 2022 over the same month in the previous year, the most since July 1984. So in July 2021, it was 0.3%. and then it rose up to 0.3, in then to 0.9, 1.2, 1, 1.7, 1.9, 4, 5.8, 6.7, 8.8, and 11.2%. It is, for us here in Sweden, it's really high. The coffee here in Sweden has increased by 40% on 1 year. So it is really, really high prices. Things has, and it will get worse. Yeah, I know, MacBean, you need to feed the beast. I calculated that I ate over 4,000 calories after my workout yesterday. Yeah, I bet you do. Please do tell me. Well, you can spec them for me if you want to. Yeah, MacBean, you're going to be an expensive luxury if you keep that up. Yeah, I agree with Miss Worm. Yeah, I hope you can get there too, Tammy. That would be awesome. If you could reach Scotland and get to that wedding, that would be awesome. And if we check on the consumer price index with fixed interest rate, the CPIF in Sweden increased 1% over the month to 239.65 points in May of 2022, accelerating from a 0.6% rise in the previous month and beating market consensus of a 0.8% gain. And in July 2021, the lowest was 223.69%, and now it's up to 239.65. So that is, it has really gone up. If we are also going to check the producer prices. Producer prices in Sweden increased 24.40% in May of 2022 over the same month in the previous year. So, well, you see the numbers, guys. It is it has gone up. Uh, and this is the producer price change. But if we go on the producer prices, uh, the producer prices in Sweden increased to 133.70 points in May from 131.40 points in April of 2022. The July 2021, the lowest was 109.1, and now it's up on 133.7. So it looks really bad. Well, I would get what I have heard from my work, from when I deliver my groceries to people. They say the food prices has increased a lot, and they say the food has been more expensive, uh, and you can't cut down on food. You can't do that. You need to cut down on something else. Well, the food prices is one thing they are worried about, and I heard also that those who has a car, they say their fuel price, their they will have increased costs to drive the car. So they are a little bit worried about that. It's not only the fuel costs, parts, uh, spare parts for the car. Hey, Liselot, good to see you. And who might you be, my friend? Welcome, one idiot with ideas. But anytime, it's horrible. But fuel, petrol, everybody's worried about the fuel prices. Uh, but they will go up. And for electricity will go up in price. Um, Fuel will go up. Food will go up even more this fall, this winter. So we will face harder times. There has been a big rise in thefts of catalytic converters lately. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that either, Miss Worm. Yeah, yeah, Liselot. The electricity bill. Yeah, we need it. And yeah, that is another thing people are worried about, because that can kick your butt when you get the bill for the next month and you see it's gone up a lot more than you expected. So that can be a shock for most people, especially those who owns house, who have house, and they will can expect probably a huge raise on their electricity bill. My gas and electricity bill has gone from £105 a month to £248. Oh, Miss Worm, that's a lot. They are stealing them over here. Also, good thing I live in the country. They know better than come out here, Miss Worm. Yeah, I bet they steal. They keep from the countryside. Yeah, Miss Worm. I believe the prices will go up September, October, and again in January. Yeah, that is a possibility for that to happen. Um, and if we take a look at the import prices here in Sweden, increased to 137.10 points in May from 136.70 points in April of 2022. So in July 2021, the lowest was 115.7, and that is really low. And now it's up to 137.1%. 137.1 points. And these numbers don't make you happy, because you have, when you import groceries and other necessary things like metal, computers, and other cars and things like that, the transportation cost has increased for them too. So when the stuff gets here, the price goes up. And for the future, we will probably face really tough months. Uh, this fall and this winter, and in the beginning of the next year as well. And the prices will probably go up through the next year as well. So welcome, Tammy Truck, my friend. You're very welcome to the family. Hey, Pilgrim Prepper, good to see you, brother. It's good to see so many awesome folks on this stream tonight. That's awesome. Hey, Ann Pinay Vlog 14. Good to see you. Ikaka Stewart, all the way from Hawaii, Honolulu. Good to see you. And Second Star Survival. Hey, man. How are you doing, brother? Anyone who wants to join me, just click the link in the top of the chat and join me up here on the panel. I feel a little bit lonely up here. Uh, Harmonized inflation rate in Sweden increased to 1.10% in May from 0.60% in April. Um, it was really low in January 2022. It was on minus 0.6, and the highest in somewhere in between January and April, and then it go down to 0.6 and then gone up again to 1.1. Um, and if we go to consumer inflation expectations, we can see consumer inflation expectations in Sweden increased to a record high of 10.60% in June from 9.90% in May of 2022. And guys, this is really, 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 really high. And the lowest one was in somewhere in July or somewhere in between July and October. It was 4.4. And now it's the inflation expectations up to 10.6. Inflation expectations, we can check those numbers too. Yeah, that was that. It was the same thing, yeah. Anyway, these numbers doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. More of these. Huga Homestead, good to see you, man. Long time no see. I hope these stupid bots are gone. Yeah, thank you, Miss Worm. I appreciate that. NC Debs, good to see you. And welcome to the stream. Anybody who wants to join me up here? Thank you, Pilgrim Prepper. I appreciate that. Okay, McBean, have a nice day at work, and I hope everything will run nice and smooth at work for you, McBean. And the link to this website is in the description box if you want to go and check for yourself. But anyway, I think we will have huge problems in the future if this inflation rate goes up. Take care, Pilgrim Prepper. Anybody who wants to join me up here, just click the pinned link, StreamYard link in the top of the chat. It would be nice if somebody are up for it to join me here. So feel free to click the link and join me up here. Producer price change. Yeah, that was the one we looked at. In indicators, Sweden indicators. Overview. Currency last 10.49, previous 10.57. Stock market 1,904 points. It is the last and previous the same number. GDP growth rate minus 0.8 was the last, and 1.1% that the previous. In the GDP annual growth rate was 3% the last one, and the previous was 5.2. Unemployment rate 8.5 the last one, and 8.2 the previous. Inflation rate 8.7 the last one, and 7.3 the previous one. Interest rate 0.75 and was the last one, and previous was 0.25%. Balance of trade, it was minus 3,200 and the previous, and it was down to minus 1,900 the last one. Current account was 557.5% the last one, and 70.3 billion. That's a lot of money. And then our balance of trade was in million, So current account to GDP 5.2 and 5.1% of GDP. December 20. And the government budget obviously dropped to zero with minus 0.2, and the previous one was minus 2.7% of GDP. 2021. We have 2022 there. Business confidence 112 was the last one, and 115 points the previous. Manufacturing PMI 53.7 versus 54.9 points in June 22. Services PMI 62.8 and 67.8 points the same month. Consumer confidence 65.5 was the last, and the 71.3 was the previous, also in June. Retail sales, when it dropped to by 0.6, and the previous one was 0.4%. Corporate tax rate was 20.6 and 21.4. Okay, that was in December 21. Personal income tax rate 52.9 was the last one, and the previous was 32.3% in December 2021. So, well, I think CR has take some time off online. Everything has with online to do, so well, he will pop up next time, I guess. Where are we? There are we. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I understand that, McBean. No problem. You need a strong signal. Yeah, Miss Worm, if you would have that much in your account, you would be pretty rich. And Double D Homestead, good to see you. Thanks, guys, for hanging around here, guys. I appreciate that, and I appreciate if you hit the thumbs up. If you haven't done that yet, please do that. Yeah, I know, Miss Worm. It's Friday, but Saturday tomorrow. But I have to pick up my wife at the train station at 9:40 p.m. tomorrow. So that would be a very, very short stream. So I don't want to stress through the stream. That is not a good idea. So that's why I changed it to today instead. Because it was better that way. And it's nice to have you, Miss Worm, and all of you. I appreciate that. You are awesome. But anyway, this inflation rate drives the food prices up and fuel prices up. It drives everything else up. And what you can do is cut down on the unnecessary thing you don't really need. Hey, Wonder Taco. Good to see you. Oh no, not that stupid bot again. Thank you, Miss Worm. I appreciate that. So the problem is if the food prices go up too much, which they I think they will do. Yeah, I know, Miss Worm. It's annoying, but we try to clean them out as much as we can because they are really annoying. Is when the food prices go up too much, those who will suffer from that is those who has low income, like those who are retired and they don't have that much money to buy food. So they will have some serious problems unless they haven't stocked up with extra food. Yeah, Miss Worm, that sounds like uh, that sounds like a realistic time span that that we will have those shortages. Um and we see already now shortages on certain products. So, but I think that will be uh, much worse in within 6 months. Um, and yes, Miss Worm, yes, the elderly and disabled will suffer the most. Yes. So I think we will see more people who can't afford to buy any food, enough food to sustain themselves. So I think there will be a lot of people who will starve. Picking up my truck from Larry the Fat Mechanic. Got brakes down for parts and a blackberry pie. Oh my, you got a good deal there, Huga. No doubt about it. And yes, Miss Worm, it depends on this year's harvests. Yes, I agree with you about that. It depends on that. Um and let's hope the harvest will be good this year. I washed the two dog beds and hung them online to dry. One fell off, and there is a chicken sitting in it. My house is always crazy. Yeah, I bet it is, Huga. I bet it is. Yeah, yeah, Miss Worm, I agree. That would be an awesome photo if you are successful to take one. Because that would be an awesome photo. And that would probably go viral. But anyhow, it will be difficult and tougher, and we have to keep an eye on how everything goes, especially with the inflation rate uh, and other things that's going on around the world. Uh, yeah, the situation in Ukraine and that affects the price on this sunflower oil. So because the Ukraine exports a lot of sunflower oil, so that will be shortages on that too. So the prices will go up on that type of oil. Okay, Tammy, that will be just fun. It's good to see you, sis, and it's well, you will be back in 20, so I'm happy with that. So that is a really, really interesting time we are living in. Yeah, I agree with you about that, Miss Worm. Yeah, modern attention spans are very short these days. Yeah, I'm pretty tired of and bored of it, but it affects us all. So all we can do is just sit and watch and keep an eye on what's happening. If things will get worse or better. But anyway, how we do things and buy food. I have noticed you don't get much food for 600 crowns. You don't. You get less food for a higher cost. So you have to pay more for less food. So that is Yeah, Miss Worm, we are living in strange times. And the problem is when things like this happens, with high inflation, and the prices go up, and price tag on meat goes up, um, that will increase the thefts and in the grocery stores, because people steal the meat and sell them because they can make some money on it. So we will see more uh, higher ratings of thefts, probably robberies, and other things like that. So, and probably some selling alcohol beverages illegal, um, because their alcohol prices are going up. So probably people will steal that too and sell for a reasonable good price so they can make a profit on it. Yeah, exactly, Miss Worm. A lot more street violence to mugging, etc. Yeah, um, and here in Sweden these days, I have noticed there has been stabbing, uh, knife attacks, and one woman, a 64 or 65-year-old woman, were stabbed to death. Uh, and there has been people who has been shot and died. Uh, I have noticed it has increased a little bit, and it's terrible situation. And the cops are can't do anything. Well, they do as the best they can, but they are too few, underpaid. Um, so that 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 is something that worries me when you see the crime rates go up. Yeah, but I bet they have, Miss Worm. Uh, and the cops here work the butts off here in Sweden because there is a lot of shootings and stabbings. Uh, And if this gets worse, with if the inflation rate goes up even more and more and more and more, you can handle it to a certain point. The government can handle it on, to a certain point, but when it's go over that point, that line, it will be more difficult to handle it. Did you see about the grooming gangs here? Police ignored it because they didn't want to be thought as racist. No, I didn't, Miss Worm. No, I didn't see that. I haven't heard anything about it, but thanks for the update, my friend. And so far, it has been mostly crime-related, uh, shootings and stabbings, except for that woman who was in Gotland, who was stabbed on the, in a place, what is it called now again? Almedalen. Yeah, she was stabbed there, and she died. That's really sad. Over 1,000 white girls gang raped by Pakistani Muslims for decades. Okay, Miss Worm. Tommy Robinson has good information about it. Okay, good to know. I will try to remember that name. I can't tell these chickens apart. They all look alike, so I got these different colored colors. Now the hilarious part of catching chickens to put colors on them. Yeah, I bet it is a hilarious part of that, my friend. Well, Huga, if they are colored Velcro straps, That works just fine. The problem with the events like that is that has a tendency to spread. Yeah, I know Huga in US has a lot of gun violence. I know that, and it doesn't make anything better because the US has a pretty high inflation too. I hope we get to see a video of you chasing your chickens. Yeah, that would be something to watch.
This works.
Yeah, it works. And loud and
I had to get rid of my DuckDuckGo. It was causing the camera mic not to work, so I had to take it off as default and I had to go back to Chrome.
Yeah.
And it's just phone, so it works different.
Yeah. So what do you think, McBean, about this? This
World
high
situation.
inflation rate.
Unfortunately, kind of two ways of thoughts. It could be we're paying for our having it too easy for too long. You know, I could see if it was just happening here in the States, but it's happening everywhere. And that's what makes it a little bit more difficult figure out why that's happening. You know, fuel prices are up both here and in Europe. You know, inflation is up. Of course, the inflation is going to be tied to the fuel. But I think we printed money for so long with no backing to it. It's kind of like, I remember the late 70s when we had Carter here. Inflation was, you know, out of control, and interest rates on loans were, you know, anywhere from 18 to 20% for a house loan. I mean, no one could buy a house. Well, you know, now we're looking at interest rates of, you know, 3.25. Well, everybody can buy something, but there's no profit to be made. And unfortunately, we're so used to just pushing the stock market and pushing paper here in the States. And I think we got to get back to where we're making a vital product. We got to get our factories working again. You know, we've got to be a producer and not a consumer. And unfortunately, you know, I don't know how it is in Europe, but unfortunately here in the States, we've become a consumer. And you can't do that all the time. You can't just consume. Eventually, you're going to run out of things to consume if you're not producing it on your own.
Exactly.
You know, I feel some of this is aimed at, you know, destroying the middle class. Everything that the middle class, and I can only speak for the States, but I think there are some comparisons. But everything that the middle class mostly stands for is now under attack. You know, whether it's your religion, whether it's your morality, whether it's your patriotism, you know, what is it, your belief to, you know, have the right to assemble or whatever. It seems like everything is kind of under attack these days.
Yeah.
And I blame social media for it. I mean, social media is one of those oxymorons. You know, social media is not social for the most part. I mean, if you get on Twitter,
I agree.
Yeah, you get on Twitter and TikTok and some of these other formats. I mean, people are extremely degrading of each other, and it's too easy for them to say things they would never say in person. You know, so. But
I agree.
The inflation is both in Europe and here in the States, and that's kind of what's concerns me, and why is it tied to it, and you know, and there seems to be a lot of distractions. You know, we're losing a lot of leaders. You know, Boris resigned, Israel Prime Minister resigned, Italy's Prime Minister resigned. You know, Japan had that assassination. There seems to be a lot of shakeup in both the political and geographical mix-up here.
Yeah, and I think that it will get worse, and it will spread to
I agree.
the rest of the world.
Better. Yeah, I was talking to my Army buddy about this earlier today, and I get to see the inside of a county market supermarket. I'm going in to buy some things for lunch. I wasn't kidding about 4,000 calories yesterday.
That's a lot.
Well, I worked out for 2 hours straight in the gym. I pushed an insane amount of weight. And then I came home and worked in the garden. And then after that, I sat there and did my veterans awareness push-ups. So my muscles were screaming for some attention. So I think yesterday I consumed probably about 5,000 calories and about 250 grams of protein. Now, hopefully, my signal will survive coming into the store. So let me know. I am going to try to switch over to my Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Let me try something here. It says connected.
Yeah. Yeah, you are still connected.
Yeah, but it's coming through my phone. It's not coming through my Bluetooth. For some reason. So I'm going to power it down and okay, let me find you again. There you are. I'm in here inside here the county market. It's one of the smaller food chains, and I like coming in here because I can get the things faster and get out faster. Am I coming through good?
Miss Worm says, same here. The English rather than British have been really demonized recently.
Yeah. Yeah, she said her energy bill has doubled. That's huge. I mean,
Yeah.
mine's went up maybe, well, gas has went up 70%. Luckily for me, I now have a job that's only about 12 miles from my house. I used to have to drive about 60 miles each way. But the way I figured out, gas has almost tripled, so I'm still paying the same amount of gas.
Yeah. And the electric bills will go up here in Sweden too. Especially for those who have
There's my main staple.
houses. Yeah.
Fairlife milk, it's got 13 grams of protein per serving instead of 8. So I drink about a gallon of that a day. So that's 156 grams of protein a day just getting it from milk.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I was surprised to hear that your inflation rate is very comparable to ours. We're at 9.1 and you're at what, 8.7?
Yeah.
And that's what
that is really scary. That is really scary, actually, that we are on the same inflation rate as U.S. is.
Right.
And I don't know if it is the dollar who affects us, or in this case, or not. I have no idea, but it possibly.
Well, the inflation rate is higher than that because they're not weighting what is really costing you more. I mean, the majority of your budget is going to be on whether a house payment, which shouldn't change, and a car payment that shouldn't change if you're already in one. But your main expenditures are going to be fuel, and both of those have more than doubled. So when they say it's only 9% here, I'm saying, well, everything I buy to eat costs more than 9%. The only thing it hasn't went up is milk. The Fairlife milk is $4 a half gallon and has been for the last 3 or 4 years. But everything else, including regular milk, has went up at least 40-50%.
Yeah. And the price for 210 grams of cinnamon, grinded cinnamon, that cost 75 crowns for 210 grams. That's a lot. And the coffee has gone up with 40% on 1 year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to be able to buy Folgers or Maxwell House for about $7 a container. And now those are $12 a container. I mean, so it's not even close.
Yeah. And the butter we usually use on our sandwiches, one package of butter costs 63 crowns, and it costs 25-30 crowns. So it is a huge raise in price for that. So we are all affected. And things like that makes me a little bit worried. Hey, Vanessa, good to see you, ma'am. How are you doing, Vanessa?
Can't close my window.
Yeah.
I was like, where'd everybody go?
Yeah.
So yeah, like right now I'm in the store just getting stuff. work, I bought a pound of turkey and I'll buy a small loaf of bread and I'll make sandwiches while I'm at work, and the milk will be my mainstay. And when you're talking about food, Nate, you just got to learn how to make your food go further. A lot of people don't understand that if you don't sit there and add to things, like I'll buy a Bear Creek soups, makes 2 servings, but I'll add to it where I'll get 6 servings out of it, in real servings, not the servings they talk about. Seems right. So, I'll throw regular potatoes in it. I'll cut up a can of Spam, throw in there, a can of corn, some more pasta and some celery, and then it's a very hearty meal. And I could feed the wife, and I have 3 meals for about $12. Check out. I'm gonna be a little quiet here.
Yeah.
But you guys can go ahead and talk. I'm doing fine. I explain it.
Buy turkeys, smoke turkeys, break down turkeys, freeze in portions for sandwiches, etc. Yeah, Vanessa, that sounds like a good idea.
So I bought a loaf of bread, I bought a pound of turkey, and I bought 2 containers of milk, and it was $19.66. And that'll feed me for the day.
Yeah.
I'll probably bring one of the containers of milk home. They only usually drink about a half gallon at work. But then, breakfast and that will kill the other half gallon.
Yeah.
So the milk hasn't went up, but are you kidding me? My T-fob battery won't even go through my jeans. Come on. I just changed the batteries.
Yeah.
So it's about 80 degrees and cloudy here in Illinois. We had a nice slow and steady rain this morning, which my garden desperately needed.
Yeah.
But another thing my buddy and I talked about on these food shortages, here as a nation, we were very competent about producing things, and all of a sudden now we're very incompetent. And his take on it is some of the reason that there's food shortages because the government agencies are buying it up and putting it in their vaults. And not that I agree with this information, but it is something to think about. And basically, his thought is they're storing a lot of food, and we have agencies buying guns and ammo here that have no reason doing it. The IRS, the Department of Homeland Security has bought submachine guns. The United States, the USDA, which I used to work for, actually purchased about $1 million worth of 40 caliber pistols and ammo. I worked for the USA for a couple of years. There was nothing we were doing that required us to have a sidearm.
Yeah.
So his thought is that they're preparing for some end of the world as we know it event, and in 4 or 5 years they'll pop out, and they'll have the technology, and the population will be decreased to whatever the number is. He came up with 500,000, but whatever that number would be, and I said, well, that's an interesting take on it. I think it's more about control right now, and selling fear. We recently just had an event in Chicago where a man who shouldn't have got a gun was able to get one because his father had influence and allowed him to get one, and he shot a bunch of people. And they're calling to ban those weapons. But what they don't talk about is more people were killed and injured in Chicago by handguns that same weekend.
Yeah.
And Chicago has very strict gun laws. But, you're talking about a metropolitan area that's very diverse in both race and ethnic and economic. And you put a couple million people in a 10-mile radius, there's going to be violence. I don't care what you say. They don't punish the ones that do it, so they keep doing it. But their answer is to take our ability to defend ourselves away, and the people who are pushing it are the ones who are privileged and have armed security. The politicians, the very wealthy, and that. You try to debate their followers on this, and they just don't want to hear it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
2022 is not looking good. But what I try to tell people is, at your and my level, there's not a lot we can do about it to influence one way or another. I still tell people to turn off the news because it's just depressing. I'll sit there and watch about a half hour of some independent news, and I get all the information I need, or I can, Google it. But the rest of the day I live. I work in the garden, I mow the lawn, I spend time with the wife, I go for hikes, I lift, I read books, and I just tell people you need to go out and enjoy life. I had a cousin who, she told me they watch news, 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I told her to turn the damn TV off because they were just bitter about everything. They. And the information they had was a lot of times was false, and I'd prove it to them. They wouldn't even check their own facts. They said, well, so-and-so is owned by Russia. Google it. Well, I did. It wasn't. And I came back. I said, well, it isn't. And, you're being, you're just not wanting to believe it. I said, well, you show me the information. And the next day she apologized because it wasn't there. It was a lie.
Yeah.
And the last time I seen her, her husband passed away. His health wasn't good. But she did not look good at all. She's so stressed out that, she looked older than her older sisters, who were, a good 14 years older than her.
Yeah.
And you could tell that her health, so I'm telling people, man, the world's going to shit. You got to prepare, put away food, put away water, put away other essentials, if you need one, buy three. If something that you like to eat is on sale, don't buy it for that day, buy it for the next 3 days. And, you still have time to prepare. I've been doing it for a long time, so I pick up a couple extra items every now and then. But if you're not doing something to prepare, if you're not sitting there putting any sort of food storage away in that, especially over in Europe, there's a movie out there called Threads, and it was made over in Europe, and it's about Europe. It's a very brutal and honest depiction of what would happen if a nuclear war broke out.
Yeah.
And one of the main things is, besides the radiation and all the other, people were starving to death because no one no one stocked up until it was too late. So I hope things are changing, but I don't see anything changing for here. Maybe in November when we have our elections, if they are fair elections, I have some doubt about that. Things should change for the better, but it's not like one party is that much more innocent than the other. I mean, basically here the Democrats are desperate to keep power and they will do anything to do it, and they don't care. It ruins the country. But the Republicans had an opportunity, 4 years ago to make a lot of good changes, and they didn't do it.
Yeah.
So, we need a third party, and unfortunately, that hasn't been able to happen for a while. But people need to sit there and do their own research and turn off the propaganda channels, because whether it's Fox or CNN or MSNBC, or they're trying to sell you a story. They give you just enough facts to get your information there, but they keep a lot of the stuff out. Like Paul Harvey used to say, now for the rest of the story. And even if you do sit there and show these people that they were wrong about their ideas and that, they don't want to hear it. You're not going to change their mind. So the best thing you can do is prepare yourself, find like-minded people, and enjoy life. I mean, you're only on the planet so long. Don't spend half of your life sleeping and the other half worrying about sleeping.
I agree.
And then my channel is about fitness, because I think prepping is fitness also. If you're not fit, you're not going to be able to run away from the zombies.
Well, I agree. Fitness and prepping goes hand in hand, basically.
Right. And I mean, it doesn't have to be going in the gym and working out for 2 hours a day. It can just be going for a walk around the block a few times. It could be doing push-ups and deep knee bends at the house. It could be yoga, it could be Pilates, it can be anything. Just any sort of activity for 30 minutes at least 3 times a week will be beneficial for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I take it to the extreme, but that's kind of my personality more than anything else.
That is what your body is used to.
Right. I had a guy, he was my age, height, and that, and he asked me, he goes, well, how often do you lift heavy when you work out? And I just started laughing. And he goes, what? I said, well, I know what the answer is supposed to be. You're only supposed to go heavy about every 3 weeks. He goes, yeah, that's what I heard. He goes, how heavy? How often do you? Every damn time I walk in the gym. I want to see how much I can push. Yeah. And he just was looking confused at me. I said, hey, it's just a personality thing. I would never train anybody like that. But I've been doing it that way for 45 years. I ain't going to stop now.
I agree.
And I find that it motivates a lot of the other younger generation when they see somebody, my age and stature coming there and put up some serious weight. And then when they say, well, I wish I could do that. And I said, well, you got 45 years to reach it. You got plenty of time. Don't be in a hurry. This worm said something, but I can't read it. I'm on my phone and I don't have my...
Politics has got more and more left here. Labour Party used to be left or center and is now Marxist. Liberals are old Labour. Conservative Party used to be right of center and is now liberal.
Yeah. And that's the problem too, is that some of the agenda that they push over here, they curtail to the exception and not the rule. I mean, they had a parade in New York where they just had some people riding bicycles around naked, and you wearing diapers and jumping in the crowd, and then there's people with their kids there. We having them watch it. I'm going, why would you bring your child to such a parade that is obviously deviant? Now, we're only talking about maybe 0.3% of the population, but that seems that.
Welcome back.
Hey, Vanessa Kitty, how you doing? I put my readers on so I could hear.
Medical disabilities, but you must still trying to move.
Correct. Still have to move. Do what you can do. I mean, I have a friend in Germany, Rupert, who competes. He doesn't have use of his legs, but he competes in bench. And he came out to Peoria, Illinois back in 2015 for the world competition. And I made friends with him, and I got a lot of friends in Hungary and in Germany from the powerlifting side. And then he does artwork where he does burn-ins in wood. And he did one for me, and my daughter was able to pick it up last month when she got sent to Germany for training. So, and I mean, I'll see people compete that have disabilities and really work around them. So, the first person you got to get around is yourself, because you'll be the first person that stops you from getting healthy. And then you have to ignore the other people that will tell you you shouldn't be doing that. And really what they're saying is they can't do it, so why are you? But like I said, anything that, remember, a body in motion stays in motion, a body at rest stays at rest.
Yeah. As Vanessa says, nervous system breaking down, right limbs do not behave.
And that sucks. I mean, my dad had a stroke in his 60s, only a couple years older than I am now, and he lost use of his left arm and part of his leg, and he was a lefty, and I seen him deteriorate over a decade, and just how unfair that was. So, but the thing of it is there were signs that he was having problems, but he didn't communicate to anybody. And had he communicated, we would have got his catchroids cleaned up, and he probably could have avoided it. So that's something I get a physical every year. I have them listen to my heartbeat, I'd get an EKG. I make sure, that the pump system's working. But I am fortunate, that I don't have any major injuries, or the ones I had, I healed from. And, I understand I'm fortunate about that. And I probably lift a little smarter than I did when I was younger. But just stay active. And if it's physical activity you can't do, then do mental activity. But I guess the thing is you just enjoy life while you can. I think the next 2 years are going to be very challenging for both Europe and America. And hopefully some people start waking up.
Yeah, I hope so too.
As they say, good times or strong men and women make good times. Good times makes weak men and women, and weak men and women make bad times. Well, guess where we're at now?
Yeah.
So hopefully the next generation will learn. I'm not talking from us. I'm not talking about the ones that are in their 30s and 40s now. The ones in their 20s have got to wake up, because if they don't, they're not going to be in a very good shape. Don't tell anybody I'm outside enjoying my hand-rolled cigar. Okay, we won't. You did, but we won't. You stopped chemo due to cost. Yeah, I lost my mom to cancer. And before her mom did. And she never smoked or drank. And then it wasn't, chemo didn't work. It went from started in the digestive tract, removed half of it, went to the liver, removed half of the liver, and then it just went everywhere. And that was sad to see. She died in her 80s. Her mom lived to 101. And my dad, he just died of old age. He made it to 92. He didn't think he was going to make it past 70. So yeah, at 61, I'm a little bit more aware of what my health is.
Yeah. Vanessa says, I have my passport. I want to visit Shadow's country. Please do, Vanessa. That would be awesome.
When I was in the Army, they sent me to Korea. I wanted to go to Europe. They sent me to Korea instead. But
to do service in Korea was probably not that fun.
No, it was even more intense then than it is now. First day I got there, they put me up at the DMZ for 3 months. I was up there, and my mom was always writing letters. Why are you being so vague? And I said, well, just talk to Dad. So my dad was in World War II and the Korean War. And there's just a lot of things I couldn't talk about, and especially not to my mom. I could talk to my dad. He was through 2 wars. But the country itself was very beautiful. Once I got out of the DMZ and got further south, I had a good time. But yeah, you talk about it's a whole different level when you go up into a war zone, and it's still considered a war zone. There's no declaration of peace. Adverse to when you're in stateside displaying army.
Hey, Corner Clubhouse, good to see you.
Well, it looks like it's time for me to walk in and act like I'm working. The line's shut down, so I'm probably going to be YouTube and watching. I just can't hear anything because there's so much noise there.
Yeah, I understand that.
But everybody have a wonderful day. Support the channel, subscribe, share. I enjoy sitting there listening to ShadowScoutSwede when I get the chance. And everybody have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy, stack it to the rafters.
Good point.
Yep. Talk to you later, sir.
Yeah, talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Well, guys, Mac B, he's an awesome guy. And yes, Vanessa, I get there, I ship persons to Shadow. I appreciate that, Vanessa. And yeah, you were stationed in Alaska. Nice place. And we understand that too, Vanessa. Anybody else who want to join me up here? It's so fun when you have somebody on the panel. Well, the link is in the top of the chat, and just click it and join me. But anyway, it's good to have some food and water stocked up. But it gets more tricky to stock up with the food when everything gets more expensive. Yeah, I believe it's bucksaw or bushcraft saw. Well, Miss Worm, hobbies, prepping type hobbies. Well, I can't knit. I can't sew. So hey, half-wit, good to see you. Well, fishing is my type of prepping hobbies. How are you doing, half-wit? Fishing is what I do, my prepping hobbies. That is what I do at the moment, anyway. I am chillaxing outside on bench swings. That sounds nice. Yeah, I agree, Miss Worm. Prepping skills might prove very useful one day. Hold still, Shadow. Brother, just going to give you a little clean. Yeah, thanks. Well, it's good to see you, Half-Brit. Long time no see. And it's good to see you too, Corner Clubhouse. Thanks, guys, for hanging around. I appreciate that, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up button. We like that. It's something scouted new fishing spots earlier. Dougie and I went to look. Okay, Vanessa, that's awesome. That's really awesome. Well, you need to scout new fishing spots. Yeah, Tammy, that is good. Your screen is clean. Yeah, bat signal. Yeah, I should get one actually. Bat signal. That sounds like an awesome idea to have. I need just to fix a suitable light for it. I think I have half a pound of butter on my glasses. Miss Worm, how do you get a half pound of butter on your glasses? Half-wit says, Miss Worm, I think it's stalled. We moved to a shop in the country that we had leased out. The traffic is one-fifth of what it was 10 years ago. That's a huge difference. I churned you more butter and froze some. Yeah, you can do that too. Half-rate inflation of officially 9% here, but it is much higher really. Yeah, butter gets everywhere if you're rolling phyllo doughs. Yeah, I bet it is. Oh no, not those stupid bots again. Thank you, Vanessa Kitty. You kicked those bots. Nice job. Well done. They don't give up. These bots. They are so annoying. Hmm. Yeah, Miss Worm, they are. They are freaking annoying. Yeah, I noticed, Kitty, and I appreciate it. Don't let that door hit you where the good Lord split you. Yeah, I agree with that. Miss Worm, at the moment it's $4.50. A lettuce triple what it was 3 years ago. Good thing is I have an acre here to plant big garden. Well, that's good, Halfwit. That's really good. What? Alaska Prepper has thousands of WhatsApp spammers, literally, in his comments. What? Oh boy, this world are going crazy. YouTube banking everyone except bots. Lol. Yeah. Oops. Banning. Yeah. Halfway, I wish I had some land. My garden is about 75 feet in by 18 feet, been planting fruit trees, etc. Yeah, I wish I had a garden too, but it's not easy when you live in an apartment. And I think it's a good idea to begin to grow things now when the food prices are going up. 1 acre here, town doesn't let me do bigger garden in front yard, but I try certain plants. Sunflowers look nice. Yeah, I like sunflowers. They are looking really good and nice. They improve the view. Yeah, Tammy, I agree. I took cuttings from my lemon and orange trees before I moved in May. Some have just taken roots, have plum trees and apple grapefruit already existing. Well, that's awesome, half of it. Google knows who is creating accounts and where and can ban all those entities and IP addresses. Good. Pumpkin seed and pumpkin fauche harvest in October when farms giving away pumpkins. So they just give away pumpkins? I think it's a good idea to begin to grow more food. I think that will be necessary thing. It depends on how if the inflation goes up more and more and more. So I got accused of being a Google bot the other day. That was a first. Hmm. Oh, Miss Worm, you are not a Google bot. You are a really nice woman, my friend. You're a woman of flesh and blood. Google bots are not made of flesh and blood. After the holiday of Halloween, pumpkins left are highly discounted and some farms pass them out. Otherwise, they rot. Yeah, yeah, I can understand that. That would be waste of good pumpkins to let them rot. You are very welcome, Miss Worm. And that's the truth, Miss Worm. A Google bot is a built up by zeros and ones. Fancy not being allowed to grow veg in your own front garden. What a chic. Yeah. Well, if it's your own front garden, you should be allowed to grow whatever you want. But in the next couple of months, I think we will see a lot of more shortages on the shelves. So that makes everything more necessary to grow your own food. Yeah, I agree, Vanessa. The garden is better than mowing grass. Yeah, indeed. I store my pumpkin in the dark. They keep a long time. We harvest in April and had roast pumpkin 2 nights ago. Tasted great. Well, that's awesome, Halfbreed. I brought a candle today and it's called Heaven's Scent. I placed it next to my dog's ashes. It smells so nice. That's awesome, Tammy. That's awesome. Sooner or later, I think we need to, everyone needs to go out and fishing and do some hunting as well. Yeah, Miss Worm, pet food I think will suffer because people will start eating the less fashionable cuts of meat. Yeah, you get a point there, Miss Worm. Roast pumpkin like I do butternut squashes and other squashes. That sounds good, Vanessa. Miss, where am I giving a dog rescue center my dog's food? Well, that's awesome, Tammy. I could never move house because my garden is filled with so many of my late cats. Lived here 33 years. That's a long time, Miss Worm. That is a long time. That's okay, McBean. No problem. Yeah, those dog rescue centers need food too, and they are dependent on donations. So, same Miss Worm, I lived in the same house 38 years. I have rabbits, bearded dragon snakes, and chameleons buried in the garden. Well, you have a lot of animals in your garden, Tammy. Binks is now bring over an orange tabby and letting it eat her food. So we moved the food into the kitchen. Now she thinks she's a house cat. That's awesome. Makes it hard to know where to grow veg, doesn't it? Yeah, I agree, Tammy. Like being all part of the plan. Yeah, I agree with you too. Look, chickens hate their colors. Why am I not surprised? She made a lot of noise when I put her back outside this morning. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet she did, MacBean. Three snakes, four bearded dragons, three leopard geckos, two crested geckos, and three chameleons. Well, you have a nice little pet family. I never had snakes for as pets. I'm not afraid of snakes, or so I have respect for them. That's why I'm not touching them. But McBee, Scottish Fitness. Either you let me in or I bring my mates over. Hey, Thorhaven, good to see you. Do you want to join me up here, Thor? I never ever got bit by any of my snakes. Well, you're lucky, Tammy. Yeah, Thor, I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, by the way, Thor? How's your homestead going, Thor? I hope everything goes well with your garden. Ah, you are on vacation for a week. That's awesome, Thor. Well, you need it. I'm on my fifth day of my 4 week long vacation. Yeah, I bet you have a lot of projects, Thor. You always have something going on. Yeah, we have. You can get 4 to 5 weeks vacation here. It depends on what kind of job you have. The standard is 4 weeks, and some uh, have 5 weeks. On some places that has 4 weeks vacation. When you have reached a certain age, you get 5 weeks. Yeah, Thor, it does. It really rocks. So, what is the standard in Canada for vacation? Is it 2 weeks or is it 4 weeks? And by the way, Thor, how's the food prices in Canada these days? I believe they have gone up even more now. Okay, Thor. We are halfway through 2 week school holidays down here. Okay, halfway. Then again, I love my job, so usually keep checking emails, etc. when I'm supposed to be off. Well, you need to check them, or otherwise you will have a lot of things to do to go through all these mails later. US is dependent on what employer offers. 1 to 2 weeks paid is average. Sometimes people don't even take that when it's offered. They should. Mental physical health balance. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost a month, Miss Worm. It's 3 weeks holiday and 5 sick days in New Zealand, but being self-employed, I'll get less. Most people here get the bank holidays as extra too. Okay. Food prices are crazy. Thankfully, we do our own meat for a year and veggies, fruit for 6 months. However, my woman went to get some salmon and it's crazy expensive. Yeah, I bet it is. Hey, James Gap, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, brother. Lost one chick to pasty butt today, but kept all others alive so far. Well, to lose one is not that good, but what can you do? Yeah, I love salmon too. My woman, how very caveman. Oh Lord, Miss Woman, you have the most wonderful comments. I have 100 mental health days I can take a year. Never have though. Okay, well, it's good to know that you can take 100 mental health days if you want to, or if you need them. I got a trail cam trying to figure out how to hook it up. I have a predator, I think a weasel getting into coop. Those weasels, yeah, they can mess things up for you. But I think at the end, and if the food prices goes up and goes up and goes up, well, you have to rely on hunting and fishing and grow your own veggies. And I think it will reach a point sooner or later. That even those in the middle class can't afford to buy food. So, what we can do is grow food if they can realize that. Or otherwise, we risk starvation in this country and in everyone else too, in other countries too. So, how can you tell the difference between a weasel and a stoat? A weasel is easily distinguishable, and a stoat is totally different. Miss Worm, you always come up with interesting jokes, and I like it. Thorhaven Farm, congratulations on your impending nuptials. Or I probably butchered that word. Hey, Ark Wildman, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you, Ark Wildman. That's awesome. How is the food prices, Ark Wildman, in your area? They are probably crazy too, I guess. Thanks, guys, for hanging around. I appreciate that. Still haven't seen your new movie, Thor. Have you seen it? There is apparently an old girlfriend of Thor's that shows up in it or something. 2 steaks for $5. Best deal I found. Well, I guess you can gonna get a better deal than that, considering how high the food prices is now. Amazon Prime Day last week really got me with the sales. Got a fish finder drone and a game cam. Awesome. So what did you paid for the fish finder drone and the game cam? I hope you got a. Bridget said that once the airport issues get solved, we'll have to come visit you. Have to come visit you. Yeah, that would be awesome, Thor. That would be really awesome. I hope they can solve the issues on the airport then quickly. Well, let me know when you are on the way here, so in that case, I can pick you up on the airport. Now I need a teach a teenager to show me how to work this tech. Yeah, you probably need someone who can help you with that. Mark Wildman, that's cheap. What currency is that? Even wild goat meat costs more in New Zealand than that. Game cam $77, drone 149, fish finder $59 for a fish finder. That's a good price. That is a really good price for a fish finder. And the drone, it's a good price on that one too. They are usually more expensive. And the game cam 77 is a good price too. Yeah, Thor, that would be a good idea. Sounds like a good plan, my friend. But anyway, Thor, it would be awesome. So when you plan the trip, let me know. So we can do the arrangements. Maybe he will not have to learn Russian, Thor. Well, I only know a few words in Russians. Not many. It is 14 USA a kilo for a rump in New Zealand, and we are a nation full of cows. I want to get a kayak for now. I just got a castable fish finder from the bank. Okay, that sounds good. The T-bones and ribeyes are pricey. Yeah, I bet they are. Do you know Russian for get out? Actually, no. The only words I can on Russian is da, niet, spasiba, do svidania, or davai. That's that's the only words I can speak and say on Russian. We went for a week to Iceland about 4 years ago and loved it. We'd rather visit northern countries than hot sunny beaches. Weird, I know, but the history is cooler. Yeah, I agree. In that case, Thor, you would like it to visit my city, my friend. You would like it. Ark going to make us all hungry. Good things he are not here. Yeah, he would probably complain over he got hungry again. Rump steak is between 15 pound to 20 pound per kilo here. Whoa, that is expensive. Yeah, Thor, I agree. See, I would have really a problem having really issues. Who did best this time? Lol. Miss Worm, with them prices, it's no wonder Burger King are promoting fake meat. You, that fake meat. Well, they have to replace it with something because that burger would be probably a lot more expensive. So they need to replace it with something that are much cheaper. Lucky for us, that CR is not here then. So long as they don't start eating worms. I don't think you need to be worried about that, Miss Worm. I think they stay away from worms. Do you have rain, Miss Worm? We had some rain here today. In that case, you have to hope for a really fat bird, half-wit. I don't think I can check the weather report here if it says something about rain. It might probably. Yeah, we have 12 degrees Celsius and rain. And besides, I have um, a machine who makes the air more humid in the apartment because it's pretty dry air here where I am at the moment. So uh, yeah, you are probably right, Miss Worm. Thor, how is the Canadian inflation rate at at this moment? Okay, Eric Wildman. I hope you will have a great day too. That is what I wish all my friends, a really great day. Thanks for hanging around, by the way. I appreciate that. My second family, my YouTube family. Len Whistler, 9:49 p.m. sunrise in Stockholm, Sweden. Yeah. 3:59 a.m. sunrise in Stockholm, Sweden. Yeah. Welcome, Len. Good to see you, my friend. It's good to see you, Len. So, how are you doing today, my friend? And we have Bob942. Good to see you, brother. Anybody who wants to join me up here, feel free to click the StreamYard link in the top of the chat. It's good to see you. Yeah, that's awesome, Bob. Ah, that's cool, Bob. Yeah, you need more waxed fire starters. Well, you can get too few of them, so make a lot more of them is a good idea. That is something I should begin to do, my own fire starters. You just gave me an idea, Bob, to make my own fire starters. Pizza demolished, it didn't stand a chance. Is it a specific type of wax or is it regular wax? Okay, I will remember that. Um, I will put that down. As a reminder for myself, my memory. I bought a 10-pound block of it a few years ago. 10 pounds is a lot of wax. Now I have written that information down so I can order it myself. I use candle butts and wax from Amazon. Yeah, that works. On the other hand, it doesn't hurt to have some wax at home and store some of it. Buy enough so you can store or put some away for use in the future. Yeah, knitting socks is nice to do too, if you know how to knitting socks, of course. I'm always a bit wary of candles. I worry about setting fire to the house, the cat, myself. Yeah, I understand that you are worried, but um, if you are careful, you will do just fine. Hey, Bob.
Hey guys, good to see you again, Shadow.
Yeah, good to see you too.
hmm Yeah,
Yeah, well,
I use wax for a bunch of stuff in my preps and in my machine shop. Like example is let's see, where's a block of it? I use this paraffin wax to cool and lubricate drill bits on the milling machine and the lathe. I just touch it on a hot drill bit and rub it on there until it liquefies and clings to the drill bit. So it goes through the metal very quick and easy. I've also used the same paraffin wax and waterproofed a bolt out vest and hat and shirts, you know,
yeah,
uh, and just here's the setup. I just bought an old junky cooking pot and warm it up on my propane stove.
yeah, that looks nice.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, though, you don't want to go in there and get the wife's cooking pots.
And no, your wife would not be happy if you did.
Not at all. You'd hear about it.
Hey, that was my finest pot.
Yeah. Oh, I know
Yeah,
it worked great, hon. Thanks.
yeah, and you get that pot in your face.
Yeah. Wind up. Bop. I can understand the apprehension with using candles, but um, like I did a lot of experimenting with different types of candles and how to use them. A nice deep, you can get them at secondhand stores. Deep piece of glass, like a deep glass bowl. Pour a little water in the base of it. Set the candle down on top of it, and you're good. The water prevents the wax from sticking on the glass. So when the candle burns all the way down, you just lift that big hunk of wax right out of there, throw it in the pot, and you got some more wax. But the
That's the big
IKEA
tip.
mhm. IKEA also, I think I've showed these lanterns. I'll grab one real quick here. I've got one out in the shop just for power failure. Be right back.
Yeah, yeah, I agree, Miss Werman. That's a good tip.
Okay. I've got 4 or 5 of these. These are made by IKEA. I buy them
Yeah,
secondhand, and these are made for tea lights.
yeah.
Those are very, very, very safe. You just open the little door, replace the tea light, and I made some brackets and I hang these on the stairwell to go up to the second floor during a power failure. And these tea lights are the safest candles because they last about 3 to 4 hours. You can buy them by a package of 100 of them. and they
Yeah.
last 3 or 4 hours, especially if you keep a tea light's flame below or out of the open wind, then the light lasts even longer. The candle lasts even longer. But
Yeah.
these are one of the safest that I've ever seen. But just as
Take
a
care,
warning,
Thor.
to anyone who wants to use candles, those long skinny ones, don't use those. Just don't use them. Those darn things will fall over on you and start a fire. Pillar candles and tea lights are your best friend. Pillar candles are the bigger ones that are about so big. I buy those secondhand also.
Yeah.
Then when I get enough wax put aside, along with the new wax that I bought from Amazon, I bought some molds to make my own candles out of
Yeah.
this stuff, and I use those for emergencies. I've got over 100 of them made, just standing by. There we go. I'm making these little fire starters here, testing different materials. They're only about that big. I think you guys have seen them on videos where I build a
Yeah.
match into the inside, and I dip that into the liquid wax, take it out. These, depending upon how big I make them, they burn. Like this one will probably burn for 4 minutes, just enough to get you a cooking fire started or something like
Yeah.
that. So, yeah. Have some wax at your house, my friend. It comes in handy. Waterproofing, all sorts of different uses.
I never heard about soy candles before.
No, I haven't either. I've always just used the paraffin wax. It's a petroleum-based wax. I've never seen a soy candle. Never. I don't know how well they work. But I've also experimented with and been successful at making candles out of Crisco vegetable shortening. They work. They work really well. They actually burn cleaner than this petroleum paraffin wax. I think you can find a video of me making some of those on my channel. I had made several really big ones
Yeah.
out of in a glass container, and this winter I used them as like kind of I made them out of Crisco or short vegetable shortening. And I had a couple of them sitting over here, and then another one sitting over here, and I used them as a little bit of a heat source in the winter out here because it gets pretty chilly out here because this is just my garage. There we go. There's another
They
one.
burn cleaner. It's just a tree hugger kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah, they do burn really clean. I mean, some people are a little apprehensive to try vegetable shortening because they're afraid it might smell, but it works great.
Yeah.
You
As
can
long as they work right. So.
you can get the proper wicks, 6-inch long wicks on Amazon, 100 wicks, candle wicks for $10,
Yeah.
and then build the shortening around it or pour the liquid paraffin wax in, and you're in business.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Home bargains in the UK sell candles for £2.99.
All right, yeah, that's good. That's
They
a good
burn for
price.
95 hours.
Oh yeah.
They really do last too. Yeah.
Yeah. I made some very tall ones out of the vegetable shortening, and they lasted for day after day after day. I can't remember how many days they burned. But I know a lot of, I used to try experimenting with different types of wick. I just buy the proper wicks on Amazon, get a package of 100 of them, and you're in business. You know, some folks want to try budget wick, but the budget wick, making them, they don't work very reliably. For me, they didn't. You know, yeah, I just go ahead and purchase them. $10 for 100. You can afford that. Yeah,
That is not that bad.
not bad. Now, here, I'm gonna get some of these. I'll be with you guys in just a minute. I'm gonna put some wax on the shank of these matches. Finish, and I'll show you guys my candle building kit. And
Hello from my second channel. Oh, it's McBean.
yeah, I think that having several sources of light during a power failure is important because it keeps the boogeyman away. You know,
Yeah,
keeps people from getting scared. Like I told a story on my channel how we lost power for 3 days and nights here, and my daughter was around 20 years old, and oh, thank you, hi Huga. Okay, but she was still coming downstairs from her room several times an hour just to get a glass of water. It was like she's scared, because especially when night fell and it's pitch black and silent, and
yeah,
Dad was just right there at the dinner table, and I was making more fire starters, and you know, she just checking to see if she's if her backup is still there, even though she's 20 years old.
yeah,
That's why having some kind of light is really important. It keeps the boogeyman away, as we say here in the States.
yeah. And I think that will be a problem when the electricity bills go up in price and people can't afford to pay them, so they
You are
will lose their electricity. So
you are
uh,
right.
so that is a problem with the inflation and
hmm
things.
Yep.
If the prices goes up and up and up, you reach at some point that the first who will be affected is those who has a low income,
Yes.
like those
Always.
retired elderlies
Yep.
and disabled.
hmm
They will be affected first, and then the middle class,
Yeah.
and
And on
but
up
the
the
rich
scale.
ones
hmm
will manage for a
Yeah.
long time.
Yeah.
So
I've wife is Catholic, and we've got a Mother Mary figurine and all that in our living room. I've been doing this for years. Okay, I'm usually alone here at home, especially at night. There's nobody around. So to save a little bit of currency, I'll just go shut off all the lights on the first floor, and I'll light a candle in front of Mary Mother, right in the center of the living room, and that's how we save a little bit of money. You know, just shut the
yeah,
light bulbs off and just leave them off. You know, I'll show you some of my candle kit here, and I'll be right back.
yeah. Yeah, you got that right, Miss Worm. Don't forget to check your smoke alarms and get a fire extinguisher blanket. Yeah, that is definitely a good idea. Just thinking of security and light in SHTF. Yeah, you need that, or otherwise you can step on the wrong spot and you fall and you can get really hurt bad. So that is a good idea. The problem is, as humans, we can't see anything if it's pitch black. But it would be a nice thing to do if we had the ability to see in the dark when it's pitch black. That would be something. But on the other hand, in the daytime, you had to wear sunglasses. An Austrian friend of mine said firewood thefts are so common over there that they are booby trapping it with bullets, etc.
Oh
What?
boy, really? Wow. People are getting kind of so there's the whole globe is inflation everywhere. It's not just here in the States, huh?
Here in Sweden, we have the same inflation rate as US.
Oh boy. Well, as soon as they start raising the fuel prices to an outrageous amount through greed, you know, that's what drives a lot of this. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a link in the description box. You can check just for Sweden if you want to. So that's,
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah, you can check it. So that it's really so. It says about 10% inflation.
Oh, that's painful.
Yeah, that is what they're expecting to be. It to be. We are now at 8.6% in inflation.
Yeah. Here in the States, even when the economy is in good shape, every summer they raise the price of gasoline because they know people in the cold north part of the country are out driving more on vacation and out visiting friends, so they really raise the price and just get that little extra cash out of it. But this time is ridiculous. Oh, but the president wrote a letter. He wrote a letter to the one of the oil executives. He wrote a letter. Thanks, dude. You're really doing a good job. He wrote a letter. The last dude we had in the White House, he would have been on the phone. In fact, he was on the phone to those oil guys and said, "Hey, hold on. We got to negotiate. He's a businessman. He knows how to negotiate. Hey, man, we got to bring this down. In fact, we're going to bring it down. I want it down to that's the difference, But here's my candle stuff right here, guys. These are I keep it in a container out here in the shop. Those are the silicone molds. I got 4 of them. And this is what I ladle, how I get the wax out of the cooking pot and just pour it into the molds. And these are the wicks, 6-inch tall candle wicks with a proper base on them. 100 of them for $10. I'll do a setup and show you guys how I place the wicks in the mold before I pour all the liquid paraffin inside. There we go. Okay. Use some simple stuff like this. I just get the wick out and get it fairly straight. And 2 of these craft popsicle sticks. And a couple of wooden clothespins like that to hold it. And then I'll place the, whoops, that one popped off. All this stuff's covered in wax. Okay, you little sucker, you're about to get thrown out of the, okay. And then take one of the molds, place the wick in there, then pour the liquid paraffin wax around it. You know, that's what I do. And then just let it sit for a few hours until it cools. Making the shortening, the vegetable shortening ones is different because the vegetable shortening, it doesn't get hard like paraffin wax does. It stays soft. So what I found is use disposable container, a glass container. All right. I use the same wick though. I use the same wick as what I just showed you in the vegetable shortening ones. Where did I put that stuff? Oh, here it is. All right there. And then this has to be disposable. So I bought that for like $1 at a secondhand store. Forget trying to wash that out. Like, forget it. You know.
I know. I know. My wife got something similar, and it was, and I thought, wait, I can clean that out. No, it was useless.
So I got 2 of these about the same size, one round, one square. Just place the wick in there, and here's the vegetable shortening. I've got more just sitting there waiting in case I need more, and just pack it in around those wicks that I showed you. But yeah, throw it out when you're done. I can put another wick in there and make another candle, but no, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm glad you tried the same thing, man. I was trying hot water and detergent and on scrub, and it's like, forget it, man. I just threw it.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, I can certainly understand that a lot of people don't care for candles, and here's the gardening guys. Yeah. Especially if you have small children or pets, you got to be really careful.
Yeah. Well, I have 2 cats, so that can be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah. Cats can be little criminals, man. Little invaders.
Yeah, but they do it because of curiosity.
Exactly. Yeah. I have a small battery-powered lantern and extra batteries. I replace all my batteries once a year. Just get them out of here. Just, I spend the money and get new batteries and everything, but and small flashlights. And every time we've lost power, I consistently do it this way: is that I grab one of these fireplace lighters, and I go up the stairs, and I immediately just tap on my daughter's bedroom door. The door opens up. I hand her the lantern and a small flashlight. She closes the door, and then on the way back downstairs, those little lanterns like I showed you, I've already got tea lights in them. They're hanging up about 6 feet high. Tick, walk down the hallway. Tick, down the stairs. Tick, tick. So that when she wants to come out of her bedroom to get something to eat, no one's going to fall down the stairs. They can see. hand cranked lanterns. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, they are pretty cool actually.
New galaxies. Wow.
That I wouldn't be surprised if they find new galaxies.
It's they say it's endless, that the galaxy or the universe is endless, and yeah, I can believe it.
We have not explored that much of the space, so that
Very
is,
yeah.
well, it's just a little grain,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
basically,
Mm-hmm.
nothing more. It would take years and years and years before we get somewhere.
That's for sure. Yeah. I'm waiting for the aliens to show up, and maybe they got a market for spaceships. It's like, hey, you want to sell one of those? I want to go see what's out there. Is it okay? Can I buy that from you? You got an instruction manual?
Yeah,
Let's go. You
and on top of that, it's on a different language. You need to learn that
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, that's the difficulty there. Yeah, that would be hard.
Yeah, unless they have translated it. But
Yeah, that would be quite something. If I felt confident and safe with some aliens who came here, if I and and they offered me a ride, and they said, I'll bring you back to Earth in 20 minutes. You want to go? Yeah, let's go see what's out there, man. Come on, let's go. Jump in. Do I need seat belts or a driver's license? Let's go see what's out there.
probably you need
Yeah.
different things for flying those.
Hmm.
Pilot
Yeah. Yeah.
license,
Hmm.
because it's probably a lot of mathematics into it.
Oh, you know it. Math is the key to the universe, my friend. Yes, some of the junk I
Because
use.
you need to calculate everything correct so you don't get into a black hole or something.
Yeah, you don't miss your target and you go way out to wherever. That would suck.
Yeah, that would really suck.
Here's some of the stuff that I use for these fire starters. Was
Yeah,
the very end of a roll of cotton string. It was like, well, I'm just going to use that string because it was just a very ball at the end of it. So then I'll come back here later and I'll cut these to about the same length as the matches and tie those on with the matches. And there you go. Just a way of clearing some junk out of the shop too. Just little bits and pieces and just.
Huga says American Red Cross makes these light sensor night light flashlight thingies that you plug in. Super handy night light and can use as a
Oh,
flashlight.
very nice. Very nice.
What's the price on those? Imagine the size of the maps. Indeed.
Oh, yeah.
Star maps. Oh,
Wow.
Lord. Star systems.
Mhm.
And every
Yeah.
star system is split into quadrants, probably.
Can you imagine? Can you
They simply
imagine?
nanette.
Yeah. It's no longer turn left at the old red barn on 4th Street. It's like out there, baby.
Yeah. Simply Nanette and just dropped in.
Hmm. Yeah, that'd be all right. Yeah, if I had confidence in with them that they're not up to some kind of hanky panky, and he offers me a ride, I was like, "Can I be back before dinner?" Yeah, jump in. Okay, let's do this. Well, good. Right on. A new laptop. Yeah.
Well, it was more like a tablet,
Oh, tablet. Okay.
but it is basically a small computer
Yeah.
itself. So,
Well, how are you doing, Nanette? What's going on in your part of the world? Simply Nanette.
yeah,
I was in a live, like I go to Courtney's Wide Family Farms live. I was in there the other day. Um, one of the lady's friends, she's a Filipina,
yeah,
and her channel, she sings devotional music or spiritual music. Beautiful
yeah.
voice. So one of the guys on the panel said, "Bob, you'll like her channel." So I checked her out. She's Filipina, and I spoke to her a little bit, like asawa ko Pilipina babae, and found out she's Bisaya. And I said, "Oh yeah, I like your videos. You're guapa." And then she just left the room. It's like, oh shit, did I scare her off or something? Guapa means you're cute and pretty. She said, "No, I'm not guapa," and then she left. I was like, "Oh man, I didn't mean to." Maybe it's so complex over there. It's so complex because most ladies over there, you say, "Good morning, guapa." It's okay, but some that are really conservative, they get mad. They get mad at you for saying you're cute. It's like, God, I don't know. I hope I didn't upset her. Is we go to a sorry store or a 7-Eleven, and I hear there's usually a lot of guys hanging out around outside the store, and my wife will approach and say, "Hello, Pogie," to the guys, and that means hello, handsome.
Yeah.
So I was for many years, under the assumption that, hello, guapa, that that's okay. But I understand some ladies are very conservative and they don't like that. It's just like, wow. Sorry.
Alona Tempos, welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
Blackout Buddy, $15 made by American Red Cross.
Yeah, you should check that out, Bob.
Yeah. Okay. Blackout Buddy. That's nice.
$15 is not that bad price for it.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah.
It's worth to check up for you, buddy. It's worth to check it up.
Sure is. Say,
Um,
Huga, is that one of the flashlights you can plug into an electrical outlet and leave it? They had something like, I've been looking for some of those again because years ago they had them on the market. Just plug it into an electrical outlet and leave it. And as soon as you have power failure, the flashlight turns on, you know, and just pull it out from the wall, move the charging dogs down, and you've got a flashlight that's fully charged at all times. But I haven't seen those on the market for a very long time. I'd like to find ones like that. Let's see what the Blackout Buddy looks like. I'm gonna go Google on that.
Yeah,
American Red Cross. Let's see. Oh, it looks nice and compact. Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Oh, okay. Let's take a look. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Hands-free lighting. Looks like it plugs right into the electrical outlet and sits there and charges.
yeah,
Uh, oh, very good. Thanks for the tip. I appreciate that. It's definitely worth looking into.
yeah. That kind of light can be very valuable.
Hmm. The last house I lived in, um, I had forgotten that I had some lights like that until the power went off. Everything went black, and all of a sudden these flashlights started turning on. I went, I forgot all about those. Seriously, like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have seen something similar here in Sweden. You could get something similar, but I haven't seen it for a long, long time either. So
Yeah. Oh, okay, on Amazon. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, very good.
Lisa's 67 vlog. Welcome. Good to see you.
Alona
Yeah,
Tampos. Okay.
yeah. She's an interesting woman too.
Mm. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna get a coffee.
Yeah, who got those? I need to get that kind of lights myself, actually. That would be a good idea to have. Anytime, Lisa. It's good to have you here, my friend. I appreciate that. I appreciate every one of you guys. So I'm always happy to see you. Uh, I'm gonna check. Um, oh, Blackout Body looks really cool. Really, really cool. Yeah, 190, let's say 191 crowns. That's not bad price. That's a good price for them. My friend got some flashlights like that for his mom. She's older and fall risk. Yeah, um, she really needs those types of lights for that. That makes everything easier for her because if you are older and you fall, you can break your legs, you can break your hip. There is a lot of many things that can go wrong if you fall when you're older. No problem, Alona. I understand. Uh, no problem at all. I'm happy that you dropped in for. So I appreciate that, Alona. So don't worry.
All right, Alona.
Yeah, she used the mobile data and
Oh,
she
okay.
has no Wi-Fi, so you have a certain amount of data, mobile data you can use, and when
Correct.
that is up used, well,
Yeah.
you can't do much.
My relatives overseas, they call that load. You purchase it and you load the time on the phone, and then when the load is used up, it's you're out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you had a fire and electric went out, they could light the way to safety in the middle of the night. Yeah.
Certainly. Hmm. Very,
Yeah,
very,
I
very.
checked. I googled on those blackout buddy, and those look really neat and nice, and
Hmm.
I like the design on them.
Hmm. I do too. It's nice and compact. Give you
Yeah,
enough light so you don't fall down the stairs or find your way to the bathroom. All that. That's very nice.
the the light were really bright on them,
Hmm.
considering the compact format.
Just enough to get you from the living room to the bathroom and back, or get you out to the kitchen and or out of bed to check the house and go back to bed.
Yeah, and
Hmm.
I really should get a couple of those
Yeah, you
myself,
should.
actually.
You should. Yeah. Hell, I might just do that. Yeah. Let me see. Amazon. They sell them on Amazon. Okay. Let's see. Blackout buddy. I might just do that right now. Let's see. American Red Cross. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Chargeable LED. Emergency LED pack of two for $49. Okay. Eaton Electric Red Cross blackout buddy color motion activated emergency flashlight blackout alert and nightlight pack of two $28. Eaton American Red is $29 for a single one. Hmm. Let's take a look. Well, it looks like you even use it to recharge your cell phone too, I believe. It's got a couple of USB ports in it. Yeah, that looks, yeah. Oh, looks like you can rotate the head to the side while you leave it plugged in, so you could light a. That's very interesting. Okay. Is that what they're showing there? It looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, Alona.
Mhm. Yeah, those look like it's worth it. I mean, here goes $50, guys. I'm going to buy two of them. Here goes $50. A package of two. Okay, well, here we go. $54.65. Place order. And there we have it. We'll see when it comes in. Okay. Yeah, thanks for the tip, guys. I love this kind of stuff when, yeah, rechargeable
I
torch.
brought a Shadow Hawk tactical rechargeable torch. It's really, really bright, waterproof. Never heard of that one before.
Tammy, you must be a Brit. You guys use the word torch. We, what word do you use there in Sweden? Torch or flashlight?
Flashlight is the more common word.
Oh, okay, okay,
Like, like this is a flashlight.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
This is 50 lumens, and one of these um, cost 79 crowns. So, and the best of all is it has a magnet
Oh,
back, so you can attach it.
uh-huh.
And 50 lumens is enough. I have this in the
Cer-
apartment.
certainly, yeah.
If something happens, when you don't have the headlamp in nearby you, it's nice to have those
Mm-hmm.
instead. So I bought one for myself and one for my wife.
There you go. I like what I take upstairs to my daughter when we lose power. The little lantern is battery powered and a small flashlight, very similar to those flashlights that you just showed. I wait until what's Halloween because still some people take their kids out for trick or treat at night,
Yeah,
and they put those on sale, a pack of four for I don't know, just a few dollars. So that's when I buy them. I bought four or eight of them for just a few dollars right after Halloween because they want to clear the shelf and put new products on the shelf. So now they're on discount, and
yeah,
I went and I bought some more. But the one that's right next to me all the time. This is, of course, more expensive than the throwaways, but it's a USB rechargeable with a magnet on the base, and that sits
yeah.
right. That sits right there all
Uh,
the time. Mhm.
this flashlight is a Energizer
There you go.
50 lumen,
Hmm.
and this is the batteries last for 40 hours.
Oh, that's good. Very good. That's a full work week.
Yeah,
Yeah. Hmm.
and the batteries for the that are used for these are double A
That's probably
batteries.
this. I'll bet you that's the same ones I got at my house. I'll bet it's the same ones. It sure looks like it. And the so I got a bunch of them and pass them out to the family. Yeah, that's pretty much what I got. But I think mine are even a cheaper. But yeah, it's along the same concept. It's good enough. You know, the ones I got are double A, and yeah, good enough. You hear some YouTube channels only buy the highest quality, the most expensive. No, you don't really, you know, inside the
This is
house is.
one
There
of the
you go.
batteries.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah. Well, good, Tammy. Mhm. Yeah, this one here is for a similar reason, because this one is what I use when I hear something outside. You know,
Yeah,
when I this one can really blast the light out, but inside the house during a power failure, just those little ones, pretty much like what you've got right there, Shadow. That's good
yeah.
enough.
Inside the apartment, you don't need strong light than
Mm-hmm.
50 lumens.
Yep.
It
Yep.
it works just fine. But it's a difference when you're outside. You need a little bit more lumens
Certainly,
than
certainly.
50,
Mm-hmm. That's
and
enough
these
to,
are very lightweight.
yeah, those are enough to get into the kitchen, get something to eat, go to the bathroom, go upstairs, wake up the wife, and bother her for about an hour or so. Wake up, hon. I'm
Yeah,
cold. We got to get some friction going on here, hon.
yeah,
Oh, thank the Lord. I think those landscapers are gone. I think they finished their job and they opened the garage door and get some sun in here. There we have it. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I thought you were from the UK, Tammy. Thank you. I've been to the UK several times. I like England. I really like the English countryside. It's beautiful out there. Just so beautiful. It's, yeah. Big difference between the people in the English countryside and the city. The same in the States too. People in the cities are busy. They don't have any time to talk. And, the country people are really very friendly. Yeah.
Glow sticks are handy too.
Yeah. I have some of those glow sticks in my, in our get home kits in the back of our cars.
I have
And
one here.
there you
This
go.
is a red
Hmm.
one.
Yep. I've got some of those in my, bug out cart over there. That's my bug out cart is that right there. That big,
Yeah,
it's on wheels. I've got some of those glow sticks in there. Yeah.
I need to buy more of these glow sticks because these are really useful.
Yes, they are. Hmm. Yeah, they're just perfect for like I take a laptop bag when I can buy them secondhand, and I put peanuts, some like granola bars, some fire starters, a sharp knife, some tie cord, a couple of those space blankets. Oh, what else do I put in those? A few other things, small bottles of water, a couple of those, and just a few necessities, and some plastic trash bags, so you could put it as a raincoat if you need. And I've got one of those in the back of all of our cars, so that you know. I remember I made one. It's on my channel. I said, "Get home bag for Kuya." It means big brother or brother. And I
Yeah,
gave that to my Filipino son, and he kind of like, get home bag. So here, I just opened it up. Here you go. This is a way to start fire, a sharp knife, a few necessities. And zipped it up, and I handed it to him. I said, "You just put that in the back of your car and forget about it. So if you get stranded during winter driving, you could even start a fire to keep warm and all that. It's just enough to get home."
they
Yeah,
sell those
that's
glue sticks at Halloween.
same here. Same here in the States. Yeah, exactly. That's when I got all those little flashlights for in the house. Yep. I might have
And I
thrown one
guess
of
they
those.
sell them for pretty cheap.
They are. Yeah. Yeah. They're the glow sticks and the little flashlights like that. Because I wait till right after Halloween is done and they want to clear them out. And they put a discount on them and you save even more, you know.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Hey, very good idea, Tammy.
Yeah, it is.
Especially if you're taking care of a senior in your home or something like that, that would be very handy. You don't want to have senior citizens take a fall. You want to protect them from that.
Because they can break their legs, their hips, they can, or worse, they can hit their heads and die.
Yeah. My missus is in healthcare, and I was kind of surprised that many elderly die from a broken bone. And even though you get them to the hospital, you get the bones set, everything, get them stabilized, because it's such a shock to their body that their body can't recover. And it's not uncommon for them to die within a week after that injury. It's like I said to my wife, you must be kidding me. She says, no, it's very common. From a broken leg, a broken arm, broken hip, they can go into some long-term shock and pass away with a belt holder and battery holder case. Well, right on, Tammy. You're a wealth of information, Tammy. Thank you. I just ordered two of those rechargeable flashlights because of you just now. You know, spent $50 and now all my girlfriends that are going to have to suffer when the wife's gone. I tease my wife like that all the time. Hon, I spent some. I need more money, hon. The girlfriends are asking for money. I'm out of money. Send some money. As if as if I got enough energy to go chasing around anymore. I'm too old for that nonsense. Never did it anyway. Let's see if she's texted me today or not. I don't know. Now she's having a busy day. She hasn't sent any texts. She usually reminds me to eat lunch and reminds me that I've got some breakfasts, in the fridge and all that. Yeah, I really appreciate it, Tammy. That's very cool.
Yeah, she has a lot of good ideas.
Oh yeah, Huga. It's hard for me to
Huga.
Huga. Yeah, I'm still testing positive for the virus. Um, I got a little bit in my throat and my sinuses, just a little bit, but physically I'm feeling much better. Yeah, yeah. I am quite sure I had this before, but I didn't get tested, and the way that it affected me, since I had all three, as it was explosive diarrhea and fatigue, and um, which in fact, here's two more things you want to keep in your preps. Right here, I've showed them before, and I keep this stuff handy at all times. With our medical gear, this Pedialyte for diarrhea, and it's better than Gatorade, and adult diapers. I mean, no joke, guys. Yep. Once that bug hits you, it affects people differently, and for me, it just made me just uncontrollable, uncontrollable for days. Now that was the first time I'm quite sure I caught this, and I used a bunch of those. And the second time I caught it here recently, I wore one of those in case, and I wore one for days. So a couple of days ago, I stopped wearing one. And guess what happened yesterday morning? Surprise! Swede, I had enough time to unholster my revolver, put it here, drop the pistol belt, and it's going. I'm just oh
Oh
my,
Lord.
yeah. Plug the crack, and uh, I'll be straight out with it, man. I would just yesterday, right around this time of day, I stepped into the shower, dropped my trousers, and boy, here we go. That was and it was the one day I didn't wear a damn diaper. You know,
Yeah.
I had no warning, zero.
And of course, the day you don't have it, it
Bingo.
yeah,
Uh huh.
it
Uh huh.
can just hit you like,
Just hit me like a ton of bricks, my friend. That's all there is
yeah.
to it.
Hey
Oh,
Dorcas, good to see you. Welcome.
hmm. Yeah, yeah. But Mrs. had never had it before, and she came home. Almost 2 weeks ago. She sent me a text. Hon, can you pick up some Gatorade? I'm coming home early. That's yeah, okay. So I did that, and she came home, and she went from here straight up to bed. And I said, what's going on? And she says, I think my coworker gave me the bug. And the next morning we tested her, and yeah, sure as heck, she caught it. But that was her first time catching it, and she was very sick. She was down for days. And this is my second time around, and it gets easier the second time. At least it did for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, prepare yourself, Pedialyte and diapers around your house, because from what Mrs. said, that this is the new normal. It's not going to go away. It's just it's just here. We can't get rid of it. But I found the second time I had it here recently, um, it it affected my mind a great deal. Um, I couldn't sleep, and a lot of anxiety and depression all at the same time. You know, have you had that bug yet, Shadow?
Nope.
Oh, thank God. Yeah. Just brace yourself. Keep some diapers handy, man, and just you're gonna need them because that's how it affected me is diarrhea. You know, the first
No,
time.
I managed pretty good actually.
Hmm.
So, but others in my family had the bad luck to get catch it. So,
Hmm. Hmm.
and I have not. And my wife has uh, uh, managed to. She
Yeah.
didn't catch it either.
Mhm. I was sure hoping to avoid it. I did all the protocols of hand washing, all that, and still, what got me this time was sleeping next to the wife. I mean, close in.
Yeah,
Guaranteed.
I'm gonna go for a bathroom break. I'll be back
Okay.
in a couple of seconds.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't vomiting with this. It didn't affect me that way, Tammy. It was coming out the other end. And yeah.
Yeah, as you said, it affects every individual
hmm
different.
One of my nieces in the Philippines caught this very early on. She's a nurse, so, you know, figures that she's going to get it. And I felt so sorry for her. It was really the first time away from the family, and they over there in the Philippines they were really strict, very strict. They took her and put her in a detention place, you know, isolation, complete isolation. It's her first time away from home, which was really scary for her, even though she's 20 something. But and we were in close contact through Facebook with each other, and you could tell by looking at her that she was sick, but it affected her mind more than it did her body. Uh, she's I was in close contact with her and her dad messaged me. He said, "Bob, bro, I'm gonna go check on her. She's she's stopped eating because she thinks she's too overweight." And she told me that too. I'm gonna stop eating. I'm too fat. Like so her dad was able to get the appropriate paperwork to go visit her and bring her some of her favorite Korean food to make sure that she ate. You know, that's how it affected her. It really didn't make her that sick, but it screwed up with her mind.
Yeah, that is weird when it screws up with your mind.
hmm Yeah. No, you know, you think about it, Shadow. She's mid 20s, Filipina, and she got it in her head that she's too fat. I have to stop eating because I'm too fat. It's like, you ever seen as 20 something Filipinas? They're slim, man. They're, you know, it was like, you are something, something just broke down, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's pretty much what this Pedialyte is, Tammy. That's our brand name for, um, that's marketed for babies when your baby has diarrhea or vomiting, but adults drink it too. Yeah, that is true. It didn't stop. It didn't stop the spread. I mean, and their method over there in the Philippines was um, the my niece got exposed, so they took the whole family. The whole family had to go to a nearby grade school and and the whole family had to be detained for a couple days um, until they tested negative a couple times. So then they got to go back home. And then later, my niece came down with it. And what they did there was they locked everyone in the house with an armed guard outside of the house. If you exit the building, you're going to be handed over to the national police and be arrested. And the neighborhood government was able to provide them with a little bit of food, but my brother-in-law showed me. I mean, he's a bodybuilder. He's a big guy, and he showed me
Yeah,
that his meal was about the size of one of these tins. How is that going to sustain a 250-pound bodybuilder? Doesn't. So what the family did was, as soon as we found out that they were locked up, just because one of the family members got the COVID, the family in England sent money for a freezer, a chest freezer, to be delivered to the house. I immediately sent $100 for food. My wife sent a bunch more money too, and we loaded them up with food. I mean, because they couldn't go out. If you run out of vegetables and food, you're just out, And my wife was sending money to make sure that the guards, they had food arranged for delivery. Every meal was like a luxury meal for them, to make the guards drool. There's Kentucky Fried Chicken, other like McDonald's, food that they normally can't afford. They were having their meals delivered, and just to make the guards fall out, But none of them came down with it, even though they're. But it's like, yeah, locking people up just doesn't do anything, man. It's just. But for me, I'm still testing positive, and I'm not going to go get my hair cut until I'm negative, just to be responsible.
Well, that's the right thing to do, and the only thing you can do.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And I don't think the inflation doing things better. I think doing things worse
Oh, yeah.
in combination with the pandemic.
Yeah. Yeah. You already got a large population that lost employment because of it. Now they've got double digit inflation. Yeah, that's like, geez. These these elected officials, just that, at least I can speak for this country, you know, the Joker and his gang that are running the DC. I mean, but he did send a letter to one of the oil executives. He sent a letter. Come on, man. The last guy called them, the executives, on the phone, went directly, dude, bring the price down, do it, because he understood business. This
Yeah,
this fellow that's in the White House now, he's not he's a politician. That's all he's done for his entire life. He's never owned a business. He's never run anything. Never been an employer. What's I haven't seen what the price of gas is here for a while. I understand they're really gouging us uh, in my area.
the diesel. The last time I saw anything about it was the diesel price were at 25 crowns, 26 crowns per liter.
Oh boy, what does that work out to dollars? Uh, I don't know I know the Philippine peso exchange, but I don't know the.
I believe 20 crowns is about $2. So 20, we're making to $26. Well, 26 crowns, that would be. Hmm,
Do a Google search. Yeah, they're just. And anytime the fuel goes up, the rest they have to pass on that to us consumers.
yeah, They have to. Uh, those who deliver groceries or other kind of stuff to the stores, they need to diesel to transport it.
Yeah.
And if the fuel price is, let's say, $5 per gallon, well, they need to raise their prices to cover those $5 per gallon.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah, they do.
and when the groceries get to the store need have to raise their prices to cover to pay the truck drivers who delivered the
Correct.
groceries for them.
Hmm. Well, I just did a Google search. Price of gasoline per gallon, just gasoline per gallon in Seattle is $6.36 a gallon. Yeah. Yeah.
$6.
Hmm.
Oh boy, that's about 60 crowns
Yeah.
per gallon.
Yeah.
Oh,
2 years ago, it was $1.50. 2 years ago, now it's almost $7 a gallon. And yeah, if the politicians were really doing their jobs, they'd be on the phone to the oil execs and say, "Okay, cut the BS." You know, that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to be working towards the public's best interest, right? So at
yeah.
least that's at least what we were taught.
Yeah, and the inflation not good for the prices either.
Hmm.
The higher inflation, the higher the prices.
Everything, yeah, crazy, man.
The question is, where will this high inflation end?
I know. Yeah,
Because you must reach a certain point where you can't handle the government can't handle it anymore.
yeah. I would
You can
say
handle it up to a certain point, and below that, you can handle it. But when you reach that point, you can't.
that the prices won't change until election time here in the states. Then they might change it a little bit or do something. But that's usually the only time there's any change in the U.S. is election time. They can stand up there. I brought down the price of taxes and fuel. And liar, you made us pay out the nose for the last 3 years. You know.
Yeah, and the problem is we have election time this September.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
September 11th, we have our election here.
Yep.
So, and the problem is I have no idea how this election will end.
Yeah. I made a video about this on my channel about here's my pamphlet
Yeah,
for county and state officials, Washington State and King and Pierce County and districts and all those. There is a website because any time you break the law, it's a matter of public record. So there's a website that goes through Washington State. It's called WashingtonCourts.gov or something like that. So here's all these politicians that some are running for their initial election, some are running for re-election. I use
yeah,
their name. I go to that website and look up their criminal history. One fellow right here, he ain't going to get my vote. Now he's running for an initial office to get into government. He's been in legal trouble in 3 different cities in the Puget Sound area. Do you think I'm going to vote?
Okay.
Do you think I'm going to vote for dude?
No,
No,
I
no.
wouldn't.
If he can't behave himself before he runs for election, I'm not. No, yeah, nope.
No, you should not have a criminal record if you're gonna
Mhm.
have a campaign to
I agree.
get into a
Mhm.
office like that, or a position in government like that.
Mhm.
Ah,
He now there's on that website it they give you a case number, and you can take that case number and go to Washington State Patrol and send some money in, and then they'll send you what is it, a PDF file of the whole thing. Now
yeah,
I haven't done that with this guy and others, but I can just read it, and it says plaintiff or defendant. This guy was defendant in 3 different cities. That means he was charged with a crime, and now he has to defend himself against those charges. So
yeah.
it's like, no, I'm not voting for you, dude.
Forget it.
Forget it. Mhm.
But I let me guess, there will be people who will put some votes on him, and anyway,
Sure, they will. Sure, sure. I don't know, but if you read their profile, because the ones who have already been elected and who are running for re-election, you Google their names, and then they come up in Wikipedia. And of course, they all have these flowery, rosy stuff. I believe in long walks on the beach and grooming pets, and this just BS. And then you go and actually look up their criminal history. It's like, oh no, dude, no, no, liar.
yeah,
I believe in petting wild orchids, or stupid politician BS. So it's like, no, man. Oh, right on, right on. Still
that is
crazy, huh?
good.
Hmm. Yeah, we're looking for a house right now. Mrs. is handling all that. We've been living in this rental long enough. It's just enough, you know. But
Yeah,
I don't know about Sweden, but there are houses available for sale, but they're in what do they call that, in a like a where you got to comply with the neighborhood regulations. You can't paint your house a different color, and you got to
yeah,
pay for that. And it's like, so we're searching outside of that, some privately owned, probably an older building, which is fine. That's what takes time to get a house that you can afford.
yeah. It is. I know in the states, you have those regulations in certain areas. You
Yeah,
can't. If I would like to paint my house black, for an example, I can't do that because no, you need to have the same paint as the other in the neighborhood.
yeah. Hmm.
Uh, uh, why buy a house and you can't paint your house in the color
Exactly.
you would like to have?
Yeah, yeah,
What's the point? Yeah, if I would buy a house, I would like to change the color of my house if I didn't don't like the original paint.
yeah. Is it like that in Sweden also?
No, not what I have heard. I
Okay.
haven't heard anything about that. So most of the houses you are in different colors because people repaint them because
Oh,
they
okay.
don't like the original color.
Yeah.
So,
Most of the places that have got that regulation are in newer housing developments where it's all developed all at the same time, and you know there's so many, and if you don't comply, then they'll put a lien against your house. That means that when you sell it, they're going to get paid because they'll fine you. They'll, $50 or $100 for whatever the infraction is. If you don't pay it, then they'll put a lien against your house, and that when you sell your house, you have to pay those liens. So they're going to
yeah,
get their money one way or another. So we're going to try to avoid that. If we can't find some place that's like a house that's not in there, then we'll just stay here until we move permanently overseas.
yeah. And I guess it's hard to find a suitable house in the States these days
Yeah.
because the prices is probably pretty high on the houses
Hmm.
and the
Yeah.
properties.
Yeah. We're kind of limited too, because I don't want my wife. She's still working, and I don't want her driving too far to get back and forth to work. And we want to get kind of away from this area because there's just too much narcotics. There's too many drugs, just too many, just all
Yeah,
summer long. We counted 3 of them yesterday within a rock throw from our house. 2 of them who were stumbling and staggering from fentanyl, and another one who was in a meth meltdown. He was screaming so loud for so long we could hear him coming from blocks away. He's screaming profanity. He's out of his mind. And that's right
yeah,
in front of our house. Right in front of our house. Would hopefully we can get someplace to avoid that, because
yeah, and uh, and you need to find a house that is on the right spot
yeah, yeah.
and in the right area. You, it depends on how much view you want to have down the
Hmm.
streets or up the streets, and
Yeah,
you will probably have some good view over the area.
and what I've learned is, don't buy a home near any hotel or motel, because currently we've got a dealer in a place. He's renting a room, and he sends out text messages when he has whatever he has for sale, and he's renting a room right not far, and they all go to his hotel room, buy their junk, and then shoot it up or smoke it, and then they wander around aimlessly. And that's number one. Don't buy any place that has rooms for rent of any kind. Number two, don't live right next to like a supermarket of any kind, because they go in there and they steal, and they call it boosting, and they steal
Yeah,
anything all the time. And number three, don't live near um, any kind of a bike path or a river. Because usually our rivers have got bike paths along them, so the civil
yeah,
engineers can go out and inspect. Don't live near anything like that. Don't live right next to it, because they steal bicycles. Then they ride for a few miles and break into people's houses, get back on their bike, and they're quietly gone. This is after some years of observation. Um, those are my 3 regulations that I hope that we can avoid. You know,
yeah. And you have another problem when it comes to hotel and motels: pimps.
correct. Yep, that's part of it.
So you will
Hmm.
have a lot of street girls,
Yep, yep, yeah.
and most of those street girls are drug addicts because
Yes,
the
they are. Yeah.
make them addicted.
Yep. And go out and get that money.
Yeah.
Yep. I
So
saw
if they
that.
want to quit the job, they can't because the pimp has the control. He hold
He'll
them there.
he'll beat the hell out of her. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a really sad thing last summer. Summertime is when this area gets really infested. Um, I saw a very sad thing last summer. There was a petite blonde girl, probably 18 to 20 years old, and she's walking down the street selling. She's selling her body. Her face was covered in bruises. She had a burn mark on her lips from smoking crack. She had bruises all over her face. Somebody just beat the hell out of her. And she was walking away from the place where they have rooms for rent. So, yeah, that's the dark side of the. I don't know. Mrs. wants to maintain a home here and have one or both of the kids live in it while we're overseas, and so and if we can't find a place, we'll do just like this one couple that's on YouTube. They're the same age as we are. He's Canadian and his wife is Filipina, and they have a nice house over not far from our place in the Philippines. And they don't have a home in Canada, but they do rent an apartment, a furnished apartment, when they come back for a few months back to Canada because they've got family still left in Canada, and they go back for a few months. We might wind up doing something like that. You know. Okay. Well, guys, I'm gonna bail out of here. Good to talk to you all. Remember to look up the criminal history of these politicians. You'll be surprised.
Yeah. Probably.
All right. Peace to you guys. God bless to
Take
you.
care. God
Later.
bless.
Thanks, Shadow.
Hey, Jack. Good to see you, brother. No, Jack, you didn't sleep for 24 hours. No. Yeah, and yes, it's the wrong morning for you, buddy. But the reason for that is, buddy, is I have to pick up my wife on the train station tomorrow, 9:40 p.m. So that's why I couldn't have my live stream tomorrow. So I have to change the date today. So it happens sometimes, not often, but it is what it is. So I didn't want to have my stream Saturday evening, and then I had to end it and rush down to the train station and pick my wife up. And now, so that's why I changed the day for it. But I would be surprised if you slept for 24 hours. Wife traveling with Uber or a bus? Well, actually, I would prefer the bus. Actually, I had a car, but I had to sell it because I couldn't afford it to have it anymore. So, no, I don't have any car anymore. So I have to walk down to the train station, which would take me approximately 20-25 minutes to walk. So, okay, Huga. Thanks, Tammy. I appreciate that. Thanks for the update on the thumbs up. It is not often that I have to change my streaming day. I think I had to do it once or twice before, but it happens sometimes when you have to do it. I remember when I met my wife in Europe, I had an old Citroen, no central locking, used to open the door for her. Then we get engaged. I purchased a good car, a 3-year-old BMW 520i. Well, that's a good car. Figured who knows when we be able to buy a good car, getting married and all that. I hope Toby don't put Darren in the sleeper holder tonight, brother. Well, you never know, Timitra. Uh, you never know. Well, maybe it depends on how tired Darren is. So when the car doesn't have central locking, you open the door, and when the car had central locking, you stop doing it. Oh, she can't let that go, doesn't she? Well, I guess you have to hear that for a long, long time, my friend. Yeah, the tuna. You get a point there, Tammy. Yeah, Toby and his tuna. That is important. Never forget, give Toby his tuna. Drone test flight. Be right back. Going to crash a drone. This won't take long. Okay, please do. Well, let's hope that Darren gives Toby his tuna then. We have pretty strict regulations when it comes to drones here. You can't fly those drones wherever you want to. Well, Tammy, that would be an exciting stream, my friend. Well, if the drone is under 250 grams, that is a very small drone. I don't know the regulations for a drone like that small. Nels Fishing Official, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Yeah, I remember that, Nels. DJI makes a 249-gram drone to get around regulations. Good to know, Tammy. Thanks for the reminder. Um, a drone like that is small like that, you can't even fit a camera on that one. So that would be no problem, I guess, because you can't reach that high with them, not when they are so small. Hey, Jack, good to see you.
Hey, g'day. Inflation rate, huh?
Yeah, I have a link in the description box.
Oh, okay.
It should be there anyway, so yeah, it is.
Oh, it's a
So
YouTube one. Oh, 8.7%. That's official.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, and they probably expecting it go up to 10.
And you got to remember, when they calculate these things, they don't include all the costs of life. They only include some. They changed the way, I think it was during the Reagan era, that the calculation method was changed so that the numbers look smaller.
Yeah, but I think it's higher than that.
Oh, we all know it is. Tell me, any person that buys the groceries, who, I don't know, we'll just put it this way: if you had 100 pieces of money, $100 worth of money,
Yeah,
right, in your pocket, and you walk into the shops today, you get X amount of products. You walked in, let's say, 3 months ago with $100. You got maybe X plus 1 or 2 products. You walked in a year ago, you got X times 2 products, or X times 1.5 products. Yeah. Walked in 2 years ago, you got X times 2 or X times 3 those products. This is the very same products.
yeah,
Right? And we're talking a variety of products. You can't take one product and say, oh, look, this one product has stayed the same price for the last 10 years. Well, what is that one product? You know, I don't know what that product would be. Probably a matchstick. Or, it's just one of those things where the people doing the actual home budgeting or the home shopping, pantry filling, they're the ones that know what that is. The rest of us are speculating, but I mean, you work where you work, and you have direct daily contact with grocery pricing. So you see it on a daily basis, but if you have to go buy it, then you really see the prices, because then you're paying for them. That's when it hits.
yeah. Everything has really gone up in price here, and many of my customers that I deliver to says that it has been a lot more expensive than it was before. So
All I'm going to do is go back to before the European Union, right? Before the euro, the dollar, euro dollar, right?
Yeah,
And I have to speak in Deutschmarks because that was the currency that was like the currency of choice in a good chunk of Europe, especially where I was in particular.
yeah,
Even though they had their own currency, the Deutschmark was the Deutschmark.
yeah,
Fuel then was under a Deutschmark a litre, which was, by my standards, very expensive because I came from Australia where fuel was cheap. It wasn't as cheap as the USA, but it was still cheap. It was like dirt cheap. Well, anyway, I got to Europe, and it was a Deutschmark a litre. And the Australian dollar and the Deutschmark were approximately the same. It was just a small minor difference at times, but we could say approximately one Deutschmark, $1, Australian dollar. No, Australian dollar, not US dollar. Anyway, cut a long story short, you look at when the euro came in and they fixed the exchange rate of the Deutschmark to the euro to 1.956 whatever, 1.95664, something like that I think it was, Deutschmark for €1. That was like the fixed exchange rate for the conversion. Well, guess what? What happened in Germany happened all over Europe eventually, but it pretty much happened overnight. The stores in Germany took the prices down, not the prices, but the Deutschmark symbols down, and put up euro symbols, or stuck little stickers over the euro sticker, the symbols.
Yeah.
But the wages, right? Here's the part where it kills it. The wages remained at an exchange rate of 1.9 5664, whatever. I think it was something like that. 1.95. We'll just say that just for argument's sake, for the purpose of this historical event.
Yeah.
People literally got half the money that they got before, because 1.95, that's practically 2 to 1. So if they had 4,000 Deutschmark wages or 3,000 Deutschmark wages, now they had 2,000 euros or 1,500 euros wages. But the prices on the vast majority of products in the stores, the retail stores, the figures stayed the same. So if it was 1 Deutschmark before, now it's 1 euro. They literally took a 50% hit or 100% inflation rate hit in Germany within one night, in just with the flick of a switch. Someone pressed an enter key and boom, Germans went down living standards by 50%. And here's the crazy part. The rentals started going up because in Germany, renting is a normal thing. It's
Yeah.
just a normal thing. It's just, like everybody rents. Not everybody, but 99.99% of people in cities rent or lease or whatever the right term is. Same
Yeah.
thing. So what happens then? Not only did their wages go down by 50% roughly, or 49 or whatever it was, 48%, right? Or their prices went up 100%. So that's a 200% difference. The rent started going up. So all of a sudden, guess what? We could say easily, in under 5 years of the euro currency being imposed upon people, because from what I remember, most people, as far as the average Joe Blow, they weren't a fan of the euro. Especially the older people. They were like, why? We have our national currency. The French were like, why? The Germans were like, why? The Austrians were like, why? Why? We don't want this. We like our euros. We like our francs. We like this. We like that. Yeah, it's like it works for us. So even back, that's going back to 2000 now? Year 2000 when the euro came in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Because when I started telling people this is literally, going to make people poor in Europe, and they were like, no, it'll be more stable, it'll be more this, it'll be more. How can it be more stable? You're getting half your money's worth. Little did I know, you're getting 1/4 of your money's worth when you calculate it properly. People were literally, I swear. And then today we wonder why people are so unaware of what's going on around them. I mean, imagine how people in the new world, so to say, the newfound lands, North America and North America and Australia, how would they react if all of a sudden, if they could only get a quarter of what they were getting before with the same money that they were earning with their wages? It'd be outright bloody revolution. And yet it happened in Europe, in multiple nations, with the press of an enter key, and peace and quiet. There was very few there was nothing. Nothing went wrong. It just, life kept going on as if nothing happened. Fuel went up to €1 a litre in under, or I think it was like 3 years after that, or 2 years after that. So from fuel being under a Deutschmark a litre, or under 50 euro cents a litre, in whatever year it was, 90, don't quote me, 98, 97, 99, thereabouts, a Deutschmark a litre, give or take, maybe a couple of cents either way, to it being a euro, which equals 2 Deutschmark a litre, 2 years later.
Yeah.
Or 3 years later. Between 2 and 3 years later. To it now being how much? €2 a litre almost. Or thereabouts. That's crazy. That is literally crazy.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
So I can't talk for Sweden, but I can talk for that part of Europe where I lived it, saw it, experienced it firsthand. So when we're talking inflation, yeah, the economics side of things, as far as the currencies go. Oh, hang on a second. Let me share a video from Alaska Prepper. I think this is one of his best videos ever, as far as presentations go, because he did a fantastic job of explaining what fiat currency is to the average Joe Blow. He really did an excellent job of it. Bear with me. It's a question of finding it now. You know how that goes. Oh, there it is. Okay. Pause. Share. Copy. Okay. And paste. Please save that video, because in my opinion this is one of the best presentations about what fiat is, because it's done in a way that all of us can not just comprehend it, but actually start waking up to what fiat. Even the most careless person on this earth will understand what this guy is saying. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't have to be an economist or a bloody mathematician or politician or whatever. You don't have to have a university degree to comprehend it. He's explained it so nicely, so simply, so straightforward that everybody can understand it. And what he's talking about there is, yes, site specific or country specific to the USA, but it applies to all nations when it comes to fiat currency. Just change the name of the currency to the currency that you have, and you've got 99% exact information for your country. That's why I highly recommend everybody save that video tab somewhere on the side and watch it when you can listen.
Yeah, I have opened it in a new tab, so I will check that later.
Mhm.
So
If you were to do that video in Swedish and put it up, I swear people in Sweden who watch it would understand what's going on with their krona.
yeah,
Put it that way. So, yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting. But that's in reference to the currency. And then when you know that, and you see what they're doing with the currency, how they're working the currency, the inflation becomes clear. But then also you have to ask yourself, okay, why? Why? The big question of why? And that's the rabbit hole.
yeah, I agree. It is a problem, and on top of that, we have election year in a couple of months. Actually, we have August next month, and then September. So in September 11th, we have our election, and I don't know how that will end.
Well, we'll end with the same people being in positions of power, whether they're in the office or the shadow office. The position and opposition, they're still in position. They're all there.
Yeah, and I wonder, I'm just a little bit worried about that whoever will win that election, how will they handle this, and with the inflation and everything else that's going up in price.
There's not much any politicians as such can do, because you can see that this is on an international level. The debt, every country's in debt, quotation marks. Every country owes money. But who do they owe money to? That's where the fiat currency comes into it. They owe money to whom? The banks. Why the banks? Because that's the only institutions that can issue the money printed by the private bank called the Federal Reserve, or the bank that's called the Federal Reserve, the fiat system with the printing of money. Your federal bank in your country is not the one that gives the money to the government. It's not your government's money. It's the federal banks with a business number, taxation number, and everything. That private corporation, whether it be owned by the government or by private bodies, by private people, is irrelevant. It's a separate company. It's not the Swedish krona. It's the federal bank's krona. People think that it's the Swedish krona, but it's not. It's a misconception, because it's the federal bank that owns, or the national bank, or whatever, reserve bank, whatever it's called in the country, doesn't matter. The federal bank's money, the national bank's money, and it gets distributed via banking corporations, whatever banks you might have there, private banks that are all privately owned. You get it? So that's why the debt exists, because no country on this earth has its own currency. It's all owned by the bank. And it's distributed via private small banks. And when we get the national debts, we're like, who do we owe money to? Who does the country owe money to? To this bank, to that bank, to that bank, to this bank. It's all banking corporations at the end of the day. Every time a krona is printed in Sweden, or a dollar in Australia, or a dollar in the USA, or a euro in Europe, in the European Union, guess what? That's a debt. It's not a dollar, or a euro, or a krona. It's a debt. A debt. You literally owe money, and that's what causes inflation, just to put a very general description on it.
Yeah, the more money you print, the higher inflation.
Yeah. But why? Supply versus demand? Okay, fair enough. Supply versus demand. What's backing the dollar? What's backing the krona? Nothing. So it's a debt. You owe money. So the more the bankers print, the more money our countries owe, our governments owe. But what are the governments? Who are the governments putting into debt? Taxpayers.
Yeah. But it's the taxpayers who have to pay their bill.
Yes. And then at the end of the day, who gives the government the authority to make what they call laws, which is in fact legislation, right? To make legislation, and people confuse legislation and law all too often. I actually heard someone mention that last night. I'm like, dude, you can't explain that to you can't explain that to a university student nowadays, let alone the average Joe Blow. Rarely anybody comprehends that legislation and law are two different things. The law is the law, but legislation is what politicians bring about. Politicians do not make laws.
Yeah.
They bring about legislation. Who gave the politicians the authority or the right ever to hand over the nation's country, to sell anything that is owned by the nation living on that land? The Swedish nation is multicultural today, somewhat multicultural. Maybe not as multicultural as the USA or Canada or Australia or Germany or the UK. But guess what? Or France, for that matter. France is also very multicultural. But you get my point. You're still multicultural.
Yeah.
But you're citizens. You're citizens, regardless of where they came from and when they came. Once they become Swedish citizens, they are one / whatever million number of citizens you have there, right? Co-share owner of everything that is in Sweden. When did that citizen, any one of these citizens, new or old, give the right to any politician to sell a part of something that they have a share in? Never, not once. The politicians did it themselves. They made legislation to allow themselves to sell off your property, literally your property. They gave themselves legislation to introduce the federal banking system, the fiat monetary system, should I say, not federal, but fiat monetary system, where every time a monetary note gets printed that's owned by the Reserve Bank of your country, that you or your country, your nation, is in debt to that federal bank, which then the legislators sell off and trade and wheel and deal with what you own and put you into further debt because they have more monetary notes printed, more of the Federal Reserve notes printed, to further indebt you, and it's just a never-ending story. And who becomes the owner? I'll tell you right now, the bank. But who's the bank? They're all private little banks who have to return the property of the Federal Reserve to the Federal Reserve. Who's the Federal Reserve? Ta-da! And then we follow the money trail. And we can simply get to the truth about who's enslaving every single citizen of every single nation via this fiat monetary system. And here's the scary part. Now they want to introduce a central bank digital currency, right? On an international level, which just means the same federal banking system, right, on an international level, which means the owners of that Federal Reserve, that digital blockchain / Federal Reserve, because it will be a fiat system, will be the owners of everything. Everything. Now, I don't know about Swedish law, but I do know that common law or natural law or God's law, whichever way anybody wishes to call it, right? The law of the people, the law of the land, the natural law, as atheists like to refer to it, or common law, as traditionalists like to refer to it. The only reason atheists don't like to say common law is because if it's common law, it's also been known as God's law, because it's natural laws that come about as, for human beings. Common sense laws based on Christian morality, basically. Guess what that is? Guess what the politicians are guilty of as per common law? Treason. High treason.
Yeah.
You see my point? And that's
I
why
see your point.
That's why they bring about legislation. That's why they have changed everything into corporations. Why? Because it falls under corporate law, not common law, but corporate law. And we, the people, didn't understand about it. We just didn't understand. We don't know. That's a fact. I get angry when I watch the videos of people in America walking around the streets asking young Americans, actually Americans of all ages, but pretty much concentrated on younger generations, what are the 50 stars on the American flag? What do they represent? And many of them don't know. Many don't know. What are the 13 stripes on the American flag? How many stripes are there on the American flag? I don't know. What do they represent? I don't know. What's the name of the American flag? They don't know. And so on. And this is America. This is people in the USA. I get angry when I see that. I get angry. I literally, it upsets me. And I'm not American. I do have some emotional ties with Americans, and some more because of the blokes that I was with in Iraq, but that's besides the point. That's me as an individual. And I, as a non-American, maybe know more than the average non-American about America, about the USA. But that's only because of my journey through life. That wasn't a choice. That was just the way it ended up being. You get it? So I didn't.
Yeah, I get it.
It's just one of those things. But at the same time, I see fellow Australians or non-Americans laughing at those videos, right? And this is where I really get mad inside. This is where I go mad, but quiet, not yelling and screaming. Not yelling and screaming. No keyboard jihadi warrior typing away, telling people that they're idiots or go stuff yourself. No, nothing. No keyboard warrior. No me yelling or screaming or going out and shooting and God knows what else. Right? I just get quiet and mad. These foreigners in their countries need to take the damn tree out of their eyeball before than what they point at the splinter in the American's eyeball. You know why? Because if they looked in their own backyard, they will see that their own youth don't have a bloody clue about their own history, that their bloody nation doesn't have a clue about the grand high treason being committed by the very people that they vote for. And yet here they are laughing at these videos of young Americans or young US citizens or residents, whichever they may be. I don't know the exact status of each person that gets a microphone shoved in their face, but they're laughing at these Americans. You see what I'm saying? It's it's hypocritical. And I get so angry. It's like, and then I think to myself, why are you getting angry? Why are you getting all hyped up? It's like, worry about your own kids. Try and educate your own kids to make sure that they don't be like that they're not one of them. You see what I'm saying? Regardless whether that child be Australian, an American, a Swede, whatever, a German, an Austrian, it makes no difference where that child is. Correct. God bless. Oh, that is crazy. The immigrants. I'll give you a perfect example, and I'll pick on Australia, not America, but Australia. My missus, she was born in Europe. She was raised in Europe. She just went and did her citizenship test a few weeks back, 2-3 weeks back now. She passed with 100%. The questions were about the Senate, about our anthem, basically the basics about the legal system, our society, our morality, the way we see things, the way things. It's common sense stuff, but it should be common knowledge stuff as well. Because in Australia we have a law that says everybody must vote. It is not only your moral obligation, it is a legal obligation. If you don't vote, you can choose not to vote, but you are aware that you will get $100 fine. You know, it's not even a slap on the wrist. It's just $100. You don't want to vote? Fine. Don't go and vote. And you know that you're going to get $100 fine. You have expressed your opinion, and that opinion because you have a moral obligation to even walk in and give it what they call a donkey vote and cross the damn paper out. But you must vote because this is your land, your country, your future. When she went in there, right, unfortunately, nobody else could go with her. She had to be by herself. So, Corona, blah, blah, blah. Not the beer, by the way. But you get my point.
Yeah, I get you.
She came out and she told me, she said, you won't believe this. She told me that she passed and all that. It was like, excellent, great. And then she said, you won't believe this. There was a lady in there, in the cubicle next to, or very close to her. I guess it was cubicles. I didn't ask, to be honest. But she said the tester was asking, and it was all done on a screen, but the tester was asking her for her phone number. The lady could not dictate her phone number in English / the national language of Australia. And she's there taking a citizenship test, and she cannot dictate her phone number in English. My wife her jaw dropped. How did this person even get to the testing phase if they can't speak English? If they can't say, my phone number is 111-222-333, or whatever the number may be.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that in Sweden, somebody going to take a citizenship test about your legal system, about your voting system, about your national values, your national history, the basics? And it's all basics. It's nothing complicated. So it's not like it's a trick test.
Yeah.
And here's the saddest part about this. I bet you if anybody walked around the streets and shoved a microphone into young people's faces and said, hey, do you know what the stars are on the Australian flag? Do you know why the Union Jack is on the Australian flag? Do you know why we this or why we that? And so on. I bet you there'd be a lot of youngsters who don't have a clue. And yet I'm sure that there's a lot of Aussies who laugh or chuckle or smirk at those videos from the USA where people are doing that.
Yeah, probably.
I'm willing to bet everything I got on it.
Well, A7 says, oh, please tell her congrats. That is wonderful.
Thank you. But you see my point. It's like, so I'm picking on Australia there, but I bet you could apply the same thing to Sweden. I bet the German
Yeah,
could apply
yeah.
a Frenchman to France and so on and so on. It's the same thing. That's where we are. That's our reality.
Yeah, it is. It is the reality.
Yeah. So this inflation, what can we expect? You know, you give a thief the opportunity to steal your goods, to steal your land, to steal your land, your time, your life, working, because you have to work more, get less money. Not more money, but less money. And you get my point? It's like, you're saying, here, Mr. Thief, I'll even put you in charge. I'll vote for you to do that.
Yeah.
One split second.
No problem. So, Becky, you give the Nightbot a workout, huh? Well, Nightbot might need a workout.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
So, anyway, so when we talk about inflation in Sweden, it's not just Sweden, mate. It's everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Yeah. And if we look at how it's happening and why it's happening, how that works, then we see that we're actually a part of the problem. Because we're letting our politicians in each of our countries do things in a way that equates to treason, high treason, by all common law standards, by all natural law standards, or whatever term anybody feels more comfortable with for whatever reason.
Yeah.
You see, there's another problem with common law, with natural law.
Indeed.
I'll tell you what the problem is. The fact that those who refuse to believe in a God cannot apply common law because they are gods as per their understanding of life. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was listening to a podcast last night about the Magna Carta, how it is, quotation marks, the best. Oh, looks like it's a delivery. Got something delivered. The postman. Yay. 1 second.
No problem. Hey, Becky.
Hello.
Good to see you again, my friend.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Loud and
Oh, okay.
clear.
But I lost Auslander like immediately.
Well, he had his doorbell ring.
Oh, okay.
A
Okay.
delivery. Something he got delivered. So,
I look mad in that picture, don't I? I just changed it the other day, but it on another feed and well anyway. Hi.
well, you look gorgeous on that photo. So,
Oh, stop. Thank you, but stop. No, I just wanted to
I'm
pop in
honest.
and all right now.
I'm
I
just
just wanted to
honest.
pop in because, as you know, Auslander and I sometimes have our disagreements. There is a lot of stuff that he
Yeah,
is
I
saying
know.
today that I am completely in agreement with, especially when it gets back to the banking system, and even the fact
Yeah,
that the average American knows diddly squat about the ruling of the corporations. It really frustrates me. My roommate and I don't I don't know where to rate us intellectually, or maybe it's our age, but it is infuriating what people either don't know or they don't acknowledge. So that's why I've been
yeah,
sitting here quietly. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to type to let y'all know that I'm in on the conversation and whatnot, but yeah, he has a lot of great points there. And people know
indeed.
what your own flag is. Anyone who wants to be in this country, I guarantee you, they take a test in which they know all of that information, or at least they have to memorize it to pass the test.
Yeah.
They showed
I
somebody.
didn't know what didn't know what the stripes in the American flag was meaning, but I know the stars. That's the states.
Exactly,
52
one
states.
star for each state, and they were asking these Generation X young people, millennials, I think is the better term, what, how many stars are on the flag? 51, 53, 47.
52.
I'm like, what in the hell is wrong with you people? It's frustrating.
Yeah, it is. It is really frustrating. I agree.
I tried to explain to some younger people why the World War II generation is considered what we call the greatest generation. That's because when things got hard and things needed to be contributed to the war effort, entire neighborhoods, towns, and cities would gather together um, aluminum, rubber.
Yeah,
Like women stopped wearing stockings. This is the truth, and would take a pencil and draw a line down the back of their legs to pretend that they had on stockings because the nylon was needed to make parachutes.
indeed.
And my grandmother was like everyone else during that time. They were given ration books for flour, sugar, and whatnot. And I cherish the Bible that they were very much involved with the church. Most of my relatives were either teachers, preachers, or somewhere in between school superintendents. When my grandfather passed away, the husband of the same grandmother I'm talking about, we found out he was a former teacher, then school superintendent, and very, I think he was considered. I just woke up, guys, so I'll have to think on the term. But he was not the pastor of the church, but he taught the Sunday schools. He was like they have 6 people that are underneath the pastor that take care of the different parts of the congregation. My grandfather was one of those. At his funeral, there were 3 ex-governors of states. That shocked me. And then over and over, these people kept coming up to us. They were mostly male, and told my grandmother, I want you to know how much I appreciate that your husband paid for my college, and none of us knew. They didn't believe in a thing called credit.
No.
They paid cash for everything, and they were not considered wealthy people either. But they managed their money so well that my grandfather would like get a new car every 2 years, trade in the old one, get a new one, and the first thing he would tell the people on the car lot is take out those seat belts. Those things annoy me. Which is funny because like right after the last time he did it, or one of the last times he did it, it became into law that you had to have seatbelts. That's why I'm laughing.
Yeah.
Charming people. I was really, hey, welcome back.
On that note that you were saying about that generation, apply that to every country. Doesn't matter what side they were on in the war. Apply to every
Exactly.
single nation, every single people on this earth. Because you got to remember, the average soldier, the average Joe Blow, well, even the average, what we would today call a child, who was given a rifle in those days.
That's right. People would
that
fake their age to get into the war.
That too, yes. And well, in Europe, the old tradition of you're 13, you're a man. You just you've
Sure.
gone from being a boy to a man. So being given a rifle at the age of 13, 15 to learn how to use it and get and all that during a war was acceptable by society standards then in Europe. In many European countries, in fact all of them. So these people, they're just average people. It's just like the average American in America, average Australian in Australia. So was the average German person in Germany, or the average Austrian person in Austria, or in Spain, or in Italy,
Exactly.
or France,
You
or
would
anywhere.
already know what a rifle is because there was a higher chance that you hunted to help feed your family. So they would teach younger people how to shoot at younger ages, how to bow. I mean, these things were so differently back then, but they call it the greatest generation. These people know more about coping in today's world, but because those skills were not passed down, people do not know what to do during a pandemic, and they don't know what to do for what's approaching us. And this is what I practically preach to people, forgive my misuse of the word, and that is, you better learn real quick to study that generation. And all of you folks that are jumping up and getting all Twitter pated over things like transphobia, you need to worry about what we're going to eat.
Oh man.
Are you liking me today, Auslander?
I've not seen.
I'm trying
It'd
so
be a
hard to get a
boring world.
giggle out of you, but it is
It would
serious. And I
be
would.
so hard. It'd be so hard to see two people agree on everything. That
Oh, sure.
everybody's different, so there's no problem with that. I don't think any less of a human being just because I don't agree with some of their points of views or vice versa. Who cares? It's normal.
I just picked
We all agree on everything.
what do they call it? I just picked transphobic out of the air right now.
That's an
Americans get
excellent
upset
example.
over every topic.
That's an excellent example of that because I think, the biggest victims of that whole topic are women in America.
That was what set me off. Is yesterday there was a news piece in which there was, I don't know, some sort of Senate hearing in which a white male was asking the questions on the floor, and he brought up he said, if I were to ask you to define woman, and there's an African American female answering him, and she goes from saying, well, the definition of woman can vary from a personage who can bear children to a male who can bear children. Oh, stop right there. And she gets into the and in the middle of her answer, and she says, I don't appreciate your transphobic nature of comments. And the male said, what? Because I asked you to define what a woman is? Because I asked you if you know what a woman, I'm sorry, that I misspoke. He said, I asked you, do you know what a woman is? That's a more close to the verbatim of the question. 3 women failed to answer it. The second woman said, I don't know. The third woman, and he said, you're a woman and you can't tell me the definition of a woman? And she just smiled like, I feel very uncomfortable answering this question. And it's the kind of thing that just makes me want to lose my mind. We've got 2 people, we've got Senate time, excuse me, that's tax dollars, and it's word salad that has nothing to do with everything we're facing right now. And you guys want to waste time discussing this. So, okay, let's draw all the attention away from everything that's happening of importance that we might be able to fix or survive, and talk about your feelings and your needs, and the fact that you feel the need to transfer and dominate this feeling that you have, that we should sit down and just really pull out 20 definitions for a male and a female. Well, okay, then I appreciate the people who have a more scientific approach and say, well, why can't we talk biology? Oh, watch the room really fall apart there. Well, science and biology are a little bit exact, folks. That's why they call it the scientific method. It means before you brought all the politics and whatnot in it, they passed legislation in the state of Florida to teach children from ages 5 years old to 11 years old gender identity. And the parents are in a rage. They're like, you know what? It's my business. I really don't think you need to confuse a 5-year-old by explaining gender to them unless they're asking questions. And if they're asking questions, they're asking the parent quietly. It does not need to be discussed in it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like I'm ranting.
But that 5-year-old?
5 years old, the kindergartners, state of Florida. Feel free to look it up. That's a big deal over here in the news.
There's a whole heap of hypocrisy in that whole topic of education and what's being taught to children at certain ages, regardless of what it is. But
the parents are irate over what the teachers are being told that they must teach.
But the legislators, the people bringing about this legislation, quotation marks, and they won't allow these kids to handle anything that's not for people under the age of 18 or under the age of 21. Why? Because they're not yet developed physically / and automatically mentally, right? Because the brain is growing. So you look at the you look at the double standards there. Like, oh no, we can't confuse these. We can't put these kids in a dangerous situation where they're making decisions which are life-threatening. A, they are life-threatening. B, they're decisions which there is no return. There is no point of return once you make that decision.
Agreed.
We used to say tattoos are permanent. Well, the scars are permanent, but you can have the tattoos now removed by a laser.
Exactly.
But you still have the scars there. regardless of how they're removed. I don't know how many surgeries it takes, and you can still see that it's not the natural skin that you were born with.
Sure.
It's a permanent scar, whether it be an ink scar or whether it be a laser burn scar, surgery scar, should I say. It's a scar. Same thing with this. They're life-changing decisions. So even something as simple as a tattoo, a child at the age of 16 cannot get a tattoo legally in most Western nations. And yet here they're asking children to make decisions which are decisions of no return, just like a tattoo.
Exactly.
And I say tattoo because that's a choice. That's a choice.
Sure.
That's an individual's choice. And if somebody wants to choose to consider themselves, if somebody wants to choose to be something that they're biologically not, that's a choice. They can justify that choice any which way they want, by all means. And you know what? I may have a difference in opinion, but that person needs to make their own choices, informed choices, right? Informed
Thank
decisions.
you.
And that person likewise needs not to be led down that decision making process in life, no matter what age they are. Each human being has a brain. Each human being is an individual. Each human being can make their own choices without being led or misled. Because no matter how much we try to lead someone down the right path, guess what? They are an individual going down their own individual path. And they need to go through the steps and all the processes and everything and get to that phase of knowledge to do their own life's path. Can we advise in the sense of inform them? Yes, we can inform them. But whether we like it or not, whatever we relay as far as information goes, will always be biased. There's not a human being on this earth that isn't biased. Dot. So when someone says that points fingers at others and calls them bigots, no, you're a hypocrite because you're the bigot.
I like the way he said bias. Dot.
Yeah,
I agree.
we are. There's not a single person
Absolutely.
on this earth that isn't biased on everything.
We
all
want to
have
be individuals by nature. It is our nature to have an individual personality.
Well, guess what? The path we're taking down in all of the countries right now, whether we look at the economics, whether we look at the general legislation, whether we look at anything, it's all becoming communal. It's all becoming social. And guess what happens in every single... Here's the difference. Here's the difference between Eastern Bloc democracy, or former Eastern Bloc democracy, sorry, communism/socialism, their democratic system of voting, and the Western democratic system, right? In the Western democratic system, the pride and joy of Western society was that the majority ensured that the minority was not... there were mistakes made through history, but
Sure.
the goal was that the minority is heard and that the minority is not put into a position where they are, where something is being imposed upon them that will change their rights. Their rights were ensured the whole way through. In the Eastern Bloc democracy, it was a mob rule, majority rules. 50% plus one vote, boom, that's not just legislation, that is now law, and everybody must abide by this. Who cares? If you disagree, you're in jail. Dot. Simple. You are an enemy of the state from that point forwards if you disagree with the 50% plus one person voting. While in Western democracy, if you had a difference in opinion, you were allowed to voice it. If you didn't want to live that lifestyle, you were free to go somewhere where you didn't inflict any type of, you didn't put someone in a bad position or in a awkward position with your lifestyle. You could go do that. You had the right, and nobody had the right to say to you, no, you can't live off the grid. No, you can't live like that. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. But look at society, we the people, in Western society now, in Western nations now, we're becoming a mob rule. Everything from our parliaments / congresses, senates, right, where 50% plus one person votes something in, we win, that's it, everybody else gets stuffed. Well, look at
Sorry.
Joe Biden came in, what did he do? Oh, I'm going to cancel every single executive order that Donald Trump, the president before me, we got his name, signed. Why? Because I'm in power now. Hang on a second, that makes you a dictator.
Yep.
Sorry, that makes you a dictator. Dot.
Oh, that's why we're losing it over here, because they want to tear, Trump to shreds. Wouldn't be good enough for them. They want to burn the shreds. Under Trump's presidency, not only were we completely non-dependent on others for fuel, we were the top producer on the planet of exporting it at 17 billion barrels a year, and China was like way down on the list. And we have now become a nation in which our president is begging two countries that we have put sanctions upon to help. I know, it's beyond ridicule. I mean, we just literally, even the people that have voted on him have turned on him as far as the numbers go, and it keeps dropping. You will see this guy be the lowest rated person in presidential history.
Yeah, but let's look at it this way. Regardless what the gentleman's or woman's name is, that person is an institution as per the system of governance. It's number 45, number 46.
They supposedly represent it, yeah.
It's your president. So I hate when someone says, that's not my president. You can say, I didn't vote for that president or that individual. That's fine.
Nope, but they got elected in.
But that person has been put into a position called the office of the president. And that person is your president. Whether you like it or not, that is for you to express at the next elections. However, then we go back to the topic of the Federal Reserve, the whole system, and so on. It's like, hang on a second. When I voted in for this president or this party or whatever representation you voted, doesn't matter who it is or what it is, did you give them automatic veto to do whatever they want? Did you give them the right to sell off your time, to sell off your land, your country, to sell off your national resources? Did you give them that right? No, you didn't.
No, but they have it.
They gave themselves that right via their legislation, not laws, but their legislations.
From the Bush presidencies, and I say that plural because there were two Bush presidents in a row, through the at that time, especially after 9/11. Shadow, do I have to be careful about what words I use? I don't want to. I don't want some censor or anything to put some little check mark against your account because I say like a word that might be not wanted. I've noted that some people have started just completely editing the words out of their videos, and you just hear a little pause. I'd be happier if they put a beep in there. But my point is that they started right after 9/11 just stripping away things that effectively overshot so many aspects of the Constitution. It's not even funny. I guarantee you, if you ask the average American right now, they have zero idea. The average American has no idea that even Obama, who they thought was just such a great and democratic president, also signed an executive order that, in essence, I'm going to boil this down, he can take over every resource in the country, one person, and delineate where all of those resources go. Everything from property to the federal parks that have been set aside, every single thing that is manufactured, everything that is considered food or connected to the production of food. He can overtake all of it and reassign it anywhere else.
And that's not law.
Guarantee.
That's not law. That is legislation. Law of the land. In your case, you have a Bill of Rights and a Constitution. In your case, in the US case, you have a Constitution and a Bill of Rights. That's law. Everything else is legislation. The militias that you guys call the police, they work for the government, whether it be state or federal, makes no difference. They work for the government. They do not work for the people. Don't fool yourself into thinking that this is the British system handed down with the constables who are elected. I guess you do have sheriffs that are elected, right? You do have elected sheriffs still in the USA.
Yeah.
So I guess your sheriffs.
Hey, Shariana. Good to see you.
Sorry. Yeah, but like I was saying, I guess your sheriffs are the closest thing you have to the constables. The police forces are militias which are owned and run and controlled by the politicians under corporate law. And that's no exaggeration, that's no BS.
Hi everybody.
Hey,
Hi,
Shariana.
Shariana, could you mute your other channel? That it's got a delay feed that's giving like an echo that's with a 4-second delay.
Hi everybody.
See, you could just hear your greeting again.
Yeah, you need to turn your phone on.
Shariana, could you mute your other channel? I got like three echoes going. It's okay. I did that when I first started this, just a few months ago.
I'm trying to figure out how to mute that. How do you do that?
Just go right to the
Yes,
where your volume is, and click right on the bell, and it'll take the volume down to 0.
Okay.
Like the original channel that you came from, it spawned a new channel for the panel. Just go back and mute that first channel, and it'll or click it off, whichever. It'll
Just mute the YouTube.
Yeah, mute the YouTube.
Yeah.
The original channel that you came from, it spawned a new channel for the panel. Just go back and mute that first channel.
Your volume button.
Or click it off, whichever. So where you have tabs in your browser, you want to go back to the tab next to it.
Oh, mute the YouTube.
Did you do it?
No, I don't know if I did it or not.
Did you mute it?
I don't know if I did or not. See?
That's your bad.
Gentlemen, if you would like to get back to the topic that you were originally discussing, I'll go ahead and step down from the panel. I just wanted to come on and bring up a couple of points that I thought, were endemic to the conversation, and to agree with some of the statements that Auslander has made. I think they're very important points, especially about the Federal Reserve, things like that. I appreciate that those points were raised, and I really do not possess the intellect nor the information to speak on Swedish economics, so I don't want to impose here.
Ironically, it's the same Federal Reserve system. It's the same fiat. It's the same. Let's not call it Federal Reserve. Let's call it the fiat monetary system. The same fiat monetary system that was introduced by Nixon. Well, actually, that was put into full force at 100% by Nixon, because it was already introduced prior to that during Roosevelt's era in the US, and then it started spreading all over the world. And then in the 60s, it became ever so more evident that it was heading in that direction. And then Nixon did his thing and basically made it 100% fiat, which means debt. Every time a dollar note, the Federal Reserve note, not the US dollar. It's not the US dollar. That's not the right name for it. The Federal Reserve note, the Federal Reserve dollar, whatever you want to call it, is a debt. That's the system in place in every single country. So every time we hold what we call a Aussie dollar, a US dollar, a Canadian dollar, a Swedish krona, No, we're not holding a Swedish krona. No, we're not holding an Australian dollar. We're not holding
Nope,
a
you're
US
holding a
dollar.
representation of a
We're
debt.
holding debt. That's right, a debt. You
And
are
it
working
literally
for
said
debt.
on the dollars years ago, you are holding a representation of a silver or gold standard, to where now the wording is actually different on the bill, and it's
Well, back
right
then,
over the average worker's head.
back then, any human being could take that dollar note, their currency note, walk into any bank, quotation marks, or any gold exchange, and get X amount of grams or ounces of gold for that dollar. And in 10 years' time, that same person with that same note could walk into that same exchange and get the same amount of gold for that dollar in grams or ounces. Now, you walk in today for your dollar, you get X amount of grams. Tomorrow, you'll get X minus Y amount of grams, or X minus 10, or X minus 20, or X plus 20, because it's all about supply and demand. There's no guarantee that you will get that amount of gold for your money in the
There you
past.
go.
And that's the way that I explain that. That's the easiest way I express that whole issue, where people can say, but how? I
And
walk
here's
in.
the kicker. Here is the kicker. What is the only country on planet Earth that is allowed, for what reasons I do not understand, that is allowed on any given day to change what the value of their monetary system is? There's only one.
I'm just going to take a wild guess. I don't know the exact answer, but based
China.
on politics, China, not
China.
Switzerland.
It is China.
Doesn't sound right, but I'm not saying you're wrong.
It didn't sound right when my roommate was telling me about it. He knows a lot more about finance. At first I was saying, gosh, I'm glad he's not here. I can get on panel without commentary behind me, 6 feet behind me, because he can't hear you. I've got on headphones, so that blanks out the audio and whatnot. He only hears my end of the conversation, so he'll make comments, but they're having to do with what we're talking about. Finance is one of the areas that he deals with in his job, and legal compliance, as far as how many legal hoops you have to jump through for a business to be compliant to the law in like 4 different states. That is besides the point. On any given day, China is the one, and this is what a great deal of countries, and why China is not acceptable to certain entities, is because they can decide what is the value of their system on any given day. Why? Why are they the only ones that are permitted to do that, yet they're still permitted as a member to United Nations? And
I can see 2 reasons. One reason, because they're communist. They're a dictatorship, a totalitarian rule.
sure,
So the communist part, the Eastern democratic system, 50% plus 1 vote equals the law, not just legislation, but the law.
right.
Not. So that's the first thing. And so they can decide what they want to do and how they want to do it, and they'll do it regardless of what anybody else thinks, because they're a closed economy, meaning they're just their own. They're a closed economy. They're a closed system. Secondly, I guess because what used to be the most demanded product on the earth, being oil, and the petrodollar, the US dollar, being the only currency that you can deal in for oil, now is applicable to China in the sense that they produce everything under the sun as far as consumables go.
I remember when the petrodollar was when it was no longer considered a petrodollar.
But we're dependent. No, the petrodollar is the petrodollar. It's still, technically speaking, although, no, let me rephrase that. The petrodollar, being the US dollar, equals the US dollar, was the only currency you could buy or sell oil with legally. in this world. Up until recently, where Russia and China said, nope, we don't want dollars, we want this currency or that currency for our oil or for our gas or for our goods and so on.
Please excuse me if you see me mute myself. I'm having a coughing fit and I don't want it to come across and bother y'all.
But I can see China now
No
in a position
problem.
where they can literally impose whatever they want because we are literally dependent on China for our jocks and socks and medicines.
Are you familiar with a new grouping? I don't know how to describe this. I saw this just before I fell asleep. A unity of countries called BRIC.
No,
BRIC. The C is for China. The I is for India. They have made an agreement already that they are grouping together to make these international decisions. They want to have their own. Oh, my words are just. I should not have signed on right after waking up. But I woke up and I was like, "Is it Saturday? Shadow's on." Did I sleep a day and a half? Which, believe it or not, I have these medical situations, and Auslander, I'm not actually kidding. I can sleep anywhere from 20 to 26 hours, and if I've had a particularly bad medical week, that'll pop up out of the blue. And my roommate jokes. He said sometimes I have to go in her room and hold a mirror under her nose to make sure she's still breathing. And I feel great when I wake up too. But yeah. This is one of those things, and one of the last things that I saw, and it's probably still in an open tab up there on my browser, is about this gap. So I'll try to look it up so I can speak about it more intelligently at a later date. But check it out.
I will
put it in the search engine on YouTube and see what comes up on this
I'm guessing
agreement between countries called BRIC.
I'm guessing it's an economic agreement or trade agreement.
Yes, but, you would be correct, sir.
That makes perfect sense.
But they have goals of choking out other countries and forcing other countries by what they are agreeing to.
Definitely.
BRIC is a short for Brazil, Russia, India, and China.
Shariana, do not feel that you did not interrupt the panel. All of us has to learn a first time how, every one of us has done that. So please don't feel uncomfortable with that at all. By all means, come on back up. If you want to get into this discussion that we're having, please come up. Because each one of us has been there when we've had to cancel the echo. I promise you.
Yeah, I had the same problem myself. I had the same problem myself.
See?
When
all three of us are telling you that.
And we all still do it from time to time.
Yeah. But the reason you want to mute the YouTube side is if you don't mute the YouTube side, you're actually going to be on a delay. So it's going to cause that 4 or 5 second delay, and you won't be answering in sync to what we're discussing. So did that make sense, guys?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Because I learned that part the hard way too. So it's just kind of getting on panel is just kind of learning as you go. But no, you can't apologize. That we don't accept your apology. Every one of us has gone through it.
But yeah, like I was saying, or like we were saying, definitely that economic trade agreements between these countries is a normal thing. Actually, why would they? Okay, put yourself in the position of a China. I can't say Chinese. But we'll say Russian there, or Indian, or Brazilian. Why would
yes, Brazil is the B.
Yeah, why wouldn't you want something that gives your country more leverage in trade. Of course you would. It's just normal. You want a better life. You want a better lifestyle. You want your dollar to be have a greater buying power. That's what it basically comes down to. What was the name of that book from your former president? The Art of Negotiation or something like that? Or was that the name of the book?
The Art of the Deal.
The Art of the Deal.
I assume you're referring to Donald Trump.
Yes.
I believe the book he had on the bestseller list was The Art of the Deal. I never read it.
There it is. There's the art of the deal on a international country level. Simple as that.
Yeah, well, people tend to forget how many times Trump lost out so badly that, half of the companies that bore the name Trump, went into insolvency.
Well,
but he still had the power to make the deal.
Yeah, and that's what it all comes down to, the art of the deal. If you have a position where you can negotiate the terms and conditions into your favor, you do it, or else you lose. Doesn't matter how rich or poor you are. You see my point?
Yep.
Yeah.
And imagine, let's just go to something that we all understand. Buying a used car. So you go down to the car yard and you're buying a used car, and you know that car yard has the advantage over you because they got the money, they got the assets, they got the bank behind them, they got the loan capacity to do practically whatever they want. You're not in a good position to negotiate the price down, are you? But you go to a private seller, you get the car inspected, looked at and all that, and you happen to find out that private seller owes money to the bank, owes money to whoever, and you know that private seller is now unemployed. You find all this out. You're in a good position to negotiate, aren't you?
Absolutely. What I was talking about before, my roommate, that's what he is in compliance for, is used cars. And I was trying to tell him about a video that I watched last night that was actually a news segment about what they're now calling the used car bubble. And they're expecting it to burst sometime in upcoming months, question mark over it. But at the same time, it's looming. That bubble is growing quite quickly. And there's a difference between the prime lender, the people with the very high, what scores. God, my poor brain, I left it. And the subprime lenders. This particular chain of used car sales, this is where your subprime lenders are most likely to go to try to buy a used car. What is the seller's biggest problem right now? Finding cars so that they can sell them. That's across the nation. That's, yeah.
Well, my point was
the
point was not the actual situation in the US with the used car market, but your negotiating position and applying that same logic that we all know, that we're all familiar with, to the nations of Brazil, India, or whatever they are, Brazil, Russia, India, China. Why wouldn't they? If they know that we, the other nations, are dependent on them for 70% of what we need, well, they're in a very good position to negotiate. And if they know that we, the other nations, right, are in a position where we are owing them money because of these deals made on international levels by our government and by the big businesses that are in cahoots with the politicians, then they're in a better position to negotiate. They can determine the terms and conditions, and we're not in a good position to say, no, we disagree with those terms and conditions, because we don't have a choice in the matter. We are dependent on them. And if we say no, right, we the people stand up and say no, well, guess what? They're going to say, well, you owe us money. We want our money. Here's all your bonds. Here's this, here's that. Pay back what you owe us. But we, the people, don't have enough assets to cover that debt to that country
Dun, dun, dun,
thanks to
dun.
the fiat system. So what position are we in to say no to any terms and conditions that these countries put forward?
So I can tell you looked up brick real quick.
No, I didn't.
You
I just applied the No, I didn't. I haven't looked into it because it makes perfect sense. That's why I gave the second-hand car as an example. When you're going to a car dealer, you know that you're not in a good position to negotiate. Yet you go to a private seller
Hi, Homestead.
and you find out all the details about that private seller. Guess what? You're in a good position to negotiate because you can go to another private seller who has 100 grand in the bank, a boat in the backyard, and another 50k cash lying around in a safety deposit box, which you can get to any time, right? And so on and so on. Who earns 150k to 250k a year? Both him and his missus they both earn 250k a year, let's say, for argument's sake. And you're going to go negotiate the price on that car? I don't think so. You're not in a position to negotiate. Why?
Exactly.
That person is in no rush to sell.
Credit rating was what I was trying to think of a minute ago, but I see your point and the example, yeah.
Yeah, but then you go to the Mr. Joe Ravioli, who is a plumber, who works for a living, who has a bank loan out to run his business, who has to pay his employees, who has to pay the taxes, who's now all of a sudden divorced and his wife's taking him for everything that he's got, and he's basically in a position where he needs money and he can't afford 2 cars, and you want to buy one of those cars. I dare say you're in a good position to negotiate because he's in a position where he needs the money. Same thing with these countries. They know that we need their products that they have to offer, their services that they have to offer. Not necessarily natural resources. That's a whole different ballgame. But just we are dependent on them for our medications, for our jocks, for our socks, for our cars, for our phones, for all of our communications. We are dependent on them for half of the stuff that we need to be able to live. And that's not touching on food. That's just touching on the materialistic things which are produced. If we go into the food sector, then we're in trouble. Yeah.
That's actually my big fear.
They're in a good position to say to any country they want, if they've now combined their resources and their negotiating advantages they have, right? Well, think about it. Brazil, let's just go one example. Beef. How much of the world's beef in the Western world, especially North America, comes from Brazil? Heaps of it. I'm not saying all of it, but heaps of it. How much of
Alexander, did you hear of the event a couple of weeks ago in which 10,000 cows dropped dead on the same night in America?
Yes, I heard about it. I didn't look into it into any great detail. Alaska.
Well, they've gone from saying, it was because of the 100-degree heat, and people are calling BS on it because they're like, wait a minute, these cows are used to standing around in states that have 100-degree heat, have been for ages. That's not a good explanation. It's because the humidity changed, was very differently. Wait a minute. That too, they are used to being, having to live with adjusting to. Wait a minute, something's not adding up here in why that huge an amount of animals would drop dead at the same time.
I'm just going to mention one. I'm just going to mention
Sure.
three letters, which in history, we went through the same scenario. DDT.
Oh yeah.
It makes no difference what we're talking about. We could be talking about a chemical.
It makes a big difference if it was accidental or if it was done on purpose.
Well, again, like I said, it makes
that
no
looks
difference.
Like a calculated hit, not a natural occurrence.
Well, DDT was a known of issue, and yet look at how that whole story went through the whole system, what happened there. It's the same thing with anything out there, whether it be a medicine, whether it be a faulty product, whether it be anything. It's the same thing. It's not, what's the word for it? It's not ignorance. The information is out there. So it's not ignorance. People cannot say they were not informed or that they did not have access to the information. I just put out a video last night, my time, so about, 12 hours ago, your time, roughly, whatever time that may be, day of, or time of day that may be, where I put a link to a website which was put together by a citizen or citizens, where they're drawing all the data from the official government sources of the state of New South Wales in reference to health. And it's not an opinion. There's no opinion stated there. There's no interpretation. There's no analyzing going on. It's simply the data, the stats, the numbers being relayed onto one website in a transparent, open, public, and very clear, crystal clear manner. So there's no confusion. There's no ability to cherry pick numbers. Just go to that site, you click on it, and you say, okay, let's see how many people have been hospitalized, how many people have been hospitalized with ICU, without ICU, how many.
I applaud these people for, they basically caught the memo that everything that's being fed to us through news organizations that are essentially, you can trace them right back down to the same 6 owners that are going to make sure that news agrees across the board. And it's not news, it's misleading.
And I actually said in that video, well, thanks for pointing that out, because I actually mentioned in that video, I'm not calling malice, I'm not calling any type of foul play when it comes to the mainstream media news, but we have to take into account that they have a time restriction on how much time they have to talk about or represent or represent, should I say, any news out there. So they have 5 to 30 seconds to talk about a topic which is important for the public. How can they talk about this topic in less than 15 minutes? They can't. Yet the whole news portion is half an hour to an hour, depending on the channel. So we can't get the news effectively via the mainstream media because of the monetary restrictions or time restrictions or the relaying of the news effectively. And yet there are things that do suggest that there are other factors involved, not to go into that topic too deeply.
No,
But
I know there are other factors
yeah,
involved because my father
exactly.
was an NBC anchor. I am speaking from literal experience.
Exactly. I remember
The day
you
that
telling
they
me
walked into my father's broadcasting studio and told him, Mr. James, I'll use his first name, we love what you're doing. And you are an excellent, excellent reporter. You go out. Dad didn't just gather information that people brought to him. He went out there and he researched it purposely because he came from a newspaper background. Who, what, when, where, how. Those are the basics of reporting. At one time, my father was the only person out of every station in my city that was allowed to go onto the military base because they entrusted him to report the truth.
Well, cut a long story short.
So Dad wrote everything that went into that newscast.
Again, like
when they came from down New York and they said, Mr. James, you no longer have to write your stories. From now on, we're going to send the stories down on a telex and you can merely read it. And my father looked up and said, you will have my resignation on your desk in the morning.
I remember you saying
he
that.
saw the writing on the wall.
Exactly.
They're not only controlling the length of the content, they're controlling the content that is not being put on the news and the BS that has been being put in its place so that it eats up time and draws people away from the important things that impact their life. Okay, stepping off my
I hear
soapbox there. I've said
you.
it.
I hear you.
And I'm
I
sorry to
remember that.
repeat myself.
No, I remember that story very well. I remember you saying that. And but the moral of the story is, if we just take into account the time restrictions that they have due to the monetary side of things, the fact that it's a business, that time is money in the media, mainstream media, we cannot reasonably expect any news broadcaster or analyst or journalist, for that matter, to relay the information in its entirety within those X amount of seconds that they have allocated for that piece of news. It's just physically not possible. Everything else aside, put everything else aside, agendas, politics, blah, blah, blah. Let's just look at the fact that it's not humanly possible to relay all the data in 10, 15, 30 seconds. Just not possible. So, are people informed? No, they're not, because they're reliant on the mainstream media to get informed, but they're not getting informed because of restrictions placed on the amount of time to report on a certain topic of importance. And we have this loop forming and the abuse coming out of it and everything else. At the same time, that same individual that's out there is well aware, can be easily well aware of the fact that the news has just mentioned something, and you can use that as a point, as an arrow, like a street sign saying, okay, let's go to that topic and let's go look into it now. The information is out there. So nobody can claim ignorance. They have the ability in this day and age with these tracking devices called mobile phones, right, to go out there and find out anything that's being put out onto the net. It's all public information. It's just having the willpower to go out and actually get informed. Well, that's the difference between ignorance and non-ignorance. Being informed or being ignorant. The information is there, but it's up to the individual to get informed. You see my point? I actually made a very, very, very crystal clear point about that in particular. Nobody has the right to say, oh, I didn't know that. Well, okay, fine. Go do your homework, find out, have a look at it yourself, make your own decisions, come to your own conclusions, and if you're not sure about something, do your own homework, research it. The information is out there. And I openly stated, I'm not going to give any opinion, I'm not going to suggest anything, all I'm saying is, here is this website where you have all the data in one place, in an easily legible manner, where you can look at it, and the rest is up to you. It's not cherry picked, it's all there in one place, and it's updated daily. Now, how many people are going to get to that website? I don't know. I would hope that everybody in the state of New South Wales in Australia would get to that website and say, I would hope that everybody else in the other states would say, why don't we have one of these for our states? Why is this not possible for our states? Where's the data? How is it being put up online? Why can't it be drawn to a website, to a spreadsheet or whatever technology is being used to put this type of website together where everything is transparent, open, and public about it? You see my point?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You'd be surprised how often I will refer to Australian news sources that break certain stories before America does.
Well, we are, 12 hours ahead of you, so.
That's true, but I was referring to a kind of a larger situation than that.
We're living in the future.
Yeah, but we want to be prepared for that future because, frankly, we have right to be worried, and we should be.
Yes. And going back to the topic of inflation, you mentioned that BRIC, or say conglomerate of nations who are getting together and forming some sort of trade agreement.
Thank you for thinking all of the words that I couldn't.
Guess what? That there affects Sweden, affects Australia, affects the USA, affects all of the nations on this earth, even if they're in a conglomerate called the European Union, some of them, it still affects each and every individual in each and every country. So,
So do you
time
see
to-
where I have a right to perceive it as a potential threat and bring it up in conversation and say, hey guys, have you heard about this? Maybe we need to be looking in this corner. There might be a potential threat to the input and output of goods.
Yep, and not to claim that Trump is any more intelligent or any more knowledgeable than others out there, but the actual concept of the art of the deal, or as I misquoted it, art of the negotiation. Guess what? That is applicable to this logic. That is applicable to this situation.
Sure.
That is more than applicable to what we are facing in the world of international trade and economics right now. And I'm not claiming, by saying that, I'm not claiming that Trump is a potential candidate who can handle that and solve it or resolve it or put the USA and Western nations with our moral foundations that we have. Again, going back to the minority majority type of rule, the mob rule versus the respect for those who are not the majority, right? In a position where we can further expand that respect for all human beings, regardless of whether they're in the majority or not. If you see my points. Because heaven forbid we get to that situation, which we are almost in right now, when I compared the current administration in the USA or Australia for that matter, or Canada in particular, where mob rule applies. Because we're looking more and more like the former socialist bloc as far as the way our governance works.
Well, the quicker everyone gets this information, the better. Because,
Let's hope so.
but yeah, even here in America, things are changing so quickly. So many things are changing so quickly, and you're frequently using the word mob. I'd like to give you a tiny example of things that concern me. At the moment, I'm using the car of a friend, and he has vanity plates on the front and the back of the car. Number one, it says doctor, and I am certainly not a doctor, and I'm not an ed either. And it's got a car frame that says pro-life. Well, as you know, a few days ago, they overturned the Roe versus Wade decision, and there is so much, everything from discussion to rioting going on about the abortion rights. And what the state that I'm in, the state of Georgia, if I have read this correctly, they are saying that should a woman perform an abortion, that she may face up to 10 years prison time. It's going to be decided on a state-to-state basis, so there will be other states. But I happen to agree with the gentleman that put the license plate. That's just my personal opinion, and I do not impress that personal opinion on other people, because in my personal belief system, I don't have that position to judge each person's actions, nor their inspiration or spiritual belief behind it. But I am pro-life.
Again, you're touching on a very good topic there, a very good example of how there's a lack of understanding and knowledge about the fact that the US is not a democracy. It is a republic, a constitutional republic. The law of the land is the Constitution. The law of the land is the Bill of Rights. That's the law. Everything else is legislation. And if people start understanding that, they'll understand that decisions made by the courts in the past, which were affected or influenced by who knows what or not, and did not apply the law of the land, namely the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, exclusively at that level of lawmaking, right? That there were mistakes which have to be fixed, so to say. And when I say fixed, it doesn't mean that it's a quick fix or an easy fix, and
No,
it
I
just
see
goes.
exactly what you're saying. Our
You get
founding forefathers were intelligent enough to put forth a document which included the fact that future generations might feel that those documents did need adaptation, and that's why we have amendments.
correct.
So it's kind
At the same time, that process,
and the Democrats want to do away with that. They've now, well, they got mad at the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court didn't make a decision. They like, well, their immediate reflex, knee-jerk reaction was, well, let's just get rid of the Supreme Court. They want to get rid of the Electoral College, which factors very greatly into choosing a presidency. It gets down into some pretty technical
well,
explanations that would eat
let's
up
go this
time,
way.
but
Okay? Let's go this way. We're going back to that same moral, the morality of Western democracy, where the minority was represented and respected and given the rights to not feel like they're being trodden on by the majority, right? Although it doesn't always work perfectly, but that is the name of the game. That is the aim. That is the goal. That, for example, the Electoral College is a perfect example of something that's been put in place in accordance with Western democratic values, meaning that minority or those people who do not have the ability to be in a decision-making position, right, or their voice to be heard, are given the opportunity to be equal to the majority in their voice being heard. Furthermore, there is, of course, the following, and this is going from a wisdom that my father taught me, and that was and I'll just word it the way he used to word it in simple layman terms, if the person living in rural areas, the farmers, quotation marks, right, are living good, guess what? People in cities are living 10 times better. If the people in rural areas are having hard times and finding it tough to survive, people in cities are enslaved. Dot. And he was so spot on with what
I like your dad.
he learned that the hard way in Europe, war-torn Europe, born
Oh
1930.
goodness!
So he learned that lesson from his parents, obviously,
First-hand
and from the people
experience.
around, and first-hand experience. How many people in cities today would agree with that statement?
How many people in
Some
cities
would.
today are even thinking about things like that? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit upset with the ignorance of the people of my nation right now. Please forgive me.
It's not just your nation;
No
it's everywhere.
problem.
This is applicable to Sweden as much Sweden as Australia or anywhere. And just on that note, if the USA were to give up their Bill of Rights, right, the current situation that you would have a situation like in Australia where you have a constitution, but there's no Bill of Rights. And guess who abuses that to the maximum? Those in positions of power, whether in the position of government or in the position of opposition to the government, to the moment. Yeah. So they're in a position. They're still up there. And they just keep exchanging who's in position, who's in opposition. That's all they do. And you've got the same situation over there as far as that goes. The only thing stopping them is the Bill of Rights, which is based upon that Constitution. And the Constitution is based upon what? God-given human rights. God-given rights to individuality. Your rights to be who you are and what you are without
Or recognized
imposing.
as a human being.
Yep. And without imposing your opinion upon others. Expressing it, yes. Lobbying for it, trying to get it, because you believe it's right, yes. But once that starts to be imposed upon that person who disagrees, you're crossing that line. Dot. You can argue about it with somebody all day, all night. But once you start telling me I must do things the way you think and believe is the right way of doing it, or else. You can say you should and you must. We're in power now. We're in the position. We're going to put these laws in place. You might not disagree. You might agree, might not disagree. We're not going to hurt you if you don't. We're not going to put you in prison if you don't. We're not going to intimidate you if you don't. We're not going to restrict you from going to the shops if you don't. We're not going to restrict you from going to the doctors if you don't. Hang on a second. Once that starts happening, that then is crossing the line. How many times have we crossed the line or allowed that line to be crossed in the last 2-3 years?
I don't know, but I can tell you that we have been concerned for our Australian brothers and sisters, particularly in the past couple of years.
And I'll tell you the sad part about
Certainly
it.
in the past year, and have been watching what's been going on governmentally.
You've got the same issues there.
I know, but I reserve the right to worry about things on a global stage, as well as those of my country, as well as those of my state. I'm that kind of person.
Without a doubt. Hey, you think I've been talking about the USA and getting angry over what's going on in the USA, and yet I'm here in Australia. It's not a case of me being able to change something over there, but it is, I'll say, frustrating to be politically correct. But it does upset me to see the hypocrisy, the intolerance, the ignorance that's going on everywhere. It's not just around me in Australia. It's around you in the USA.
Oh, look at Canada.
Around Sweden. Well, Canada's a prime example.
That's
No better or worse than Australia. Canada's no better or worse than Australia in so many ways when it comes to that.
Well, my understanding is I'll give you an example. The elderly lady that donated $40 to a trucker when the truckers were amassed up there, and there was the big decision of, you might get into Canada with your truck, but you might not get out. Point being about Trudeau and his, I'm going to make these laws that, or I'm going to make these decisions you are going to have to follow. And basically, if you're going to support a trucker, we'll freeze your bank account.
Crossing the line.
What greatly concerns Americans, Canadians, and people worldwide, because it affects the chain, is that the people in Canada, Trudeau has effectively wiped out their ability to have a court system to go to in which they object.
Yes.
And that, my friends, is frightening.
I'm not going to talk
I
about
agree.
Canada.
It's
I'm not going
frightening.
to talk about Canada's situation. I will talk about Australia's situation. Simply because I'm more familiar with it than what I don't know enough about the Canadian governance system to talk about it in a proper manner. But I can talk about the Australian system somewhat more, and I can say that we lack a Bill of Rights. We have the Constitution. I'm not saying it's ideal, and there's issues there. We're in a constitutional crisis, which really any.
Fixing to say you have a constitution.
Well, we have the Constitution, and then we have a Constitution that was not approved, and that's the one that they keep flogging the politicians.
Oh, okay.
So we're in a constitutional crisis.
Wow.
The Queen of Australia is the Queen of Australia. Bugger the Queen of the UK, I don't care about her. We have the Queen of Australia. We are a Commonwealth within a Commonwealth. We're the Commonwealth of Australia within the Commonwealth of Nations. The difference being, Australia is a Commonwealth of States, just like the US is a federation of states. If that,
with exception of states like Virginia, which is a Commonwealth state itself, and you'd be amazed at the difference between that state and states that are not Commonwealths. When it comes down to the legalities of things, it's amazing.
Well, like I said, and we have our constitution from 1901, which is not being enforced, but there is a version of the constitution which was fiddled with in the 70s, then fiddled with in the 80s, and the Queen never signed off on it. She signed off on the fact that she was given a copy of it, and the politicians here, Bob Hawke, Prime Minister of the 1980s era, he presented that to the people as, look, she signed off on it, she's approved it. No, it's called international trade law or international law, where you have to sign that you have accepted something in hand, meaning that it has been handed to you, and you sign off on a receipt. You sign off on it saying, yes, I have received this, I acknowledge that I received this, we will get back to you. Our Queen never, ever, ever approved the changes to the Constitution. Those
So
changes
basically, she said she just signed something that said, "Okay, I got the paper."
Yes, correct. Furthermore, those changes were never, ever, ever, not once done by warriors, because in our Constitution it says warriors, we the people. It doesn't say we the people, it says warriors the people, which in Old English is we the people. Basically. Yeah, but modern day interpreters of English would like to dispute that. But it's like, hello, a word has its definition. You can't just change the definition of it just because you feel, because you want it to be something different.
Yeah, it's called etymology, folks. Look it up. It's the root of the word and the history of the word. Historically speaking, it can be traced.
Whereas anyway, cut a long story short, there was never a referendum on these amendments / changes that the politicians introduced. There was no referendum. It was never the people who decided. It was a group of politicians who took it upon themselves to try and make these changes. And then they tried to sneakily, I forgot what year it was, 1990, in the late 80s, 1990s, early 90s.
The second you brought it up, I was saying, I bet he's going to say something after 1975.
Oh, yeah. They tried to hold a referendum on the topic of making Australia not a Commonwealth, but a republic, meaning no more Queen. And that would have automatically put our Constitution from 1901 out of power, totally. And the new Constitution. Oh, yeah, because we're no longer.
Run that past me again.
The referendum was that Australia become a republic, right? That we
and
no
they wanted
longer
to do away with what?
Well, it automatically included the new constitution, the amended constitution that was put together by politicians or edited by politicians, and not voted in by the people. You get it? It was a sneaky way of them trying to legalize their illegalities, their treason. So the sad part about this is 99% of Australian citizens don't know and don't care. That's the sad part.
Oh.
It's the same situation with the how many stars on the American flag. What do they represent?
Now I see why you brought it up.
It's the exact same thing. This is even on a higher level of stupidity and ignorance. This is a higher level of I don't care. See, people are getting cheesed off about Roe versus Wade, that mistake from whenever it was made, 1973 or whatever, being corrected now. But I can understand that. Some people felt like they were given something, even though they weren't ever supposed to be given it that way. It was supposed to be done in a different manner. And now you're saying, well, you can't have that anymore. It's like taking a lolly from a kid. So don't get me wrong, we're only human. Whether we're 5 years old or 50 years old, you give me a chocolate bar and you say, oh, no, I'm taking it back now. You can't have it anymore. But you didn't, but you didn't bother to take a bite out of it. And you might want to take a bite. Yeah, well, how are you going to feel? If you're going to feel cheated, because you always knew that the chocolate bar was there for you to take a bite out of if you wanted it. But you were never supposed to be given the chocolate bar because it was never his to give. It It wasn't his chocolate bar that he gave you. He gave you something that wasn't there, that should never have been there. It was a stolen property. It was, you were given stolen goods.
But that's a great example. I mean,
But
that
you
is
I can understand why some people are feeling cheated or feeling upset, regardless of what the topic may be. In this case, it's Roe versus Wade, but it's the same principle of the emotion behind it. In Australia, that emotion doesn't exist because the people don't care. They don't know. They never knew that they even had that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
the percent of people that you feel don't care. Would you say how much emphasis, if any, would you say is that due to how far out the cities are spread from each other, um, how densely populated some areas are, and how the reverse is true in other areas of Australia? Does that play into it at all?
Just like in the USA, the big cities, they feel entitled because mob rule mentality. And like I said, we are resembling Western societies, are now resembling former Eastern Bloc societies in that we have the majority, what we say goes. If you don't like it, tough biggies to you, or tough luck to you.
Well, that's really something, especially when you've lived long enough to see Russia rot from inside out and completely fall apart, as far as their example of what happens is communism, socialism. Um, a lot
Not
of
just
people
Russia.
don't know that
Every single socialist state has had the same fate. Not just Russia. The USSR is the biggest example in the course of history. But every time mob rule was put in place, guess what happened? It fell apart bloodily. There was bloodshed everywhere. There was hunger and bloodshed at the end of it every single time, no matter where it happened, whether it be a small island country or whether it be an African country or an Asian country or European country or
yeah,
North
when
American.
people are starving, they do tend to get desperate.
It ends in bloodshed every time. And why anybody would think in their right mind or sick mind that if we do it again, maybe it won't happen, it won't end the same way.
It's idiocy.
That's insanity.
Exactly. That was my next word. Now you're taking words out of my mouth.
But we're doing it, and I say we're doing it because we're letting our younger
It's
generations get
happening.
away with it. Yeah. And I say younger generations who are influenced by these ideologues from I call them idiotologues, but ideologues who are trying to impose some sort of man-made ideology upon everybody. Impose it, force it upon everybody. It's like, hang on a second, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's how
What are
the
you doing?
word idiocracy came into existence.
Yes. Yes.
Gentlemen, excuse me for one moment. I'm going to get some liquid so I can stop coughing on y'all so badly. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, and Swede, I'm sure that
Yeah.
you could say many a event or give many examples from Sweden which are identical to the examples we've given from our countries, USA and in my case Australia. As far as your politicians go, as far as legislation goes, as far as the laws go, as far as the way that they're enforced, the way they're changed, it's identical all over the world, especially the Western world. It's like a copy paste. So, if there was more viewers from Sweden, I'm sure that they'd be in the chat now or on the live talking about these same types of events in your country. 100%.
Probably, yeah. And we have the highest inflation since 1991.
Wow.
And that is
Yeah. There's another thing.
unbelievable.
There's another thing there as well. In these types of economic hard times, how many more immigrants or refugees, whichever one they may be, whether they're fleeing from something or whether they're legally migrating within the citizenship programs and so on, how many more new people, new residents, new citizens can any Western nation take in this given situation? And yet we're all taking. And I'm not against immigration. Immigration is fantastic if you have a need for it, if there is
Yeah.
a justifiable need for it, if you can ensure that these people are given equal opportunity, right? But if you can't guarantee equal opportunity to these people, and at the moment, no Western nation can guarantee equal opportunity to these people because we can't guarantee equal opportunity for the existing population. And yet here we are, all Western nations are still taking in millions, hundreds of millions of people yearly. If we look at it on a global level, it's hundreds of millions of people, all from Europe to, we'll say, the better off nations, European nations, North
Excuse
American
me?
nations, Australia.
Yeah.
Excuse me. We are not taking in hundreds of thousands of people at the Mexican border. They are walking the hell over it illegally. But they're
Oh yeah,
being permitted to do it under the Biden administration, and it's frightening. Just last night they had a segment in which they just took one group of people out of just an endless stream that you can see coming in, and they were able to identify two people who were, oh gosh, people who had served time in prison for sex offenses. I'm trying to watch my wordiology here. Murderers, certainly. Many people who were connected to the drug traffic cartels. There's actually a spot in which people start to abandon their vehicles before they start the trek over the bridge, and there are mountains of people throwing away their IDs before they come into the country. This is a consistent flow, folks. But under the
yeah.
Biden administration, they've virtually taken away all of the control of the border policing situation.
Same issue in Europe. Same issue in Australia. Australia's at an advantage because we're an island.
No, I did not realize that.
Well, just go back to the mainstream media news. The influx of people from the Middle East.
My point was there's a big difference between people who legally immigrate to a country and people who are saturating it.
Yes, but we're allowing for it to happen, whether it be illegal or legal, or and when I say legal, I'm talking about legal people who are literally refugees. You know what? That would be the only category. That would be the only category of immigrants which should be considered acceptable in these hard economic times. Legal immigrants, as far as immigration goes, I would go as far as to say legal immigrants, i.e., maybe a touchy topic, but doctors, nurses, engineers, people who are needed within our economies, within our ecosystem, to further advance the ecosystem, to better the situation so that we can get back to the same place we were, in the sense that people do have equal opportunity. Not equal outcome, but equal opportunity. That the opportunities are there. We currently do not offer any opportunities to the existing people within the population, within our populations, let alone be able to offer anything of the sort to new members of our population, whether they be legal or illegal. The influx of people coming in to our nations is in the hundreds of millions. If you take all the Africans that are coming to Europe, if you take all the people from the Middle East that are coming to Europe, not counting the refugees from Ukraine. Again, I use the word refugees. It's a war-torn country. Many people are fleeing. Fully understandable. Fully understandable. For what
Well,
reasons?
agree.
Well, people can argue they're committing treason or whatever. It makes no difference. That's all topic of discussion. They feel like they're endangered. They don't feel like they can handle that danger. For whatever reason, they want to flee, whether it be a spur-of-the-moment decision or whether it would be a well-thought-out decision, is
Well,
irrelevant.
if your country is actively experiencing something like genocide between the Hutus and the Tutsis, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right. Of course, you want to get the hell out.
Well,
They're
many
not
people
just
do.
erasing you; they're erasing an entire people. Who would blame you for wanting to go someplace else?
Fully
That's a risk of
understand.
life. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But there is another thing. When we're touching on the topic of refugees, when a human being is given refugee status, right? Whether it's correct or not, whether it's via fraud or via the truth, we'll just ignore that part. A human being is given the status of refugee in Australia or USA, wherever. When that home nation, that home country comes back to peace, right, and rebuilding itself, what person with refugee status has had their refugee status cancelled and sent back to their no longer dangerous country? I have not heard of many, if any. Now, I could be ignorant on that, but I'm sure that if that was happening, it would be pointed out by somebody somewhere. I have not heard that mentioned anywhere, whether it be,
What I'm familiar
mainstream.
with as far as the diplomatic situation is usually at that point they can go back to their consulate and start requesting things that would effectively extend their stay there, or enter them into the process where they are applying for status
Gee,
to be
ref,
recognized as a member of that country.
well, refugee should be a temporary thing, and it is a temporary thing by definition.
Kind of, I was
Until,
fixing to say, it kind of has to go with the definition of the word.
yeah.
But yeah, that's
Now, if that refugee status was justifiably the case for, we'll say, 12 years, I'll just pluck a number out of thin air there. 12 years seems like a good number of years, 12 years. Then it's fair and reasonable to say, excuse me, Mr. So-and-so, Mrs. So-and-so, you have not been able to return to your homeland safely in 12 years. It's time that we offer you the opportunity for you to have legal citizenship status or resident status in this land, and to have all the rights of everybody else and not be living off handouts or whatever else the laws or legislation may state. You get what I'm saying? So there has to be common sense applied there. But no war is going to end in a year. No war is going to end in 2 years or 3 years. And no war-torn country, post-war country, is safe within the first X amount of years after the war is over. And I'm talking about war in particular, like you were saying, the genocide situation. That's war. That's war. Directed at a certain group of people, certain nation of people, a tribe of people. But still war. Once that war is over and those people can come back there, it's still not going to be easy for them. It still might not be safe for them because you got little warlords and mobs around who are armed
sure.
and dangerous and crimes. So just because a war is ended doesn't mean that it's a refugee has safe return guaranteed. No, they don't. Their life is still potentially in danger. But give or take a few years after that war is ended, sir, ma'am, your refugee status has now been cancelled because you can legally go back to your country. We'll help you get there and for you to rebuild your nation and your country. I don't want to go. I like this here. Well, that's a choice. That's not. You came here without a choice. We helped you. We gave you refuge. And we did everything by the book as far as ensuring that you have all your human rights ensured. It's time to go home. End of story. You don't hear about that because it doesn't happen. The word refugee means nothing. People can say, oh, it means this, it means that. No, it doesn't. It means nothing.
I
Because
was
it's
going to
never
say that's why there's a difference between the two words migration and immigration. Immigration.
Well, at the end of the day, well, migration covers all forms of movement of people. Yeah. But the word refugee, when you look at it, if there's no follow through on it, it's worthless. It's just a form of immigration. It's a form of immigration that's being implemented and abused. And you know who pays the price? Real refugees, because there's a business being made out of it. And I'll say there's a business being made out of it because here's a fact. I knew border police firsthand. Police and border police in the country that I was living in Europe. And a huge number of people migrating from the Middle East, from Syria and the surrounding areas of Syria, who were heading on through to Germany and that. They're picking and choosing what countries they go to. So they're not refugees in the classic sense, I want safe haven. They're
Well,
picking and choosing where it's
yeah,
better for them.
Frankfurt is a common landing point in the traveling line from between a lot of countries to a lot of countries. A lot of them change their flights in Frankfurt, so that kind of makes sense. Go ahead.
I'll tell you this much. Every single person that was in those groups, and I'm talking about thousands and tens of thousands of people coming through across the borders, had either 5 or 10 grand US bills on them, given to them by who? By ISIS. Here's money. Go.
Yo,
And that is a fact that was
the
not relayed
hell?
by, it was not relayed by the mainstream media
Of course not.
to a level. It was mentioned here and there, but it was never ever relayed effectively. And yet these people had the money given to them by those sending them overseas, literally sending them, saying, you're going overseas, and if you don't go there, we'll kill you all. That's an extreme example, but here, X amount of dollars, the figures were either 5 or 10,000, most commonly 5,000 US dollars, right?
Shadow, we got a
Reserve dollars
troll that needs to be kicked out.
per person.
They are kicked out.
Okay, thank you.
McBean took care of it.
Thank you, McBean. Appreciate that greatly. I'm sorry to interrupt, gentlemen.
That is a historical fact that is undeniable. These people had the money given to them, and they were using that money to get themselves across borders, to pay off border guards, to pay off the taxis and so on. Smuggling of people.
Got it.
Was going
Okay, now
on.
I follow your point from the beginning to the end.
So, who paid the price in that whole system? Real refugees, real people who, by the book, would have been refugees. Namely, I'll pick on one group: non-Muslims in the ISIS caliphate. They would have been refugees. They would have been fleeing the caliphate. They would have been fleeing the Sharia law because they're afraid, or they don't want to be dhimmis. They don't want to be paying a lifelong tax not to be raped and enslaved, and so on and so on. So those people would have been refugees as one example. Yet how many people who crossed the border were hardcore Muslims who would have fitted right in with Sharia law, who would have not been or put in a bad position in any which way as far as their status within the caliphate goes. The vast majority of them. Who paid the price? Real victims paid the price due to this business that's called refugee/immigration.
You are correct. And the fact that that did not make the news, that was purposeful. It wasn't because of time constraints. It was because someone wanted that to not make the news. That is pertinent news.
You've got a very similar, not exact same, very similar situation
Oh,
from
sure.
Africa, North African countries, where the same thing, similar, if not the exact same thing, is happening on a daily basis. People are coming to Spain, to Italy,
and in the
boat.
Middle East, where they literally have an Arabic word in every Arabic country. It's a different word in different countries. That's basically the expected bribe. And if you want to get something done, if you were an Arab in a particular country and you needed to get something done through government channels, you may have to do that multiple times just to even reach someone that, by your country's laws and whatnot, you should have been able to talk to all along. But it's not only, what you would call under the table, but people are just absolutely going to look the other way because it's become so entrenched and expected that a person knows well in advance that if they want to get to that person, okay, I got to pay off this guy, and this guy to get to that level to even state my point.
Now apply that same illegal refugee immigration, right? The abuse of the refugee system for immigration, or illegal immigration, to what's happening in the southern border in the USA, and it gives a clearer picture as to what's going on. It makes no difference whether they're Arabs, North African Arabs, Africans, Asians. It makes no difference where the people are coming from. If it's abuse of the refugee system, it's abuse of what the term refugee is supposed to mean, what it's supposed to serve. Add that, apply that to what's going on in the USA as far as the southern border goes, and it gives you a crystal clear picture as to just how little any of the politicians out there that we've voted in care about humanity. It's all about the money. It has nothing to do with humanity. It has everything to do with money, power, control. And they've got an international word that they're abusing. It's called refugee status or refugee. And everybody's abusing it, from the black marketers, the opportunists within the countries that they're coming from, to the politicians in both countries where they're coming from and going to all the middlemen, from the taxi drivers who are smuggling people, like in the European case, taxi drivers, very often than not, to the border guards who are taking little bribes, to you name it.
So in the end, the victims who fled one situation to get to another situation are still victims, just facing a different set of dangers.
Correct. And at the end of the day, that refugee status is a guaranteed residentship or citizenship. There's no meaning to the word refugee status anymore, to the term refugee status anymore. There's no meaning whatsoever to it. It means nothing. It's just a form of immigration. Let's say Venezuela tomorrow, just overnight, boom, gets back to being a democracy with human rights, and just a democracy with all of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights applied within that nation, within that country. How many people that have now been given refugee status in North America from Venezuela will have their refugee status cancelled within a acceptable period of time, whether that be a year or 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever it may take for Venezuela to stabilize again? probably not one, not a single person. Look at it from that angle, and you will see a whole different light on what's going on around the entire world, not just in the USA, but the entire world. And again, my question is, how many people with the existing population in your case the USA, in my case Australia, in Sweden, can we accept into the country and offer them any guarantee of equal opportunity? Not equal rights, but equal opportunity. We can't.
Pretty much none.
Oh, hang on. Oh, 1 second.
How you
It
doing,
seems to be.
Shadow?
Well, I'm doing pretty good.
How you feeling?
Well,
You feel tired?
a little bit. And I got a appointment to the fear doctors, which is the dentists.
Oh,
I don't like
oh
dentists.
no! I don't like them either.
That's why I call them fear doctors. It's like you are on Madame Tussauds.
The wax museum.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I could apply that to a lot of doctors.
So
Oh
the
gosh.
news is I got 2 holes and I got inflammation in. So I
Oh
got a
goodness.
new toothpaste.
What? Oh, the kind that's supposed to deaden the problem until you can get to the dentist.
Yep.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, that sucks.
Well, I'm glad, as we used to say, back your ears. If you ever want to know when a cat doesn't want to do something, watch their ears. When they pull their ears back flat, you know they don't like what they're looking at. I'm thinking about whenever I have to give my cat like an antibiotic, I'd have to
Yeah.
wrap her whole body in a towel just so she couldn't claw me, and then I'd get the dropper of this liquid medicine into her mouth. It's like bright pink, and she hated that stuff, and she'd sit there like, okay, I know this, I'm 18 years old, I know this drill. And I'd get the medicine in her mouth, and she would just kind of go cack and spit it right out on the towel, me, everything else. um, and I called the veterinarian, and I said, I'm really worried about how much of the medicine is really getting into the cat and how much is coming out. And they said, oh, don't worry, we know cats do that, so she will get the antibiotic. And I'm like, okay, cool, yeah. Well, excuse me, I have to go. I got to bandage up my arms now from where she's clawed me up.
Yeah.
Because my cat loved me to death, but she's like, that pink stuff, no.
Yeah, I agree.
What time is your appointment, dear?
It was. I had that yesterday, so I will have a
Okay.
new. So I will have a new appointment August 16th. So
Wait,
I
wait a
hate
minute.
that.
You've got to wait like a month to get this taken care of? This is happening in America too, and I don't get why there are these huge delays. They put me in a
Well,
situation. Go ahead.
I need to get the inflammation in the gum
That's true. They want to
before
make
they
sure
can fix the holes.
they want to be sure that that is taken care of before they go to the second. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So
So
that
you
sucks.
take your medication, young man.
Well, the only medication I take, it's my amlopidine. So
That's supposed to help the inflammation?
No, it's blood pressure medicine.
Yay! Getting older, yay!
Yeah,
Yes, that was a sarcastic thing.
yeah,
Don't
I
think for a
know.
minute you're on one medication. I'm on a few. Um, about 3 or 4. No, let's see. I'd say 4 to 5 years ago, they had me on 2 typewritten pages of medications, and because I have several medical conditions, 3 of them are very severe, and I told them, I said, you know what? How about we try taking away most of this and see how much better my body gets. I literally had to push this idea on these different doctors because it's not like they're getting together and having a meeting on me. They're each individual doctors. And I was able to reduce it down to less than 10. That's huge. From 2
Yeah,
typewritten sheets of paper to less than 10, including 2 cancer medications that they tried to push on me after my second battle with cancer. That's when I
yeah,
learned how to talk to a doctor. I said, okay. They said, we'd like for you to be on these 2 medications so that your cancer doesn't come back. And I said, okay, hang on a moment. What is the efficacy? In other words, what is the percentage of effectiveness of this medication? And the woman, her shoulders dropped and she said, it's only 5%. I said, okay, to that medication, I say no. What is the next one? And I looked at the second person facing me. I said, what is the efficacy of this medication? And she said, it is also 5%. I said, thank you for the offer, but I decline the second medication. Bam! Saved myself years of heartache.
yep.
Yeah, I gotta go. Sorry.
Auslander, it was very great to see you and very nice to have a conversation with you today. I like I say, I know there are points on which we disagree, but I love finding that there are points on which we agree solidly, and I really appreciate the conversation today. Thank you.
Not a problem. Even in the future, if we disagree on something, there's no personal animosity there. It's just even if the conversation were to get heated up for whatever reason, there's no. It's the NHF at the end of it all. It's like, okay, so we don't agree on something. Big deal. It's like, welcome to the real world. Trust me.
I hope to think of myself always as a long-termer, as far as if I'm going to form an opinion, and I know that you're a person who appears regularly. I'd like to form that opinion sometime far in the future. And that's my reflex reaction when I first met you was, I don't agree with what you're saying. And you left before I could tell Shadow, let me get a bigger picture of what he's saying so I can understand. Whereas a lot of people in this country, the reason why there's so much shouting and pointing and everything is because no one wants to take the time to do that very thing, to accumulate more information before they arrive at a point. Nope, they just all want to dig their trench right there and say, let's fight. I'm not like that.
Welcome to the new world order. That's the new norm. Welcome to the new norm. Welcome to 1984.
Yeah, well, you won't see me saluting it, and I'll
just
it's
end
like
that.
the gun legislation. You can take my gun from my cold dead hands.
Exactly.
I will defend my right.
I've stated the following on what's going on in the world in a way that many refuse to accept as being truth. But if one looks at reality, what's going on, it's, in my opinion, one possible way of describing the events around us. The Book of Revelation told us what's going to happen. The book called 1984 described in detail how it can be implemented and how it can be done. Not what's going to be done, but how it's going to be done. And if we look at those two books, the Book of Revelation and 1984 by George Orwell, or we could even add Brave New World to that somewhat, but that's from a different angle again. But just those two books that I mentioned, you say, okay, this is what's going to happen, and this is a way it can be done. And then we look at what's going on around us and we say, holy smoke.
Well, but for real.
Regardless of if someone believes the Book of Revelation or not, regardless if someone believes in the possibility of what was written in 1984 happening, just take a look around you, buddy. End of story.
Really?
Is irrelevant.
Sober up.
What I feel
people.
or believe or want to believe or don't want to believe is irrelevant. Because reality doesn't care about my feelings.
Exactly. They call it woke over here. And I see a lot of people that need to wake the hell up. They are not woke. Woke is only going back more to sleep, in my opinion.
That's a combination of many things. Like I said, those two books, but when you talk about woke, you can add Brave New World to it as well in that combination. And it's
Sure.
like, really? Whether someone considers those books to be factual or fiction or inspired by some higher being or not is irrelevant. Take a look around you and take a look at what's written in those three books and then tell me that this isn't what we're seeing and living right now.
What was the third book?
Brave New World.
1984, the Bible, and what?
No, not the Bible. The Book of Revelation. Well, you could go, okay, when we're talking about the Bible, the Book of
Well, you said
Revelation.
the Book of Revelations, and I thought that was a book in the Bible.
Correct. It is a book in the Bible, but not the whole entire Bible. Only
Right.
the prophecies. The
Okay.
prophecies concerning end times, which seem to be all amalgamated, put into one book called the Book of Revelation. And when talking about, I can't find the video right now. I think, maybe I can. There's an excellent, believe it or not, an excellent video on YouTube about that, where even myself, I was astonished at just how much I've been influenced by the constant noise around us on that topic. Give me a moment. I'll share it. I will find it and I will share it.
If you don't mind, that would be great. If you need to go real quick, I understand as well. But if you would like, kind of in your mind, put a pin in it, and you know, it depends on how quickly you need to go.
No, this is worth the moment too. Here it is, because I've got it in my playlist, one of my playlists on my channel. This here helped me get back on track rather than get distracted by all the noise out there, if you get my point.
Good point.
I found it to be extremely, not just informative, because there was a number of things in there which I'd heard before, some of it, but it was like, I forgot about it, to be honest. It just got clogged up with all the stuff that's out there from 101 different wannabe prophets and so on, or interpreters of the original book.
Auslander, type one more thing and put it in there. I can't copy it because I can't actually see all of the link. I need one more. Enter. Just put a dot and put enter. And it'll bump it up high enough for me to copy it.
Got it? See it now?
I think there might be a little bit of a delay to when the... I can see the top of it. Okay.
Should be able to just click on the link itself.
Okay, all right. It wasn't hiding the bottom of it. All right. But I can't tell because I can't see the bottom. Yeah, I've got it now. Thank you.
But I highly recommend anybody that reads the Book of Revelations or the Holy Bible, as far as Daniel's prophecies about end times, or Jesus's not prophecies, but warnings about end times, or the Book of Revelations, which uses very, very terms which in modern day English we would never use. We just don't use those types of analogies or those types of comparisons or those types of terms. We don't refer to animals. And when we refer to an animal, we just think of an animal. Like you say tiger, you're thinking about a tiger. You're not thinking about what that tiger represents in the culture
Right.
of those people back
I see
then,
what you mean.
and so on. However, when this gentleman here goes through it, he really does a great job of it. That's like I said, it's like a good refresher course. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not reading something that was written in the 21st century. I'm reading something that was written 2,000 years ago.
No, I appreciate it very much. I always keep a the Windows notepad. I always keep a page open so that when people make recommendations like this, I can take them down immediately and go back to them later. So yes,
Excellent.
I will definitely look
As far
into
as-
it.
As far as
I've
the
got it.
novel as far as the novel 1984 goes, here's another channel. He's a channel that I can recommend, not a video, but a channel. Rob Braxman. Rob Braxman.
I love him.
Yes.
Yeah, I know that dude too.
I want his products too.
Well, when you read 1984 again, or when you think about it, when you reflect upon what you read or watched or both, take into consideration Rob Braxton's the information that he's relaying to us about technology that's out there, especially when it concerns mega corporations like Googly Eyes, Facebook, Twitter, government overreach, 5G/communications.
I don't know if you're like me, but I have been worried that Rob is going to get his channel taken down, and surprised that they've let him keep going as long as he has. I understand he's got a plan in place in case that happens, but I'd rather see him here if more
Well,
people are coming here.
the good thing about what he says is he not only is backed by knowledge, he also quadruple checks everything first hand to make sure that he does not state anything that is not 100% provable fact. So undeniable facts is what he sticks to. When he states an opinion, he will clearly state, this is just my opinion, it's not necessarily the case. But he says it in a way that leads you to understand that he has good reason for that opinion.
Yes, and he listens to like the tech people that are sitting there in the comments and everything. He pays great attention to what they're stating, and even when they try to correct him, he'll say, yes, okay, maybe I didn't state that in the proper terms. This is what I'm explaining to you. He's
Exactly.
very attentive. I love the way he handles his
That's
live
why I
streams
recommend
and whatnot.
So what I'm saying is when you read 1984, or when you reflect upon it, take into consideration the tech side of things that we have in place today in our communications and the way everything is controlled, from government departments to local payments for fuel at the service station, gas station, as you call it there. So take all that into consideration when you think about 1984. And as far as the novel Brave New World, woke.
Aldous Huxley.
You said it. Woke. Look at woke and look at the governments and what they're doing and what's going on around us, and just pluck those parameters, those facts into the novel Brave New World.
I believe that's the right author is of Brave New World. This isn't Huxley.
Correct. Yes, correct.
I need to revisit some of those materials. Please be gentle with me. They think I've had a stroke, so I'm having a little bit of difficulty sometimes. And if I sound a little bit idiot, by all means, please feel free to correct me. But
as far as Huxley goes,
I'm trying to be helpful.
When it concerns Brave New World novel there, you're touching on society and what's going on in society. I'm not that overly concerned about. No. Let me rephrase it. I don't concentrate so much on the feeling side of things and how it's like crystal clear that when feelings become facts or have precedent over facts, that's not going to end well. It never has ended well in the past. It never will end well in the future either. Because as I often refer to the statements that I make everywhere, all too often, human nature has not changed. The only thing that has changed is the technology that we have available, that we have discovered and utilized. Our nature has not changed.
Well, we've got technology, but I think it's important to also note that we have also got a world population that has grown so quickly in number.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. We all consider the police state of the former Nazi regime in Germany, right, the 1930s, as something that is overreach, government overreach. The amount of detailed information the government controlled, the amount of data that government, that their state security forces, whether they be police or secret police or whatever, their security forces,
Sure,
had available about every single individual. Yet today, that is the norm. Today, people want that. Guess what the Germans wanted after the Versailles treaties and everything that went on, First World War, the economical crash, the Versailles Treaty that was imposed upon them, the taxes and all that. Guess what they wanted? They wanted safety, security. They wanted food on the table. A hungry person doesn't see what's happening around them. All they see is the bread that somebody's putting on the table in front of them, saying, "Here's a loaf of bread."
Or the concern of accumulating it so it will be there for, in other words, gathering.
Yes. Look at
If
the
you
world
know that
today.
if there's nothing in your pantry tonight and you know that you have to feed yourself and or your family, your mind is on that.
And have a
You
look
haven't
at
eaten in
what's
a few
happening.
days. That.
What's happening today? How much data does the government have about us? How much data do the so-called security, safety,
A sickening amount, and they've done it in such a way that any company can buy it.
correct? Compare that to Germany of the 1930s with the technology that they had available. It's the exact same scenario. It's the exact same thing. Exact. And I'm not even going to try and account for people's feelings when I say that. That is the reality of the fact. Is what we considered not acceptable from history's pages, we are now supporting and contributing to it. Each and every one of us. We are all guilty of it. Whether it be due to ignorance or lack of willpower to get informed is irrelevant. Add the hunger to it, and guess what we have? We have a repeat performance of what went on in the 1930s in Europe, or namely in Germany, and then spread over Europe. But Germany in particular, where it started. We considered that we as humanity brought about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a consensus, as a result, which was a consensus result, right? Saying this must never happen again. The Nuremberg Code, many other documents, many other agreements by consensus came around after the Second World War, in that 10-20 year gap after a war, as a result of the evils that happened in the first half of the 20th century. Look at what's happening around us as far as government overreach, as far as control, as far as monitoring of everything from where you go to what you eat, to what you say, to what you type, to what you, everything. Add to that now this hunger problem that's being, like you said,
and everywhere you go included.
Exactly.
And that is important information as well. They want to
And
know if
then,
people are grouping somewhere to discuss something. They want the mics open to know what is being discussed. It is complete.
yep,
Not to
and we
put too
all
fine
use
a
good
point
faith.
on it, but if you want to go to the bathroom, they want to know what color the bathroom is. To
Look, all
put
I
it
can say is
bluntly.
what Braxton says, right? And what
And I do
many
mean
other,
taking health information and basically making it available to any hacker that can easily intercept A to B.
correct. Rob has said it. Rob Braxton has said it many a time. Many other oh, famous, well-known, two in particular, from the US, or one's Australian, but
That man's doing a great service to us.
leaked,
More people should listen to him.
and that other bloke that went to Russia. They both said it, but they said it in their own terms. You
Oh, the
cannot
whistleblower.
hide. Yes, you cannot hide. You can only confuse. You cannot hide. All you can do is confuse, but you can't hide. That's where the technology has gotten to. Let's compare that to the Nazi regime and the SS and the SA, or SS in particular afterwards. But the brown shirts first and black shirts afterwards, and then the actual secret police service, the SD, and then the regular police, and then the political departments that are involved in accumulating all that information and making sure that things are done the way they want them to be done. Let's just compare what we have today with what we considered so evil
While they were
or world.
simultaneously gathering information worldwide, these secret services. They had their hands all over the planet, including Antarctica.
I'm just
It's
saying.
been proven.
And when somebody states this historical fact and pulls a parallel to what we're seeing today with the current day technological advancements that we have available to us, I dare say that it's identical in 99.99% of its evil / immorality in everything that we condemned as being evil in the
With one
1950s.
huge difference. In today's world, it's instantaneously they have that information. They don't have to
That
go
too
gather it and wait for it to be, put across the Morse code or whatever. It's
is the missing
instantaneous.
And here's the missing link to that whole scenario, to that whole puzzle, right? Hunger. The German people were hungry. And I mean hungry. Literally hungry. That's why that was so easy for them to find one group of people and point the finger at them. And that was as a result of the Treaty of Versailles, whatever the right proper but I don't know how to
Versailles.
pronounce it.
We say over
Yeah,
here
Versailles.
Versailles.
Yeah,
I think that may be closer to the French pronunciation, but
probably. Yeah, I'm not French. Sorry,
I
my bad.
understand you. That's the important
But
part.
the Treaty of Versailles, right, in which a certain group of people were given the opportunity to denounce their um, responsibility in the repayment of the repatriations to the allies of the First World War, and those people were living in Germany. But they were given this get out of jail free card on that, and they were living good. They were living okay. They had everything they wanted. And guess what? How easy was it for the hungry people to look at them and somebody say, they're to blame. Look how they're living. Their children have bread on the table. They got money. They got this. They got that. And you're living like shit. You're living worse than trailer trash. It's their fault. And you think that average little poor person, that former working class German, when he looks at it, he's like, yeah, my neighbor, just because he's of that group of people there, it must be their fault. There has to be truth to what's being said. Yeah. And then there's the jealousy factor and so on and so on and so on, right?
Yes, they had to demean the people before they could
You get my point?
eradicate them.
Haven't we
Absolutely, I'm following with you. And at the same time, Hitler was putting out this thing where he said to German females, the more children you produce will literally give you an award.
Well,
so that they could produce more children to enter the Hitler Youth programs to have more cannon fodder for the armies.
well,
More boots on the ground.
I dare say, if we look at today's world, with the amount of youth being pumped out by these government-controlled education systems who are of a certain mindset, political ideology, that we have the exact same thing in place, just applying a different technique to getting the Hitler youth out there, or in this case, the left-wing youth mob out there.
Agreed.
What's the future going to look like? I dare say all we have to do is look into history's pages, and we'll see what the future looks like. As far
Those
as
who
what's
do
going
not
on around us,
study history are doomed to repeat it.
mhm. And again, go back to Revelations, go back to 1984 by Mr. Orwell, and you will see what's going to happen and how it can be done, and just compare it to what we have around us. If you're still not sure, have a look at what's going on around us, compare it to 1930s Germany, post-World War I Germany, there, in that era, to make it more precise, because if we say just Nazi Germany, what led to that? How did it get to that? What's
Yes.
the background information to it? Why were these people living so good, and they were German citizens right next door to the guy that's a German citizen as well, but he's living like shit? So how did this happen? How did this division in society happen? Why was this minority not living as bad as that? Why were they such an easy target for someone to point the finger at and to blame and to, to use that tactic of it's their fault? Find someone to blame and you feel better about yourself because it's not your fault. You get what I mean? It's human nature. The same thing's happening now, but the division isn't based on ethnicity or religion or race or I don't know what other things we can pick on. It's based on something that the world has been divided on in the last 2 years. Who is or isn't compliant, not to mention the term or the word or the actual thing.
Thank you.
And
Point well made.
And now, go back to the Treaty of Versailles and the results of what war plus the Treaty of Versailles caused in Germany, right, on a whole nation, and have a look at the hunger factor. And remember, a hungry father or mother, all they see is the bread on the table, the food on the table for their child.
You can only
That's
starve so long before you die. That's life or death.
Well, guess what? Look at what's happening with the food chain in the last 2 years. Look at what's happening with the production of food, especially in the States. I mean, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but when there's over 100 food processing manufacturing plants destroyed this year alone, since the beginning of this year, one way or the other have either burnt down or been some sort of, for whatever reason, stopped production, something stinks.
Do you know the etymology of the phrase conspiracy theory?
No.
Do you know the history of that? It was invented by none other than the CIA so that they could demonize people who were saying accurate things and dismiss them. Demonize and dismiss them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, I see a flying object that I can't identify. Oh, well, you're just a hick in the woods that's too dumb to know that that's a scientific thing. That's water vapor, swamp gas that's reflected off of Venus.
A weather balloon.
That phrase was invented by the CIA to dismiss people who were describing accurate things, to shut them up by having them ignored instead of eliminated.
Hey, just to add to that, here's another thing that anybody can really do a bit of research on. And all those societies of yesteryear, which there is reason to believe that they had unworldly or non-worldly, non-earthly, should I say, technologies given to them or know-how given to them. You notice how they all wanted to become gods? They all wanted to replace God with the technology that they had because they thought that they were better than everybody else or all prior generations to them. And they applied that, and guess what happened to them all? They all got wiped out. They all vanished. All we're finding is relics about those peoples from the past, aren't we? And then I can't help but go back to the stories within the Bible, right? The events recorded with the language used back then, with the limited amount of words that existed back then as well, compared to the amount of words we have
now
today.
I think I'm following you.
Yeah. And we'll just go to Babylon. It's like, okay, they didn't get wiped
Oh,
out, but what happened? The creator said, "Oh, you guys want to do that again? Nah, sorry, too bad, so sad. Psst, here we go. I'll just cause a little bit of confusion among you. These are something called languages." It's like, dope.
now you can't all understand each other. There you go.
Yeah.
Now try to get
So,
by.
but it's funny how every time when we look through the course of whether it be people discovering these little relics from the past, and they say, "Oh, but look at the technology they had. How did they do this? How did they do that? This can't be. It's not earthly technology. It had to be from a alien source." It's but what happened to what was the end result of each and every one of those societies? Vanished, gone,
Disappeared.
nothing left of them. They ended up with the same fate as Sodom and Gomorrah, for whatever reason. But the reason was the same. They all tried to be what? I am my own God. I can do whatever I want. Oh, okay, fine. Snap, gone. End of story. And I know that I'm oversimplifying.
I'm sorry, the way you put it was funny.
Yeah, but I did oversimplify it. But these are now recorded historical events. We know we have evidence to show that these people did exist, that these cultures and societies did exist, that they were
And
way
that their
above and beyond.
technology was very advanced. Give you a great example in
Correct.
India, where they were able to prove, hey, wait a minute, we've got proof here that there were atomic type weapons. We have the fused glass effect on the soil. Wait a minute. And then you have the, I never can pronounce this correctly, Mahabharata,
Maharaja?
no, the Buddhist texts of
Oh,
the texts of Buddhism. Putting this badly. What dear? Mahabharata. I know we're both in. I don't think we're even. Basically, and they describe flying machines. They describe flying battles and whatnot that can literally be pointed back to the same time period that the archaeologists are discovering the evidence of such on the ground.
Okay.
I know because my brother's an archaeologist. But yeah, that's
what happened.
I'm trying to support what you're saying here, and I'm sorry if I'm doing a bad job of it, but
they're all gone.
yeah, they can put two and two together.
And what did they all want to be? Their own gods. They wanted to be God.
Yeah,
They wanted to be
yeah.
the ultimate judge. They wanted to be they didn't want to.
All the answers are in the book. God made it clear. He said, I'm jealous. You don't put another God before me.
They didn't want to answer to God. They wanted to get rid of him. Like, why would I want to answer to him? I can be my own God. We can be our own gods.
Wrong answer.
We got the technology now. Where do they get the technology from? Each and every time it is suspected that the technology was not from this earth, but from some alien source. So if that alien source is supplying technology and know-how to those who want to be gods, who want to get rid of God, who are turning into anti-gods, then it's safe to come to a potential conclusion which suggests that these sources of information and technology could very well be on the other side and not on God's side. Just using common sense, the enemy of my enemy is my what, ally? Oh yeah, I'll help them out because they don't want to be. Let's give them a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and let's throw some weapons their way, and let's throw some ammunition their way, and let's give them this and a bit of that technology, and they can use that against my enemy. Yeah. I'm just saying, it's all common sense. If a person applies common sense and logic to it all, it's like, okay, fine. What's the lesson to be learned out of all that? Let's not do the same mistakes again, because we could end up being zapped, as I put it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that people don't want to believe for whatever reason, and everybody's on their own path to finding the truth. And it's not for me to judge anyone who's at a different position or a different point in time as far as that path goes. But at the same time, it hurts to see humanity doing the same things over and over and over again and expecting
yeah.
a different result every time.
They say
It's
that's
like
the definition of insanity, doing something over and over again and expecting a
it hurts.
different result.
It hurts. And we're living in a day and age where all the information is right in front of us.
We're surrounded
We
by
just,
it.
yeah, all we have to do is just have the willpower to look at it and look into it, and not be try our best not to be subjective about it, but to be open to all possibilities, no matter what we may believe. And if people were to try and do that more often, guess what will happen? A lot of people will start saying, oh, there is good and there is evil. And there's a lot of things that I can't understand or explain because I just don't have the capacity within my limitations of sight and hearing and touch of the sensations that I can experience physically. I can't understand something that's metaphysical because it's above my ability or capability to comprehend. But I can accept that it exists. And if you start accepting that metaphysical does exist, because there's enough evidence out there to prove that it does exist, because it's unexplainable, not because of a lack of knowledge. The knowledge is there that confirms that we don't have the knowledge to understand this. And this is, like you said, things that have been going on over and over and over again throughout the course of history, where the technological advancements existed even in the past, and we have evidence of it, but we can't understand or we don't want to understand how that was possible. So we just say aliens. Okay, aliens, let's accept that aliens exist as a possibility, right? Because we have enough evidence that suggests that. Who were they supporting? Those that wanted to be what? Gods. Those that thought that they can do whatever they want, that they can inflict harm upon other fellow human beings because they have the technology and the other group doesn't. Or they wanted more control, more power, more this, more that. And if that's too far beyond anybody's ability to comprehend, okay, let's just go back to recent history, 20th century, Nazi Germany, and compare what's happening today in the world and compare it to that. And let's compare the morality that we came about with in the 1950s after the post-war Earth, where we all seem to agree that these evils must never occur again in any which way. Doesn't matter what technology exists, we must never allow for these types of evils to occur on this planet among human beings, ever, ever, ever. And here we are, 21st century, supporting and contributing to these same evils that we condemned less than half a century, 70 years ago now. Sorry.
Alexander, I'd like to bring up a gentleman that has a YouTube channel. Are you familiar with David Paulides?
No.
Of the missing 411 phenomenon?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I've typed out his name in the private chat because I can't type into the comment section for some reason. I never have been able to. But if you flip over to the private chat, I've typed it out so that you can get an idea of how to find his channel. And here's the reason why I want you to have it. He does do stories on these people who disappear off the face of the planet, but he started something new a few months ago. At least one day a week, and sometimes 2 or 3, he does a video that says, this is the real news segment. If you're looking for information on the missing people phenomenon, this is not it. Go ahead and go to another video. This is the real news.
Okay.
check out
I will.
those videos and tell me if you're not impressed with the way this gentleman gathers information. He does
I
not do
will.
it through the news. He
I will.
started out as a policeman, then moved up to a detective, then moved up to private companies, and then started doing his own research. And that built him a network of contacts worldwide. He is now accumulating that information and disseminating it. And
Excellent.
oh wow. I do think you will be impressed by how much, how similar what you're saying is to what he is saying. He's banking most of it in the present, and he's explaining why.
I will watch that. Listen to, but I won't watch them in one hit. I will watch them over a period of time because a lot of the
But
things
keep an eye out for the, if it says on the thumbnail, this is about missing in Colorado and what it'll say on the thumbnail, actual news.
Okay.
That's the words you want
Thanks
to
for the
look
heads up.
for. Oh,
Thank you very much.
you are most welcome.
But I really do have to go. It's like I'm
Understand
getting
completely. Let's say to
all
be
right.
continued.
You all stay safe.
You stay
God bless.
safe too, my friend. Thank you.
Take
Oh,
care.
and God save the Queen and God bless the King of Sweden. Out.
Yeah, that too.
So how are we doing, my friend?
Well, I'm doing pretty good.
Well, it's good to see you unexpectedly on a Friday.
Yeah, the reason for that is I'm gonna pick up my wife tomorrow, 9:40 p.m. at the train station. So,
Is she visiting abroad or?
she has been in Gothenburg and visit a friend of us.
That's nice.
Yeah,
I like to hear of anything that sounds like a return to normalcy, as opposed to us being locked into one place, if you follow my meaning.
yeah.
So it's a good sign. It's a healthy sign. But as far as, let's see, as far as it being close to 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning, your time,
Yeah, 3:40 a.m.
well, when you are on camera, dear, when we're having conversations, two things I noticed. Number one, you just push the mic away like you just don't even have an intention of entering the conversation. I'm like, did we chase Shadow out of the conversation? Or is he just stepping back because we're making a good point? Or does the cat need some affection? Or I saw your cat sneaking.
Yeah, that too.
You notice they don't ask, they just arrive and say, now. Sounds like meow, but what they mean is now. I love
Exactly.
cats. Ah. But like I say, I just woke up at an odd hour, and which is a good thing. I haven't been sleeping well this week. And I am just ravenously hungry. Plus, there's a lot of medications I can't take unless I take them with food.
Yeah.
But first, I wanted to see what was going on, and I'm not used to seeing you broadcast on a Friday. And is there anyone left in the chat room? I can't tell.
3,
Oh wow,
2.
two very. I could start running out while we're talking. Oh, they're just talking. They're saying hello
Yeah,
to each other.
yeah, that too. 1.
I said the magic word. Yikes! Sorry, everybody. Was it something I said?
That's okay.
So you're not doing a live tomorrow?
Uh, I begin my lives 8 p.m. at Saturdays normally.
Right.
And
Okay.
if I'm gonna do my live tomorrow, well, actually today at 8 p.m., it would be really tight to.
Yeah, it wouldn't leave you enough time to go get your wife. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I moved it to Friday instead.
Well, thanks for telling me. You texted me and
Yeah,
couldn't
I
mention
just,
that?
yeah, I just want to keep you updated.
No, I appreciate that. Plus, I'm subscribed to you, so I get the notifications. It's just that
Yeah,
sometimes I'll be watching something and I will fall asleep, so the page doesn't refresh, so I can't see that you've gone live. And luckily, I guess I accidentally hit my mouse or something before I fell asleep. It had gone to a different tab, and I switched over to YouTube, and that refreshed it. And I said, "Oh, hang on a second, my guy is live. Wait."
yeah,
And then I was, "Wait a minute, what day of the week is it? I thought it was Friday." And then I remembered I was
yeah,
supposed to call one of
yeah.
my.
It is weird. It is weird, especially when you change days. But lucky for me, it's not that often I need to change day. It happens sometime. I believe it had happened me one or two times before this, but
Oh
it
wow!
happens.
I just realized it's like almost 15 minutes till 10 o'clock. Unfortunately, a lot of restaurants have closed down now.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hey, B Savage.
Hi, B Savage, how you doing?
But it's nice to hear your voice, and I
Oh, it's great to
didn't.
see you.
Yeah, I hoped you should drop in. I couldn't be 100% sure if you would, but because I
Oh, well,
don't know
thank
if
you.
you sleep. Yeah, because I don't know if you're sleeping or.
Most of the time when I sleep, I cut off my ringer. So if you ever want to text me that you're going live, if I'm asleep, it won't wake me up. I know. Unfortunately, I just have to do it that way because number one, I never know exactly what schedule I'm on as far as sleep. Um,
Yeah,
and the doctors really encourage me to, get all I can when I can, since I've been having so much trouble with it, because I don't want to take, 4 different medications to go to sleep, and I don't want to have to rely on a medication to go to sleep in the first dang place. Um,
I agree.
it's all a work in progress. I'm just glad that we finally got a lot of this medical stuff started, because COVID just boop took away 8 of my 9 doctors. So there's
Yeah,
been this 2 years and 4 months worth of waiting to even get the testing started. But now that they saw me last week, they started snowing me down with tests. And whereas right now in America, you would usually, well, certainly in this area and other people I've talked to in the U.S., um, like a 2 month wait to get to that test, and that's considered a rushed test. You
yeah,
you wait 2 months. I'll put it to you this way: they scheduled the first test. We scheduled it yesterday, and they want it
yeah,
next week. They want the test next week, and the doctor wants the results right away. And they're all
yeah.
big tests: 2 MRIs, 2 CAT scans. They want some information fast. They actually rushed me into one test the day that I arrived at the doctor, so they already have some information. But it's going to be putting together a huge puzzle. Looking a little bit negative right now, but I'm reserving my fear until they start to get more pieces of this puzzle and we know what we're looking at. They just have a broad notion of which direction to go in. I don't think they really know. But they're concerned, so that's good. So we're looking at it.
Yeah, it's better they are concerned, but they will find something probably,
Oh, we do know
and
that. Yeah. And we
they
know that
will.
there are things to repair and deal with as well. So we all know that. So just know in advance. There will be times I can pop in and times that I can't, and times that I may be in the hospital and times that I may be out. So I don't really know what's the scheduling. But the nice thing is you do your lives mostly on a Saturday, and hopefully I will not be put in the hospital on a Saturday. That would be when they put you in for an emergency. That'd be
Yeah,
when they're seriously worried. I've had it happen. I was laughing last night about the stupidest thing. I realized the last 3 times I was in the hospital, it's real hard to find something good on the television,
yeah.
but each time I was in the hospital, the same movie played. These visits to the hospital, they didn't have any regularity or anything like that, and they were like all spread out over a couple of years. But every time I went into the hospital, that'd be the one movie that was playing, and the movie is The Wedding Planner. And I was like,
Oh,
how many
I heard
times did
about that movie.
I? Well, it's cute if you like romance movies. I am a girl.
Of course you are.
Yeah. They got a real good series that's playing on Amazon Prime right now called The Terminal List. Oh, it's really good. It's about a team of Navy SEALs, and they go on a
Yeah,
mission, and all but one guy gets killed.
the terminal list. That sounds familiar. I know. I recognize the
It
title.
stars Chris Pratt, the guy that starred in Guardians of the Galaxy. I
Oh yeah,
don't know if you pay any attention to the MCU universe versus the
I
DC
have.
universe.
I
I love all
have.
that stuff.
I have Guardians of the Galaxy, the
I
first
just
movie,
I
and
just
the
rented
second movie.
it. I just paid Amazon, and that's how badly I wanted to see it. I rented it this week, and it just ran out day before yesterday. It said you have 35 minutes left to watch this movie one more time, and I was like, really? But I had to leave and go do something, so I started the movie and I left. By the I wanted to see if they'd cut off the movie while I was watching it and just okay. So I started the movie, I left and I did my errands. I came back, it's like an hour into the movie, and then I backed it back up to the beginning and it worked. They let me watch the whole movie. I was like, ha ha, I got away with 2 hours free.
Yeah,
That's a good movie though.
yeah. I have. I got for birthday present from my wife. I got
Tell
a
us what you got.
subscription for on Disney Plus.
Oh, you lucky. I'm thinking about
So
I'm thinking
so
about
I
that
could
one.
watch The Mandalorian. So I watched the whole Mandalorian.
Oh, I can't wait. I heard it's so good. Everyone tells me it's good.
Yeah, and then I watched the whole Star Wars.
Man, I'm so there with you.
Obi-Wan and the Book of Boba Fett And then I went over to The Walking Dead. I have been watched all 10 seasons.
Wow, that's some serious binging, dude.
Yeah, and then that is 11 season.
It's still going?
But on Disney Plus they have only 10, but there is one more season, I believe.
I had a best buddy and she was really crazy into The Walking Dead, and I came in after it began, so I kind of felt lost in the story, and I kind of hung with it up to the point where the guy with the bat comes in.
Yeah,
And he makes everybody sit in a circle and he says, "Eeny, meeny, I'm going to take out one of you." And you know what
the power
famous,
to
it's
be
called, it's
Mister.
considered a
Good
very
morning.
famous episode. What'd you say?
The power of MTB Master just popped in.
Hello. Welcome to the show.
You mean Negan, the dude with the baseball bat,
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. And the
wrapped
person,
with barbed wire.
yeah, exactly.
Eeny,
Dave,
meeny,
Cha-
mo.
Dave Chappelle, the famous comedian, did his version of that on Saturday Night Live. It's hilarious. They've got a clip of it on YouTube if you ever want to look into it. But it's like Dave Chappelle's rendition of The Walking Dead. It's funny. It's hilarious because he does all the characters like he did in the Chappelle
Okay.
show. So what else was I going to tell you? Yeah, when it came to that, I was like, that's a little bit too much gore for me, and I kind of lost interest. Kind of dropped out at that point.
I love that series, The Walking Dead. And my favorite character is Daryl Dixon.
I have to admit, he was my favorite character too. I don't know if that was just the writing or the actor or both, but I mean there are a lot of characters that are very interesting in the story, and their background and how well they act together in a company and whatnot. It's easy to think, that what they call willing suspension of disbelief. It's real easy to believe this. It's shot right here in Georgia. That whole show
Okay.
is filmed in the state of Georgia, probably within 150 miles of us. The Walking Dead.
It's filmed outside of Atlanta, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's right outside Atlanta, so it's 100 miles north of here. It's just north of Atlanta.
Georgia's become a hotspot for television broadcasting in Colorado.
Oh yeah, Georgia's real big.
You see that
Has
peach
a-
logo at the end of all kinds of damn
If you see a
programs.
giant peach at the end of any movie or television series, yep, it's either done in Georgia, filmed in Georgia, or edited in Georgia. So there's been a huge explosion in Atlanta that started actually in the late 70s, early 80s of recording studios and filming studios in Atlanta. And with it came some of the worst traffic you can imagine. Atlanta should have thought of that before they decided to get so big in their britches. But yeah, I mean, people sit there in traffic for hours. I'm like, yep, that's why I'm glad I moved from Atlanta. Lived up there a few years, took a look at it, and said, okay, I'll go back to the number 2 city in Georgia and live life at a more comfortable pace. We're starting to get traffic too here that kind of jumps up and surprises me, but what are you gonna do?
And the reason I like Daryl is, first of all, experts on survival. He's expert hunter. He's expert tracker. He's expert observer. I believe it was. Well, he has a lot of skills that I like. And he's also an expert hunter and bowman.
Oh yeah. But there's also like the first years that I watched. He's got that quiet side to him that has people wondering.
Yeah.
I'm not describing that well, but I hope you follow what I'm saying. It's like it seems that sometimes they wonder about Daryl. Is he truly committed to this, or is he truly committed to that? And all the questioning is just because he's quiet on
Yeah.
certain topics and whatnot.
And he's also an expert tracker, so he has a lot of skills.
Yeah, I forgot all
And that
about
is
that.
why I like that dude. And so and he's also very good at fighting with knives. So, and he has also a strong will. He's
Absolutely
not
agree
weak
with
minded.
you.
He's not a weak minded guy.
Oh, heck no.
And the other thing that is I like with him is that he's honest. He cannot lie. So that is interesting for a character.
Yeah, I thought
Other
that was.
characters lie, but Daryl cannot lie. He's too honest for that.
When you see me muting, I just because I know that there's background noise and whatnot, but I'm listening to everything that you're saying. But yeah, I agree. It's been quite a few years since I watched the show, but so I'm trying to remember back to that. I saw an episode that was a rerun recently. It popped up somewhere, so I don't know what point it came in the story, but no, actually, it was a video on YouTube. Either way, it was two or three guys, and they were in a bar with the father of the boy that had one eye. Now, I can't even remember how the boy lost his eye, but I believe it was during a shootout of some sort. Oh, I felt so terrible that episode when the younger boy
You
got
mean
injured.
Carl? You mean Carl?
And these three guys said, "We know you got a settlement somewhere. All we're asking is to let us join you." And they were sitting in a bar area, apparently, and they said, "Look, we're just three guys. We can fend for ourselves or whatever, but if you send us out, what's probably going to happen to us." And the father he decided, and he said, "Look, we can't take it. That's it. We there's just too many. We've got too many people now. We just can't do it." And eventually it comes to a shootout. So I think it was a video about like best shootouts. I think it included the if you know the movie Tombstone, I think it included the shootout at the OK Corral. The movie Tombstone, starring Kurt Russell and whole cast of great people. It's a very good depiction because it's probably the best historically researched movie on Wyatt Earp, his family, and the actual shootout that took place at the OK Corral. It's a very famous event in Western history in America. But that
Yeah, it
movie is
is.
a particularly well-made movie. Val Kilmer plays Doc Holliday, does an excellent job of it. But basically, that's the video. But yeah, I've been thinking about either finding a way to get Disney Plus or just canceling one of my streaming services and going for the Disney Plus. I can't make up my mind right now which to do. I keep
Well, the best
measuring it.
with Disney Plus is you can pay monthly. So I pay, well, we pay, my wife pay 89 crowns for uh, per month, and you can cancel the subscription whenever you want to. So that's the good thing.
Well, I am one of those people who, when Star Wars came out, I went to the theater to see it. Let's just say a silly number of times. A truly silly number of times. I went to the theater so many times, Veron, they stopped charging me like after the 8th time I showed up there. I'm not kidding you. The guy that took tickets just looked at the lady that was selling the tickets and said, "Good grief, she's paid so many times, just let her in." And they were like, "Oh, you're gonna let me in free? Good, I'll come 15 more times." They started letting me up into the projection booth. I'm not kidding you, man. I was like, you still got to pay for your Coke and popcorn. I said, I know, I get it. But you're letting me in free. My mom was probably like, oh, goody, a free babysitter. I know where
Yeah.
she is if she's watching Star Wars. Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit geeky about the Star Wars thing and Star Trek. Yes. Yes, I love both. I have a Star Trek Training Academy t-shirt. I kid you not. And it says Starfleet Academy on both shoulders of the t-shirt. And it's so loved. In other words, I've worn it so much for so many years that the ink is starting to come off of it. So I've got it in a special place in my closet because I'm like, I don't want all the ink to come off because it's the official logo.
Well used t shirt.
Yep. I'm surprised it hadn't started getting holes in it and coming apart at the neck and everything, but that shows you how much care I take of that one t-shirt. Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to have like I don't know, are you familiar with the Star Trek movies?
Oh, I'm familiar with all of them.
Okay, well, you know how every time
The original version from the 60s, I watched. That was actually the first Star Trek I watched.
yeah, they called that the original series, just like you said.
Yeah, the original.
And I loved Next Generation. When it first came out, I hated it. I watched the 2-part beginning of it, and I said, this really sucks. And I didn't pay attention to it for like 4 years. And I tried it again in 4 years, and I said, hey, wait a minute, they got a lot better. So then I had 4 years to binge watch it. I was like, yeah. At one point, I had every episode of Next Generation on VHS tape because I recorded it off TV and took out all the commercial breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some love right there. Because you got to dedicate some time to get that right. Editing in real time on a VCR
Indeed.
machine? Are you kidding me? Yeah, this killed me about my mom when I taught her how to record something on a VCR. And she'd say, "Oh, look, I recorded this movie or that movie," and I'd say, "Oh, that's great, Mom. Sure, let me borrow it." And I'd take it home and I'd put it in the thing, and it'd get to the last 5 minutes of the movie and click, cut off. And I was like, "Okay, I gotta learn not to borrow movies from Mom. Don't get all the way to the ending of the movie and then cut off the last 3 minutes. What's wrong with you? Drive me crazy." I don't
Yeah,
mean
that
cutting off
sucks.
the credits. I mean cutting off the end of the movie. Bless her heart, though. She figured it out. She got better.
The first Star Wars movie I watched was Return of the Jedi. So
That's a good one too.
yeah,
I gotta get a new mouse. For some reason, my current mouse, it's starting to double click every time I single click it. I went through the settings and the everything that was connected to the mouse and the operation of the mouse. So it's not the settings, it's not the computer that's doing it. It's got to be the mouse.
yeah, it sounds like your mouse
It probably
has some
needs
issues.
something as simple as taking it apart and cleaning it. But they're so inexpensive. I think I have a second mouse around here. It might be the one that has like you're connected to a tether and you plug it in. I like an optical mouse that's not connected just for that reason, especially if I'm trying to like edit things into not a picture. I can't do like Photoshop and whatnot, but I'll do silly stuff like add letters to pictures to make it funny and things like that, add text. I do enjoy a good laugh now and then. That doesn't come across very often, but I actually do. But I know you're getting a lot of background noise, so might be time for me to scoot on out of the broadcast. How are you feeling? You feeling tired yet?
Yeah, I'm tired, but I manage. It's good to see you again and hear your voice again. And
It's good to see you too. I'm just afraid that any minute now my stomach is going to start growling louder than the TV in the background. Wah, wah. Well, my stomach is
yeah,
closer to the microphone than the TV is,
yeah.
technically speaking. Good
Well,
thing
if
your
your
mom let
stomach
you
begins to
go.
grow,
You might have missed out on all that. My mom was the same way. Be savage, I feel you. Yeah, she was real happy. She if I went to the skating rink or the movie house, she knew exactly where I was. She knew I wasn't gonna leave. She told me, she said, "I'm gonna drop you off at the skating rink, but don't you be one of those kids that sneaks out and goes off and does stuff." And I was like, "Okay, Mom," and I never did. Some of the
no
kids would do
reason
that
for
and try to, yeah, they do that and try to go off and misbehave or whatever and be kids with other kids and then come back to the rink at the end when the parents come pick them up and whatnot. And I told you the guy that I told you this a long time ago. I don't remember. The guy that ran the rink was like a second father to me. His name was Sarge. And Sarge was so on to that whole thing. Sarge and I also attended the same church. He would play
yeah,
jokes on me, like I would stop attending for a while when I had like a full schedule at university and was working a job. And he knew, he understood. And what I would do is I would either sing in the choir or I would excuse myself and not be there. So he came up to me one day and he said, "Hey, Becky, I'll make you a deal. If you come back to the choir, I will too." And that man knew he had me wrapped around his pinky because I just loved him